It's a sunny Sunday morning in Joliet, Illinois, in Autobahn Country Club. Round 7 of 9 of the 2025 GRIDLIFE competition season. Welcome back. It's the final day of action here from Autobahn's Country Club's South Course. Kyle Heyer joined by Alex Moss for the full day of action here. We've got the GRIDLIFE Track Battle Time Attack up first. And Alex, it's a gorgeous morning. I cannot wait to get cars on the racetrack here. They're rolling now for Time Attack Group D. Of course, conditions this morning are pretty optimal for running fast. Maybe not as cool as we've seen, but the track is nice and dry and ready for going.
Yep, dry weather, good track conditions. Everything should be good for running fast laps, and if nothing else, qualification for those podium sprints.
So remember, top 5 in each car category is going to be qualifying for our podium sprint around 1 o'clock later this afternoon. But again, look, no clouds in the sky. Yesterday we had all sorts of weather thrown at you guys in the GRIDLIFE GT category as well, Alex. You had a sort of a wet race to deal with. And for most of the day, in the afternoon at least, there was sort of drying track conditions, and then it was hot, and then it just wasn't perfect for going fast. But this morning, not a cloud in the sky. Perfect out there for running quick laps. And again, the weather, I think we're just a tick above 70 degrees at this stage in the morning. So with cars on course, the focus and goal now with all the laps you have under your belt is take all the learnings from the last 2 days and apply them for one last chance to seed yourself up highly in that podium sprint. If you're on the outside looking in, Alex, you're looking at 5th place, what that lap time is and how to get there.
Yeah, exactly. So probably spent the last night thinking about this, going over data, watching video, all of that kind of stuff, looking for where you can find those tenths or those hundredths in some cases to be able to bump yourself up into the podium sprints. Also, if you're in the podium sprint, you know, 5th, 4th place and don't have a huge buffer, you're probably looking over your shoulder a little bit and seeing what you need to do to improve to solidify your position and make sure that you stay in the sprint.
Absolutely. So you're playing offense and defense here this morning in this last session of qualifying. Of course, we call them heats. This is heat 7, but effectively what it is a qualification session. If you don't make your way into that top 5, this is the last session of your race weekend. So if you've got a set of tires that you have sitting in the paddock that are ready to be mounted, you better be putting those things on here this morning and give yourself one last chance. There's Malimba Sampa, the Nissan 350Z, making his first revolution around here at speed. I think it'll probably take a lap or 2 before we'll see drivers really pushing, just kind of sampling what the track has to give you this morning.
Yeah, I think especially in that, you know, Group D, Group C, then the drivers can often take a couple of laps to warm up and get up onto pace. That's a good thing. That's a good, safe approach to tackling the track, especially when the car is capable of doing, you know, 3-4 laps at pace. So yeah, I think you're right. We'll see them just work up a little bit gently now. We're seeing some wiggles out of that 350Z, so it may look like he's pushing very hard right now, but probably just doing a little bit of grip testing, seeing what it looks like or what the track looks like and what have you.
Here's a look at the weather. 68 degrees air temp, and you'll note on the radar, not much, which is good. But yesterday morning we had quite a bit to deal with. 91% humidity here this morning as we get on track for our first laps of the day. And you see about 17 cars in this first group, including Mike Jansen, Leonard Radcliffe, Sam Dooling, David Best, Nick Berg. Those are all Falcon Club SC competitors here, Alex. And those are the drivers really watching. And the pink stickers, that's going to be the one to watch here as we watch our lap times. 1:43 flat, what we're shooting for.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of emotion, a lot of fist pumping out the windows for those guys as they've gone faster and faster throughout the weekend. And now they're battling out for, well, really for the record, right? But the record has been set, so we know that the record has been broken this weekend in Club SC, but it could still fall further, and all of those guys want to be the one to do it.
So first laps of the morning here at GRIDLIFE Chicagoland, and here they are. Maruchetti, the street class number 46, but here comes Lennon Radcliffe in the number 116. This is the car that we're watching here. He's the second quickest car so far this weekend. Mike Jansen puts out a 48.1, Radcliffe a 145.6, David Best at a 144.6. So first lap on the timing, not as quick as we've seen this weekend, but give him another lap or 2 and I think we'll be in good shape.
Yep, these cars will use the entire session, so you know it's not a get it done in the first lap for these cars. They will use the entire session and they can go fast on any of their laps.
There's Lennon Radcliffe in that 116, a driver that we've been watching a couple times this season in that Toyota Corolla in the Falcon Club SC category. Sort of a unique car because we typically see a lot of Honda Fits in this group, but he's sort of taking a different approach. Has some traffic ahead of him though. Not sure if it's holding him up at all.
Might be holding him up, might be giving him a little bit of a tow. I mean, every little bit helps on the straights with these cars. But he's past that traffic now and into clean air.
There's Lennon working his way down through turns 8, 9, and 10. And tucking in, maybe use some curb down there. Did a couple installation laps myself last night, Alex, just to feel out the curbing and see what these drivers are dealing with. And again, in some of the slower corners, you can really jump those curbs on the inside apex, but you see headlights flashing from David Best. Are those flashing, or are they just reflecting there a little bit?
I think there was definitely a little bit of flashing there to begin with. So do you get any times when you're out there?
I didn't, and I was only allowed to do about 50 miles an hour, so it wouldn't have been very competitive, I have to say. Here comes Jansen to the last corner, and then there's Ratcliffe in that 116, carving his way through David Best in the 134. Shooting for a 143 flat would be an improvement on the best of the weekend. Are we a little surprised to still see times in 44s and 45s this morning, Alex?
A little bit. I mean, you never truly know what the track's going to be like, especially on day 3 of the weekend. Sometimes it can be really good, sometimes it can be a little bit rough. Also don't know exactly how the drivers are tackling it, although we did see on Friday fast laps immediately, basically. So yeah, I guess a little surprising that they're not, or that they're a little bit behind the best laps of the weekend.
So 144.311 is the fastest so far, and that's Nick Berg in the 216. But again, he ran better than that yesterday, a 143.761. So this will give us a bit of a preview of what we're expecting to see in the later sessions in the morning. This is always sort of a harbinger of things to come as far as lap times for the rest of the session, if the track conditions are capable of being improved upon. And Mehru Chetty in the street class E46, 140 flat. And his best time of the weekend prior to this was a 139.0, so that's about a second off. Radcliffe closing in on Jansen. To see a little lockup there maybe from the 156 on the right front.
Yeah, they're certainly going for it. They're certainly trying to set those laps, but just not quite there for them this morning, it looks like.
And I wonder how much of this, you got the morning dew as well. I mean, is there something to be said about just getting some heat in the racetrack itself? I mean, it's cool. Oh, there you go. 142.607 for Lennon Ratcliffe. That resets the record, and that will, by 0.4 of a second, be the quickest lap time we've seen. So Lennon Ratcliffe now, as we were just talking about, waiting for them to improve on their best laps, Ratcliffe does it by almost half a second. So yeah, the track is there. It's just the confidence level coming up here in the morning.
Yep, certainly looks like it. And I was about to say, the drivers certainly believe that the track's going to be there, because as I was riding around the paddock this morning, there's a lot of cars up on jack stands without any wheels on. So definitely changing those tires where they've got a new set of sticker tires waiting to go on. So I'm sure the drivers believe that the track's there, and Ratcliffe just showed everybody it is.
Yep, so that's opportunity now for Jansen, Berg, Best, and Sam Dooling to try to improve on their best laps of the weekend so far. In Club SC, there are 7 cars. Only 2 will not make it to the podium sprint. The drivers on the cut line right now are Jack Coughlin and Jacob Collins. Jacob Collins in an MX-5 Miata. He's a little ways off, but Jack Coughlin's been in the conversation this weekend, so we'll see if he can best Nick Berg's 143.7. There's Jansen, championship leader in the 156, and was the current record holder until about 45 seconds ago. And Ratcliffe again, maybe a little slipstream on that backstretch can't possibly hurt when you're pushing through the air at 85 miles an hour.
Yeah, certainly looks like he's closing in on the Civic in front of him, so I'd be surprised, and probably get commentators' curse here, surprised if 156 goes faster or retakes the record.
Across the stripe here, watch. We're probably going to see green from both these cars. Jansen to 142.521, Ratcliffe 142.486. The battle's on in Club SC. And boy, the morning party is on in the GRIDLIFE Track Battle Championship. Cool conditions under 70 degrees on a nice, clean, dry track. And even though it's our slowest category, this is a tight battle, one of the closest we have this weekend. 35 thousandths of a second between these two.
Yeah, and of course I could see that he closed up those 35 thousandths on that lap.
And jumping the curbs there at turn 5. Radcliffe almost out into the rumbles. And this is just to seed themselves for podium sprints. So again, this isn't going to be the end of the weekend. They'll have to go head-to-head when the track is a little warmer and certainly a lot dirtier from the day of action that we're going to have between now and about 1 o'clock in the afternoon. But head-to-head right now, Radcliffe has been quicker than Jansen most of the weekend, actually, other than Jansen's initial lap in the first session on Friday.
Yeah, but right there now, I mean, you know, that's almost nothing, right? Less than half a tenth of a second between them at the moment.
Here's a chance to go for the gears, and sort of sound like that gearbox might not be, again, you're not going to be swapping gearboxes or things of the sort, but just didn't seem like that gearing was putting him right in his power band. Had to kind of rev up a little bit beyond that, and big lockup with the right front tire. He's really pushing into turn 11, dragging that Falcon RT 660 plus. And that time he pulled away. I think Radcliffe has knocked off, but Jansen is certainly feeling it now. He saw that, I'm sure he saw that on his timing on inside his car. And is it enough to go and break the record again this morning for the third consecutive lap in a row? Jansen, yes, 142.253, and again a record broken, and Jansen goes back to the top again.
Yeah, so what we've got 8 tenths basically that we've beaten the record from Friday, sorry, but already this morning, and 2 cars well above that, or well below that time, I should say.
And Nick Berg should also mention at a 143.5. is going to push the cut line a little bit further north. The 143.5 is 2 tenths better than his 5th place time from yesterday. So that puts Jack Coughlin and Jacob Collins a little bit further out of the scope of making their way into the podium sprint later. And here is Jacob Collins in that 881 Club SC car. He's a long ways out at the moment, but ripping this little NA Miata for all that he can make it. Open diff in this car. And again, you're just wringing the neck of this thing. 148.0, that's 2 seconds, 2.3 seconds quicker than he's gone all weekend long.
Yeah, it's a nice improvement for him. And as you were saying, it looks like the track is definitely coming now.
So he's just got to hunt for a little bit more. To beat Jack Coughlin in 6th, he would need 144.6, which might be a little out of the realm of what this MX-5 is capable of in this trim here this morning. But I don't think he'll stop trying until the very end here. And I'll bet, based on the time, we're going to probably end up with a checker in the next minute to 2 minutes. So this will be his last lap or maybe penultimate lap. Ooh, little wiggle there. Ooh, big wiggle. He caught it. Caught the rumble strips at the exit, but I told you he was pushing. And again, the limits on these cars with the 205 width tire are a lot lower than some of the cars we'll see later today. And that gives you such a great sense of control when things get out of control. You're not, going Mach 3 when the car starts to step out on you.
Yeah, it gives you a lot of time to try and collect it up and what have you. And we saw it and what we just saw happens quite frequently. The car slides, he caught it, got it back into the turn, and then it immediately slid again. Still caught it again, but that's a really common thing to happen in certainly in rear-wheel drive cars, in my experience.
There's Kevin Went in the 509 CRX. A little bit of a slip-up yesterday right there leaving turn 10. This car at one point was carbureted. It's lived a life with a lot of different engines and things. I'm still curious about that front splitter. It doesn't seem like it's so horizontal to the ground there, Alex.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. That looks like it's too low. It almost looks like it's broken to me, and I wonder if that's why he's going slowly right now and letting people by. If he's going to come in and he feels that dragging.
Yeah, I wonder. It was sort of like that yesterday, so I don't know if he's tried to fix it or get it sorted. But there's Chetty in the street class, number 46, and that's a pretty sizable pickup for him, a 137.74. I think that for him is a 1.3 second pickup from earlier in the weekend. So I'm sure he's pretty stoked with that, but that'll be checkered flag for him here in Group D. So with that, new record set in Falcon Club SC, Mike Jansen back to the top of the order. And this is sort of how we expected things to filter out. But those top 5 in that order are going to be your podium sprint qualifiers for Club SC. And they'll go head-to-head later in a 3-lap battle. And whichever 3 drivers come out on top are going to be your podium finishers later today. But Jansen, unless they go quicker in podium sprint, which is highly unlikely, Mike Jansen will pick up that extra point, which is something he needs to lock Sam Dooling out of the championship.
Yeah, that's great. Very exciting. I mean, watching both those guys go just battle for the record this morning and really trade off back and forth. I think we saw the record broken 4 or 5 times on successive laps here between the 2 drivers, which was pretty exciting to see.
And going back to, the previous record here was held by Sam Dooling last year at a 1:43.8. So we are 1.6 seconds faster than that. And I think some of that might be attributed to that new RT660 Plus tire compound, which again, we're running a spec tire in both this category with the pink stickers and Falcon Club TR with the gray stickers, RT660 Plus or RT660. 205 width in Club SC, 225? 255.
255, I believe, yeah.
In Club TR. But they changed compounds, and that picked up a lot of time. But 1.6 seconds is a lot, and I think there's some driver mod in there too, Alex, with everything that they learn year after year, dialing in their car, and the cool weather. 68 degrees this morning. That's pretty optimal for time attack.
Yeah, from what I've heard from those, the new RT660 Plus, and I've never driven on either of the Falcon tires, on the 660 or the 660 Plus, but from what I've heard, the 660 Plus, it isn't really that much faster peak grip, but it just doesn't fall off like the 660 did, so it lets you push lap after lap like we saw these guys doing this morning.
Sam Dooling, 3rd of the cars so far this weekend. I love the open face helmet. He's such a character. And I think he does well in the podium sprint format. Again, he knows how to get out there and get it done when it matters most. And though he's been fighting an uphill battle against some of these double wishbone cars, I think he's well suited to keep the fit domination. I think there was an all-fit podium at Lime Rock Park as well, so he was really excited about that. And just like that, green for Group C on the day. Ryan Seiler will be one of the first out. Ruben Manrique in the Porsche Cayman. There's maybe a blend line violation there with that Supra, so that'll be a black flag pretty early.
Clear blend line violation there.
And that's, again, one of those rules that is so easy to forget about. And so easy to forget about that motorsports director, Adam Jabay. I've seen him break it because a couple years ago at Black Hawk Farms, it was my first ever time on a racetrack in my FRS. And Adam was so excited for me that he wanted to follow me and do laps behind me in his car. And he pulled out behind me at Black Hawk Farms and immediately blew the blend line because he was so excited for me. And he got black flagged. I didn't even notice because I did the rule the right way because I was scared to death. But again, just in the morning, it's easy to forget things like that, Alex. But procedural things, that is a factor I'll have to consider, especially in things like podium sprint.
Yeah, it's just good habits, and it's something that you need to do at the start of a session like this. I think a lot of drivers think, well, the track's clear, it doesn't matter. It's just building good habits so that you don't, have a little brain mistake in the middle of a session, later in the weekend or a different event, and end up doing it when there is traffic coming in. So I think it's one of those things that feels at times nitpicky that they enforce it so strictly, but it is so important because the car coming through there on the limit, and you just cross into their path can have very serious consequences.
Certainly, and this depends on the racetrack layout as well, but the reason why the blend line is so heavily enforced at most racetracks is generally pit lane dumps you out into that first corner at the end of a long straight. So you want to make sure that you keep cars out of the way as they merge into traffic at speed. But there's Ryan Seiler, going to be the first one on track here in this session. Ooh, big push into turn 1, but he gathered it up nicely. And we saw this in Group D, where drivers took a lap or two to really feel out the grip, and then it was go time.
Yeah, and I wonder if it was at the start of Group D just cleaning the track a little bit, maybe some dust from overnight. Did we have drift last, I think, on last night? So, yeah, probably cleaning a little bit of the drift mass that gets left around. That might have been why we were seeing some slow times initially, or not slow times, but maybe not peak times initially, and then they picked up. But I think the track will be good for these guys immediately now. Yeah,
and I think everyone in Group B and A is also watching this, figuring out what the track is going to give them. And the quicker you can get to quick, the more opportunities you'll have to go fast, especially in those Group A cars where you might only get one lap at peak speed. You don't want to waste it testing the grip. You want to know it's going to be there and trust that it'll be there.
And I think if any of them are watching, I would encourage them, if they've got those sticker tires in the trailer and they think they've got a chance at a record or to break the record even more, Dewey, put those stickers right on and bring it on.
Awesome. Ryan Seiler on the brakes into turn 11. One of those curbs we talked about hammering. We've seen S2000s be really aggressive over that. Straight line that as much as you can. But it seems like it's all or nothing over there. You're either touching the curb or you're not. There's no in between.
Yeah, if you have good shocks, it can really iron out that curb a lot because it's the unloaded side. So, you know, a good shock that can soak that up, you want to attack that curb and go straight over that curb.
For the 131. That's that Supra that we talked about with the blend line exit. I hadn't seen if that car had come down to pit lane.
I don't think it had. It should now for a couple of reasons. One being that it did just go 4 wheels up, and there he goes. He does go in as he should.
There's the 517 of Tim Lutz in the Street Mod Corvette. Ooh, he's been really hustling this C5 Corvette here this weekend. Tim Lutz in Street Mod. He's been on the limit so far this weekend, really hustling that car. And his first lap, I think, put him about 16th place overall, a 140.261, but first of the Street Mod cars that we've seen so far. And sorry, go ahead, Alex.
Yeah, I'll tell you, there's nothing more frustrating than you go out on track, you prepare yourself the whole out lap, you're thinking about how you're going to attack this, and you're just going to lay it down and destroy everybody, and then you blow it at the first corner and have a big slide. There's nothing more frustrating than that.
So one of the cars that I think has a story we should talk about here in this session is the car at the very top of the order. That's Will Dries in the number 466. That's that Hyundai Elantra N. Now, he's currently leading in street class in this session. Here he is, but a 135.214 is the fastest he's gone, and he needs to go much faster than this to get into podium sprint and score really reasonable points for being all the way here from California. A 133.752 is what he's chasing here. Jan Wildner's time. So Will's really got to hustle this Elantra N and dig as deep as he can. It should be a lap improvement this time. It is a 134.637. He needs another second, and then he's in the conversation for podium sprint. He's also chasing Isaac Ambrose, though, who just ran a 133 flat. So that shifts the cut line a little bit. That knocks Jan Wildner out. So the cut line is not going to be... Is that right? Yeah, 133.059. So the cut line is going to be Ross Ligabell now to 133.572.
Okay, so he's got about another 1.1 seconds he's got to find, and he's certainly getting after it. We were just talking about attacking the curbs at 11 there, and he went hard over those curbs, got both inside tires way off the ground as he attacked those. Yeah,
the other challenge here is that Ligabell, Laughlin, they all might improve as well, and Jan Wildner too. So, if you probably need to get past what that cut line is to be safe. I don't think there's such thing as safe when you're this far on the outside looking in, but remember the story behind this car. This is a new chassis for the KTM Tuners guys here this weekend after having a crash at Road America. They'll still be able to earn points given that they're in the same car, the same chassis with the same driver. But again, they're going to be headed to Laguna Seca here in a couple of weeks, which is their home event. Look at how aggressive he's being over those curves. That's so fun to watch, Alex. But he needs more.
He does need more, and I think, yeah, he's really pushing hard. And when you think about it, really we talk about cut lines and we talk about what the cutoffs are and all those kinds of things. The aim of the game of time attack is just to run the fastest lap you possibly can throughout the weekend. So at this point, you're probably not thinking all that much about cut lines and what the target is. The target is the absolute best that I can do.
Yeah, the rest will take care of itself. It's just like points racing in wheel-to-wheel stuff. It's like, yeah, I mean, points are important, but if you win the race, the rest will take care of itself. So for Will, he's just hunting for any lap time he can. 34.6, that's a big improvement from what they had run earlier this weekend. Again, I think these Elantra N's are really good performance cars for what they are. They're not necessarily super lightweight. They're a family sedan, but they have a lot of performance potential in them, and they have great chassis balance as well.
Yeah, I've never driven one, but Hyundai's come out in the last few years with a few, with their N series. They've come out with a few fun-looking cars that are filling that gap that used to be filled by the cheap Honda enthusiast cars. As Honda's kind of gone up market and got more and more expensive, Hyundai's have come in and backfilled that performance gap.
I think, when you cross-shop something like an Elantra N versus a Civic Type R, the Civic Type R might offer some more performance, but it's also a lot more money.
Right.
And these things can be had for about $32,000 and, 270 horsepower, turbocharged. You can get a manual or a DCT. And again, they've got automatic rev matching. I've tracked one of these things. They're fantastic.
Yeah, and you can get them as well. You don't have to go and beg dealers to give you one. The Civic Type R is becoming one of these, almost like a GT car from Porsche, where you have to know somebody and have to be willing to grease the palms to actually have the opportunity to buy one.
Yeah, so I think he might be cooling down now a little bit, try to cool the tires up a touch. Keeping an eye on Ryan Seiler's time, that 7:55. That's a huge pickup from where he had been earlier in the weekend. A 1:34.8, now at a 32.5.
Wow.
And a 32.535, by the way, that's good enough to put him in podium sprint.
Excellent. That's good for Ryan. He's a good guy. We like to see him coming out here. Like to see that car out here. It's a beautiful car.
And that's only 100th between Seiler, who's now 4th in Club TR, and King Tao in 5th. That knocks Mike Bryant out. So Mike Bryant will have to go to work here in Group B upcoming to try to get himself back inside the top 5. Dalton Klein, I think? No, not Dalton.
Yeah,
it is.
I think so. I think it is Dalton Klein.
Different number on the side of this car from what I'm used to, the 106. This is running in track mod. Dalton's best time this weekend, a 36.8. But again, hunting a little bit down the order in the track mod class here this weekend.
Yeah, that's a very chopped up Corvette. Cool looking car.
It is missing those two of the center rear taillights, which is sort of a common thing that Corvette Racing even did back in the C6 sort of GT1 days. Only 2 of the taillights were operational of the 4. Not sure if they used them for venting air from behind a bumper or whatever they did, but probably something cool and aerodynamic from Pratt Miller back in the day.
Yeah.
Number of people that have been with us in the paddock or are with us in the paddock now that work for Pratt Miller. It'd be interesting to see. Again, that was probably before their time as far as working there, but all sorts of cool aero tricks on those GM race cars. Eric Pilipchik, you've been racing him in GridLife GT this weekend. He's in a Supra right now, and there's Nick Alpin in the 56 Street GT entry. Alpin's best time previously was a 35.8, so he's searching for more and just found more in this session, a 36.3 there. Also, Randy Ramchanda, 133.2 in Club TR. That puts him up to 7th place, actually jumps Jake Rawson, so a shift there for position. Interesting to note all the drama that we've got as far as drivers chasing times in street and making their way into the podium sprint in Club TR. Group C typically isn't one where there's a ton going on as far as records or podium sprint qualification, but really they've put on a good show this morning with Ryan Seiler just edging his way in, and Will Dries just on the outside looking in. Needs another second to be in that conversation, but doing a really great job. It's the first weekend they've had with that Elantra N, that specific one. I don't know that they've gotten all the time that they needed to prep that car exactly like the previous one. Certainly didn't have all the carbon bits on it that the last one did. Again, prepping and getting a car set up all the way from across the country can't possibly be very easy.
No, amazing commitment though that they've gone and done that while they're they're not local here, not local to the two tracks that kind of these incidents happened at. Or not incidents, but they had the incident at Road America, and then the next event is not far away at Autobahn here.
Yeah, there's Jeremy Hensley in the 48. See him 5th on the timing and scoring there in street class.
Oh no!
Oh man, Ryan Seiler, that's on the inside of turn 4, exactly where we saw Matt Waldbaum have an issue yesterday.
Yep.
and smoke from the left front.
I think that's just brake smoke. I don't think that's anything burning up.
That's unfortunate. I hope it's something easy.
Yeah.
You always hope that it's just an electrical connector or some kind of gremlin, because, you know, qualifying into the podium sprint, he's not safe yet. There's still a couple more sessions to go, but he's put himself in a great spot, and I hope it's something easy he can just plug back in.
Yeah, he's in a very safe spot there, not in an impact zone at all, and they may, I don't see that they've even got local yellows out for him. Maybe they do.
He's tucked pretty far off track there. I'm sure they've probably got something standing over there, but again, I don't think he's in any kind of danger, so they might let this session go a little longer.
Yep.
And I would anticipate a checker pretty shortly. There's Ben Sirik in the 83. The Nissan 370Z. With the bumper cut a little bit, let some air out from underneath them. It's amazing how much rear bumpers act like parachutes. And the common track day mod has been to make sure that you keep airflow out from getting stuck underneath the car. And he's put that GRIDLIFE Street Class sticker right on the frame rail there on the back. And a 135.876 for Sirik. And that is just shy of his best lap of the weekend by 1/100th of a second. So he's right in the conversation of improvement. Really dig the look of these 370s as well. I mean, the 350, kind of a classic looking car, but the 370Z, one of those designs I think, I mean, it's fairly hefty looking, but it certainly is a design that stood the test of time.
Yeah, I think they definitely modernized the 350Z with the at least the looks with the 370Z. It is, you know, there's clear family lineage in the design, but it looks a lot more modern than the 350 did.
And looks like a little bit of, got held up there a little bit there from
that was unfortunate.
So Ben Sirik will be coming back to the checkered along with everybody else here in Group C. And for those wondering earlier, there was a conversation in the chat about what exactly the violation was for the Supra early on, Alex. We talked about the blend line. Explain what that exactly is. I think we sort of talked around it, but what exactly is the blend line rule?
So the blend line is a line that comes from the edge of the pit lane, essentially. It extends the pit lane onto the racetrack and at Autobahn, and it's used to merge traffic coming out of the pits into traffic that's already on the track. So the idea is that if you are coming out of the pits, you are not to cross that blend line until it ends. And we'll see here, hopefully, you can see that line just on the right-hand side of the track there, extends all the way around turn 1 here. So you're supposed to stay on the left-hand side of that line all the way through turn 1 and then merge into traffic and sort of around turn 2-ish. On this track, and the idea there is that it gives everybody on track the chance to see these cars coming out of the pits, and that they can safely merge together. What you don't want is, you know, a car that's committed to turn 1, barreling down the pit straight, which is they will be on the left-hand side of the track, so they'll be close to the cars that are coming out at 120, 130 miles an hour, let's say. And then a car coming out of the pits at maybe 60 miles an hour just hops across the track right in front of them, right? If you think about traffic on the freeway, you want the traffic to get up to speed and merge at the same speed, not merge in with a big 50 mile an hour speed differential. So tracks take it very seriously. When you come out of the pits, you must stay on the correct side of the blend line until that blend line ends. And that's what the Supra didn't do. They came out and immediately in the middle of turn 1 crossed that blend line. Now, at the start of a session like this, it's, you know, there isn't supposed to be hot lap traffic on the track already. So was it a dangerous situation? No, it wasn't a dangerous situation in this case. But it's important that the procedures are followed so that you don't get into this habit of sometimes it's okay to cross and sometimes it's not. Because then that's when mistakes are made. You know, another day, another session, they come in for whatever reason, check tire temps, go back out, and now they've just formed that habit of crossing the blend line.
Certainly. So, yeah, great explanation there, Alex. And unfortunately for Ryan Seiler, had to wait for the tow truck to go out there and attach a tow strap and pull this car out of the grass over there. Some kind of mechanical issue slowing him to a stop after qualifying into the podium sprint for now. Up next will be Group B. And yesterday, Alex, we didn't really get much of Group B in the second to last session of the weekend. I think maybe you had gone to get set for the GLGT car, so I had Dana Basinski with me. But there was a whole host of track cleanups and mechanical issues that basically meant Group B got an outlap, and that was it. And we were just gearing up for an epic battle between Peter Granberg and Mario Moroni, who are two drivers fighting for the championship. They're the blue and white BRZ in that shot, and then the purple and blue Civic that are about third and fourth in line there. And they're going for a championship. Peter Granberg's not going to Laguna Seca, but Mario Moroni is. And that was going to give him an advantage. If Moroni could beat Granberg here and then go to Laguna Seca and pick up a win, the championship hangs in the balance.
Yeah, and I was watching from the trailer as I was getting ready and wondering when I needed to go to grid, because that obviously all impacted that as well. And I'm sure they were frustrated by the fact that that session essentially got scrubbed for them, but they would much rather it be that session than this one. This is the one that they want for the weekend.
Yeah, so again, as soon as we get Ryan Seiler pulled back to the pit lane, there's other cars on the racetrack. We'll keep an eye on a few different categories, but Club TR, the gray stickers are the one that you'll be watching, and specifically the white, blue, and pink BRZ and the blue and purple Civic and Trail. There's a whole bunch of others to keep an eye on as well in this session. We also have to note that in Club TR, at least, Mike Bryant in the number 94, it's a silver NCMX5. He's now on the outside looking in as far as podium sprint is concerned. I'm not sure if he's aware of that. Given that he's helping me on the broadcast this weekend, I'm sure he's tuned in before this to know that he has to improve his lap time to get there. But King Tao will be on the cut line with a 1:32.549. So that's the time to beat now when we get into this session.
Interesting here that they stopped while towing. Oh, just waiting for the track worker to get in the truck. That makes sense. But they'll be towing that car in, and we'll be getting ready to release cars here very soon, I imagine. Yeah,
they'll probably get about halfway around the racetrack. There's a couple different places to pull cars off here at Autobahn Country Club, and given that it's a relatively new track design, Alex, one of the things that track designers have learned over the years is providing a number of different cutouts and places to extract cars will help keep things moving. So there's a couple different places to pull off. There's a look at Autobahn Country Club. Look to the top of your screen. That is the north course there. There's cars rolling on that. Two completely separate circuits, Alex. They can run independently or combined. And then just to the north of that, you can see the Union Pacific Railroad's major intermodal terminal, where thousands of containers are processed every day off of trains from all over the country, put on trucks and shipped to the entire Midwestern area.
Yeah, it's crazy that the place that this country club is kind of buried in this very industrialized, very starkly industrialized area here. It's an interesting facility for sure, and pretty unique in that regard.
Yeah, certainly beautiful. There's lots of trees around the outside of the facility to sort of put up that barrier between the containers and things, but on the north course there's a couple of containers stacked up. Gives you a little reminder of where you're parked. Here's a look at go ahead, Alex, I'll let you.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I mean, we go to tracks like Lime Rock Park, Road America, places like that, and you feel that there's a little bit of sort of landscaping engineering type stuff to keep the racetrack contained to the racetrack and not bleed out into the surrounding areas and annoy the surrounding areas. You kind of feel the opposite here. that all of that landscaping engineering is to kind of keep the starkness of the outside area out of this beautiful facility that we have.
Yeah, screeching train wheels and horns and bells and all sorts of other things. Man, they're so loud out there, Alex, disturbing the peace of the racetrack.
Exactly.
Here we go. Green flag for Group B for the GRIDLIFE Track Battle Championship. The final qualifying session of the weekend. These are the two we're following in Falcon Club Club TR rather. That's Peter Granberg, championship leader, Mario Moroni, who I believe is fourth in the standings right now. But Moroni, again, has a number of second place finishes. Peter Granberg has won 2 events. But again, as we did the math the other day, if Moroni were to somehow pull out the win here, he'd have 87 points to 91 if Granberg were to finish second. So just those 2 positions changes would bring Moroni within 4 points of the championship lead. He is currently behind by 8.
Yep, and they both have records this weekend, right?
Yep.
They'll both get a point for the drivetrain records, if I understand that correctly.
You got it.
And we saw that Mario, in the last session that they actually ran, we saw Mario get within 1/10 of a second of Peter's time for the weekend. So absolutely nip and tuck here, not much in it for these guys.
I wonder how close Maroney is going to chase Granberg. And again, they're both going for super fast laps here. I think having the rabbit to chase probably isn't a bad thing for Maroney, provided that they're sort of on similar strategies, given that they're on the same tire. I think they'll be sort of running similar amount of laps here. And took everyone else a lap or two to build up to full speed. We'll probably see the same thing here, but green flag out, and here comes Granberg. Local driver, Chicago-based. And he's been here lots.
Yep, K-Power obviously, K-Power obviously helps Peter a lot, and he works with them extensively. They are members here, and so they can do a lot of testing here, and I'm sure Peter has a lot of laps here in that car.
That will help. The track knowledge will be of assistance. I think the other thing that helps a lot here in Club TR, you talk about front drive versus rear drive, a little bit more drivetrain loss in the rear-wheel drive cars. That'll affect you much more on the larger tracks, like a Road America, for example. So I think, maybe slight advantage to the rear drive cars at a place like this, where handling in those long corners are sort of paramount. And there's the gap between them right now.
Yeah, it looks like, the gap looks bigger than it was at the start of the lap. I wonder if Mario's just warming up a little bit more than Peter, giving himself a little bit more space, and Peter's more on the cars in front of him, and definitely pushing as we see him go at least one wheel off there and off the curbs.
Yeah, so Daniel let me in on some strategy that Peter Granberg does. He'll run his warm-up lap and then pit in and wait for clear tracks. So we'll see if he'll do the same thing this morning that he planned in yesterday afternoon session. But I would expect, based on what we saw yesterday, for Granberg to pit and Maroney to stay on the road. But Granberg might feel like this is an optimal session. He's going to stay on the road.
Yeah.
And let's see what he's got.
I think it's such a risky strategy, and we see a number of drivers do something similar as well, and they're setting 133, 134 lap times. I think 132 was the record yesterday, was it?
31.4.
Oh, 31.4, okay.
And 31.5, and they're all exactly a 10th apart. 31.413 to a 31.513.
Okay, so they are a little bit off the pace there. But yeah, that strategy of waiting till later in the session, I think, is such a risky one. When you go massive slide through turn 5 there for Peter, that wouldn't have done him any favors, as much fun as it was to watch. But yeah, the risky strategy, you go out now, you're in the position that you should be in, right? The cars in front of you should pull away from you slightly, and you should pull away from the car behind you slightly as well. So in theory, you should have clear track for the first, 2-3 laps here, as everybody's in the correct order. Also, you get to set the lap time. For as long as we have green flag racing here, you get to be on the track and setting times. If you pull into the pits and wait, when you come out, when you decide to go out, you're not guaranteed, and big block up there from Maroney, you're not guaranteed to be in traffic amongst the cars that are the same pace as you. You may end up catching traffic, or you're at much bigger risk of catching traffic. You're also at the risk of the session ending early because of an oil down or an incident that happens as well that can kind of ruin things for you. So there are some advantages that the drivers are seeing to try and let the track come in, let the track get cleaned off, try and get optimal conditions for when their tires are in optimal condition. But there's certainly risk that comes along with that. And we saw that a couple of times yesterday in Group A and also in Group B.
31.8 for Mario Maroney into the 31-second bracket. There you see last lap delta. Mario Maroney 7/10 faster than Peter Granberg. So that front-wheel drive car coming up to temp a little quicker and coming up to grip a little faster. But we'll see if Granberg can respond here.
Yeah, Peter had that big slide into turn 5, so that lap was shot the moment that happened, and he's let Mario by as well. So I think this lap as well is not going to be a fast lap for Peter by design this time.
Let's see if Maroney picks up this time. You see top of the screen, 131.880, second fastest of over 60 cars that we've seen so far in these 230 horsepower cars.
Yeah, we saw a big lock up into 11 last time. That's actually pretty good from Mario.
Oh.
Big slide from Peter there. As Peter's getting ready to go on a push lap, I think.
Here comes Mario, leaving turn 14, now 15. 31.413 is time to chase to be the top seed, and 31.385. New track record in Falcon Club TR. And I think that's an overall record as well.
That is the overall record. I think Peter had the 31.4 yesterday as the record. Oh, sorry, on Friday he set that time.
That will put him not only as the top seed for Podium Sprint, but also the new record holder in front-wheel drive and overall in the category. And that's a really wicked lap. And Peter Granberg's going to be on it and giving the point by, you see top of the screen,
yeah.
The previous front drive record was Mario from yesterday at that 31.5. He's reset it again this morning. Granberg gets the point by. Nice cooperation there. We'll see if the 511 can steal it back.
Yeah, really good sportsmanship from both of these guys. Peter made it very easy for Mario to get by right before Mario set that lap time, and then Mario returning the favor here. These guys are battling head to head. They want this from each other, but the sportsmanship of you want to beat your competitor when your competitor can deliver their best, and that's just great sportsmanship from these guys.
Watch Mike Bryant as well, just popped into 5th place on the bottom of the timing and scoring in Club TR. He needs a 32.549 or better to knock out King Tao and put himself in the Podium Sprint later. Granberg charging 11, a little bit behind in the steering. They're leaving the chicane, but again, needs a little bit more to reset his own record. He's got the rear-wheel drive record for the weekend. I don't think anyone's going to compete with them there, but it's about going into the Podium Sprint as the top seed. Cross the stripe for Granberg. Picks up a 132.564, but it's not quite as quick as he did yesterday. Actually, it's a 32.090, but 0.6 slower than yesterday. See if he can go again. I think the car's got more to offer him.
Yeah, it does look like he's going again. Looks like he's still on it. See the sparks from that splitter hitting the ground in that braking zone.
Ross Ligabell, nice heads up driving there in the street class E46. King Tao, 131.8 by King Tao in the 23. That's going to knock out, I think that'll knock out Seiler at that 32.5. So now the cut line is at Stan Feingold now at a 32.368. No, he's 3.4 right now.
Yeah.
And look at Mike Bryant, a 32.382. It's going to be thousandths between Feingold and Bryant to qualify into the Podium Sprint later.
So this has looked like a pretty tidy lap from Peter here. This is looking pretty good. Coming into the last corner here.
Turn 13 for Peter Granberg, still hunting down Mario Maroney now at that 31.385. Across the stripe for Peter Granberg. No pickup.
No improvement.
So now the battle and focus shifts to Feingold and Bryant, and I think that's going to be the battle for our cut line. So with Peter Granberg, I think he's still going to go for another one.
Certainly using all that track and looks like he's pushing for sure.
Feingold, no pickup that time. Just saw the yellow on the timing and scoring. Stays at the 32.348. It might be enough by 0.04 of a second. Look at this, 34 thousandths between Bryant and Feingold. Again, with King Tao jumping up to that 31.8. Here's the 94 of Mike Bryant. He's been helping us on the GLTC commentary this weekend. And the little NC that could needs a little more.
Another good-looking car. We've got so many good-looking cars.
He does it. 32.043 for Mike Bryant, and by 0.3 of a second puts himself in Podium Sprint. Wow. So right now it's Granberg, or it's Maroney, Granberg, King Tao, then Mike Bryant. And who's the last car in at the moment? It was Feingold at a 32.368. I think this is our top 5, actually, isn't it?
I think so.
In this order, basically. Maybe Granberg would be up seated in second place, but
yes,
this is a phenomenal battle. And Mike Bryant just finding a little extra time, and look how close things are there inside Club TR. Great heads up there to bail out of the way. I think he's happy with that. A 32 flat for Mike is 0.8 better than yesterday.
That's a huge pickup, and very good job for him.
And here's Stan in the 86 K24 Toyota 86. He's on another quick lap here. And he's actually, I think, picked up a win this year, if I recall correctly. Might have been, yes, it was Midwest Festival where Podium Sprint went his way. So we know that format has been kind to him.
Yep.
And his season, by the way, only 3 rounds. So if he were to even finish second this event, he's right in the conversation for the championship lead. Remember that your championship in the GRIDLIFE Track Battle Championship consists of your best 4 rounds. He's only competed in 3 with a third, a second, and a first. If you add a podium to that list, we're going to have a 5-way fight headed into Laguna Seca.
That's great. That's fantastic. And Peter, I wonder if this doesn't go his way today, if you'd be reconsidering that Laguna trip.
I think you're right. I mean, looking at the championship, how important it is, how critical it's been to perform at a high level everywhere. You don't want to go to pit race on the back foot.
No, for sure.
This category, Club TR, has been thrilling. We've seen grids of over 30 cars. It captures so many common track day mod vehicles, Alex, but the competition level is so fierce and a great diversity of vehicles. It's been a lot of fun. Look at street class as well. Let's talk about them for a little bit. The blue stickers on the car. John Laughlin at a 32.5, and that is a couple hundreds quicker than he went yesterday. Aaron Reckadall still the second quickest. We have not yet seen Andy Holst yet this session. I think he's saving his tires for the podium sprint. Ross Ligabell is going to be qualified into the podium sprint, and Jan Wildner as well. So your top 5 should stay pretty much the same. Here's a look at Mira in the 103. This car had a big moment yesterday with a turbo failure. They bolted a new turbo onto it. It seems to be doing just fine now. 131.766 in street mod.
Yeah, that was a spectacular failure, but didn't look like it infected the track too much. Didn't look like there was a ton of track cleanup that we were kind of scared of when it first happened. But a lot of smoke, which was pretty exciting.
So here's maybe the wild card as the checkered flag just came out. The wild card here for Club TR is Ian Flavin. He's 6th right now, and the time he would need, his final picked up to a 31.918. That's a really solid lap. So that becomes the cut line. Is a 31.918, and so Flavin needs 1.3 seconds to get there in that 199. That's that blue FRS we just saw circulating.
What was the overall record before this weekend for Club TR?
Slower than what they've all been doing. I'll pull it up, but it's.
I mean that's wild. If the cut line for podium sprint now is you have to break the record. Like coming into the weekend, you had to break the record to get into podium sprint.
Yes, the previous record was a 132 flat by Peter Granberg. So to get into podium sprint, yes, you need to break last year's record.
That's crazy.
All 5 sprint qualifiers quicker than 2024's track record. The amount of push in this class and all the classes in GRIDLIFE Track Battle and the pursuit of the perfect lap. This is the story, right? It's a little bit harder to tell sometimes than this guy's in front of the other guy, Alex, but it doesn't mean it's any less compelling.
No, and we look at that down in 9th for this session. 9th place, Peter Granberg's 32.0, which is, I think we would say not what we expected to see. A little bit disappointing from him this morning. That matches the record, and now the pace of advancement in some of these classes now means that is a disappointing time for Sunday morning. Just wild the way everything just keeps on marching on, and you just can't stop it. Can't stop this progress.
Wow. This is so fun, and we're not even done yet, Alex. The fastest cars of the weekend are on track next. I would just like to mention, though, watch that ticker scroll. Look at Mario Moroni in second place with that 727 car. And look at how many cars we have in this ticker. It's going to scroll one more time. We have had 58 cars on the racetrack, and a 228 horsepower or some odd Honda Civic from the 1990s is second overall.
Yeah, that's also wild.
On 255 with 200 treadwear street tires, nonetheless. Yeah. I mean, a lot of Club TR cars are up in that mix. And again, a track like this seems to benefit them a lot. Again, not a lot of straightaway, but the handling and performance of cars like that are just unbelievable. And for reference, they're just a hair quicker than Eibach GLTC race cars. So, I mean, those are not street legal for the most part, and they're pushed all the way to the limit of around the 220 to 230 horsepower range for four-cylinder cars. And here we are in Club TR, just finding the absolute edge of the limit.
Yeah, very similar rule set between GLTC cars and Club TR cars, actually. Just subtle differences in terms of, you know, Club TR's based on what modifications you're allowed to make for the most part, whereas GLTC is power to weight ratio. So there's no theoretical upper limit on the power that a Club TR car can make. Just a minimum weight, and it's restricted by the types of mods you can do to the engine. Whereas GLTC, you can use any engine you want, but you're limited in how much power you can make.
So, Group A on track here, Alex. Fastest cars of the weekend.
Yep, and this is a good shot of everybody going around that blend line on the driver's left-hand side of the track that we can see. They're just staying to the left of that line, and right about now they're free to cross the track, as we saw that Corvette do that.
Jeremy Salinius in that number 73. Cars headed out there. See the walls sort of close in on you over there. There's a couple areas of the racetrack that do just that. And it really kind of creates a funnel, makes it feel even faster.
It can be a little bit intimidating, yes.
And there's a look at high above here, the backside of the racetrack, the far sectors here at Autobahn Country Club. You come back towards us here at turn 11.
So who do we have on track? I don't think Jackie's going to be going out. I think I saw that he picked up a puncture yesterday, if I saw it correctly on Instagram. Is that Dewey leading everybody? No, that's a Civic, isn't it? Jimmy Rock leading everybody out, I think.
Yeah.
Oh, Jackie is out there. So Jackie pushing through turn 3 there. $1 million corner.
So cars are now rolling around the backside of the racetrack here. I heard that one of the RX-8s in the previous session took out a strand of fiber, Alex, so found a couple. Don't know exactly where or how that happened, but we've got a car that ran over some of our camera connectors, so we're going to be down a little bit, and we'll have timing and scoring on the left there for you, but keep an eye on the times here with Roman in Street GT, a 134.5. Eric Pilipchik, we saw a little earlier in the sessions here. But Jimmy Rock's on track. Andres Bertulis, Derek Carter, Jeremy Lauder in unlimited class. And again, maybe we'll see Tadas Karlinskis out on track one more time in the Lamborghini.
Yeah, I didn't see that car on that. I thought I caught a glimpse of Dewey out there, but I'm not 100% sure. Jackie's out there, obviously. Jimmy Rock here with 121.8. Which I believe is his fastest, isn't it?
121.8 for unlimited. Let's see where we were with unlimited class. Tadas Karlinskis did a 121.7, so we're within a tenth of a second. Jimmy Rock in that 927 unlimited car.
So yeah, I think that's Jimmy's best for the weekend. Certainly would be a new front-wheel drive record. for unlimited and overall. Doesn't look like Dewey is out there. Jackie is at 125.8, so not his quickest, by a second and a half-ish.
So watch Jeremy Lauder there, 132.110. And Jeremy Selenius up to a 31.4. Derek Carter picks up a little bit, but that's not a representative time there.
Here comes Jimmy again through the last turn. And he gets to a 120.8, so that is a new overall record, right?
There it is. Wow, Jimmy Rock. Well, yeah, you're right. I was dealing with an issue on my side here, Alex, but 120.840. Not only the unlimited track record for front-wheel drive, that's overall forever 120.8 for Jimmy Rock in that 927. So that's an unbelievable lap time.
Yeah, and once again, I mean, we were talking about the record, the overall record yesterday as being like a 122.9, I think, that was set by Andy Smedegaard in 2018. A record that has stood for 7 years, and now I believe that's been beaten by over 2 seconds in one weekend, and broken 3 or 4 different times as well.
Yeah, that's unbelievable, the amount of improvement we've seen across all classes. Look at Nick Hendricks at a 129.124 in Street GT, and that is that might be a record, maybe not quite a record in Street GT. I have to have a look here.
So I wonder, is that Lamborghini bolting tires on and getting down to pit lane in a hurry?
Yeah, I think you'd have to wonder if we'll see that. Here's Street GT track records. It was previously a 129.261. Ito Waxman last year. It has just fallen. Nick Hendricks a 129.124 here in the cool morning temperatures. Nick Hendricks and another C6 Z06 to the top of the board in Street GT.
Yeah, that's an awesome time. That's a really good time.
So again, apologies for the lack of cameras here. We just had a real conundrum with the car running over some very important cables, and that's going to hamper us here for the tail end of Q7. But looks like we're getting some back. Team's working pretty hard to get them all put back together. So big thanks again behind the scenes here. Jackie Ding is on track. No pickup. Chris Smith though, 128.1 for the 212 car, and for Chris Smith, that's only a 10th off of his best. This 212 is in good shape.
So what I would like to know is, we haven't seen Dewey, we haven't seen Jamie Santos yet. We have seen Cal Fortner. He also sometimes likes to sit in the pits. I would like to know if we have any cars on pit lane waiting to kind of go out and try and snipe some of these times towards the end of the session.
Derek Carter, look at him, 127.185 in that Mustang. Again, a long ways off from P1, but for Carter, that's a pickup for him. There he is in that red number 424.
There is that Street GT 06, I believe, that just reset the record for Hendricks.
I'm just blown away by Jimmy Rock's time there. That 120.840 is just unbelievably fast. And John Rode in Street Mod, we've been talking about how fast he's gone this weekend. He's only 6/10 off with that 128.012 from where he's been. Here's Jackie Ding across the line again, chasing a mid 124 was the fastest time we've seen him run. He's been unable to get back to that though.
Yeah, and what he really wanted was a 23. But let's go back to the unlimited battle here, the battle for the record in unlimited. We have a Lamborghini Huracan Super Trofeo battling against a Honda Civic for unlimited times, and currently the Honda Civic is on top, which is also just a wild concept to me, that we have, what was at the time an economy car that was when it was released to the public, obviously not much economy Civic left in that, but it's out there battling a purpose-built racing car, essentially. I mean, it has to have a VIN and what have you to be eligible, but it is essentially a race car that Civic is battling, and one of the best race cars.
Here's Jeremy Salinas in the number 73 across the stripe there. And no pickup there at 129.983 though for Salinas. That is personal best by 0.7 of a second on the weekend. And so with time running out here, again, Jimmy Rock is going to be in that podium sprint. I don't think we'll see faster than a 120.84, but Tadas Karlinskis, maybe, you know, you think he cares about the trophy or the record more, Alex?
When you're up in Unlimited, I think you care more about the record, especially, you know, when you're not coming for, you're not running a full season, you're out here to grab a record, I think, and so I think that he would, and it's pure speculation, I think he would care about the record more than the trophy, especially if he's actually competing that car in Super Trofeo and other categories. I don't think he is too worried about a GRIDLIFE trophy on his mantelpiece. He cares more about the fastest car to go around Autobahn Country Club.
Yeah, he's, of course, Tadas is down about a second now to Jimmy Rock in that number 927 Honda Civic. Andres Bertulis, keep an eye on him as well. 27.4, it was his best. But all those drivers will be in podium sprint together. That'll be real fun at the tail end of today. And here's Jamie Santos in the number 82 BMW 1M clone. Again, we've talked to him this weekend. He seems much more composed. This is not going to be a fast lap. I think he's still warming up the tires and getting set to go fast here, Alex. But he's got to be careful. We're getting pretty close to the end of the session here. Yeah,
I agree. I mean, I'm surprised to see him take a second warm-up lap here. Unless that was a push lap and he made a mistake somewhere. But he doesn't look like he's really on it right now. No, he's not on it right now.
No.
So I wonder if there's a problem with that car and he's just trying to kind of shake it out and feel it out, and the car's just not giving him what he wants right now.
Yeah, again, I would have thought that he would have been going to the green that time. You wait too late in the session, it would be a real bummer to get onto the power on the front straightaway and then immediately get a checker flag.
Yeah.
The bottom of the screen almost ran off there at turn 11. Such a heavy braking zone. It was such a tight chicane. Here's Lauder in this Chevy Camaro. Throttling up here at 27.2, his best so far, and it will probably not be an improvement that time. Didn't look to be.
Now, most of these cars that have been on track for a little while now are not setting their best times.
And again, there's the record from earlier, 121.726 by Tadas Karlinskis. Then Jimmy Rock beat that this morning.
By a full 9/10.
And look at what he did yesterday at 23.977. He ran, what, 3 seconds faster this morning? 3 seconds faster. He must have turned the boost up to murder mode.
Yeah, I mean, now Jamie's on it.
There we go. Ooh.
Going into start hot lap here. Unfortunate timing with traffic, but that's not much that could be done there.
And I think he'll be okay because that was the tail end of his warm-up lap. So we'll see what Jamie's got now. Did get to the line before the checker, really hot into turn 1.
Yeah, a little bit wide on the entrance of 1 there.
And again, he's also chasing. I mean, I'm not sure he'll get there.
Slide through $1 Million Corner.
Record for his drivetrain subcategory is a 125.8. I'm not sure he'll get there, but he's qualified into the podium sprint for now. So the focus turns to later this afternoon if he can't improve this morning.
Through turn 5 there. Looked pretty tidy through turn 5. I do kind of like this overhead shot here when you know which car you're looking at. It's a little hard to identify cars, but see him up at the top of the screen there going through turn 7. That's basically flat out. And then you've got a hard braking zone here to pick out turn 8. A little bit back on the power here, and then you're braking hard again for patience, and you really have to be disciplined through patience. Keep the car over to the right-hand side of the track. Looks like it went a little bit wide because you want to open this corner up for the long run down into turn 11. So now you got a little bit of time to breathe here and start thinking about picking out your braking point and making the turn. Turn 11, typically I want to grab a ton of curb here, as Jamie did, and run all the way out like he did there. You don't really care about opening up turn 12. And now we should be able to see him come through the last corner onto the back straight here to finish the lap. Probably a little slide from him, little bit, but pretty tidy there. Let's see how he does.
1:30.268, and that's about 2 seconds off of his best this weekend. Maybe he'll go for another one. I don't know. Well, he still looks like he's on it.
Pushing a little bit wide through turn 2.
Yeah.
He's definitely pushing. That's not going to help him, though.
Every time I watch Jamie drive, and this went back to Road America, the thing will look so ragged, and somehow it'll still make speed. So I hesitate to call it until I see the time across the checker. But man,
it's a lot like Jackie was in Jackie's early days. He just needs to tame it a little bit, and he'll be so fast. Well, he is so fast, but he'll be so much more consistently fast.
And look at that, just all alone on the backside of the racetrack. That is great news for him. He'll have no one in the way. Anders Bertulis edging closer to his best time of the weekend, 1:27.8.
Yep, so keep it tucked in now. Keep it nicely tucked in. Looks like he did a better job that time around. And this will be the last lap for him as the checker flags come out.
Last time down the backstretch. And the time he's shooting for to improve on his best lap is a 1:28.565.
Nice pan of the camera there to let us see him go through 12. And there you can see why it doesn't matter. Out of 11, running what looks like wide. Oh, and he 2 wheels off on the entrance to 13 there.
He caught that way better than I was expecting him to. And we'll see if he recovers well enough to have a decent time. And across the stripe for Jamie Santos, and it doesn't even land in the top 10, unfortunately.
No, I don't think that would have been any better for him.
1:29. Yeah, so 1:29.9 is still not a terrible lap time. It's only about 1.4 off of his best for the weekend, including that big scary moment.
Yeah.
So let's have a look at our results here for the GRIDLIFE Track Battle Championship. For qualifying number 7, we saw improvements basically everywhere. Mike Jansen up at the top of the order, reset the track record here. Lennon Radcliffe, Sam Dooling, Nick Berg, David Best. Those are your 5 qualifiers for the podium sprint as well. They're also the fastest drivers of the weekend. And in Club TR, Alex, same story there. We saw an exceptional battle up at the very pointy end of the field as we navigate to the next category. Falcon Club TR. Here's Mario Moroni at a 1:31.385, taking the fastest time we've ever seen in Club TR. King Tao, what a great run there. And then Stan Feingold, Mike Bryant, Peter Gramberg, those will also be your top 5. Not in that order, but that's your top 5 for podium sprint. Move on to street class now. There's John Laughlin, Isaac Ambrose, Aaron Rekadal, Ross Ligabel, and Jen Wildner. And I think same story here. It works out such that all these 5 drivers that we just mentioned at the top of the order are going to be your podium sprint competitors. Jen Wildner in that 240 SX will be fun to watch. Nick Hendricks resets the Street GT record over Ryan Matthews, Adam Roman, Eric Pilipchik, and Nicholas Alpin. And Jerome Kuhuzak is going to be done for the weekend. His story ends in qualifying number 7. John Road, Cal Fortner, Jeremy Selenius, top 3 here in this session. But in Street Mod, we're going to also have representation from Dewey DeWitt. And I think that will mean that Brian Van Orsdal will not be in the show later today. Good run there for the 103 car after the turbo failure yesterday. And then in track mod, Jackie Ding has just been getting closer and closer to his fastest lap from earlier in the weekend. But Ding, Smith, Moore, Alex Roy, Adam Spence, the top 5 in this class. You're going to see Jeremy Boysen later today in the podium sprint. In Unlimited, Jim Rauch resets the Unlimited and overall track record here at GRIDLIFE's Autobahn Country Club South course. There he is in the 927. Derek Carter, Jeremy Lauder, 2nd, 3rd, with Anders Bertulis in 4th. Let's have a look at the highlights here from the track battle group here as we get going for the GLTC warm-up in the background. But here's a look. It was the Falcon Club SE category out early, and Leonard Radcliffe paced the session on early before Mike Jansen took over and not only broke the record again, but then it did it again and again and again. Now Ruccetti out there pacing early moments in street class. Later in the session, Falcon Club TR, all-out brawl in the top 5 there. Records reset, and to be in the podium sprint, you had to be faster than track record from last year. Peter Gramberg will be qualified second for that podium sprint later today. Jackie Ding unable to pick up in the track bot class, but still is the top seed going into that group. Jimmy Rock resets the GRIDLIFE track record, now a 120.9 here on GRIDLIFE's Autobahn Country Club South Course. And with that, GRIDLIFE track battle qualifying is complete. Podium sprint will be later today. All right, we're back here live from Autobahn Country Club and GRIDLIFE Chicagoland, sorting out how to handle the afternoon because we have some things to work on with some cables getting cut there in the GRIDLIFE track battle group. Cars are on track now here for GRIDLIFE warm-up for the IBOT GLTC series. Mike Bryant joins me now, qualified in the podium sprint.
Yes,
by the skin of your teeth. That was a really exciting session. Everyone in the Podium Sprint Club TR had to break the previous track record.
Yeah.
So that's got to feel good. You're still sweating, so debrief that one with me.
No, it feels fantastic, and I think it speaks to the level of competition and how this class is evolving. That's what we have to do just to be in the top 5 now. Frankly, I was out there. I was pushing pretty hard, saw 32.4 come up, and didn't feel comfortable with that. Pushed a little harder, got the 32.0, and decided to back off, see if I could save some tires. It sounds like I was maybe a little bit overconfident in what a 32.0 meant in that session. So I thought that was going to put me in there pretty safely. And then King Tao runs a 31.8, and Stan busted out a 31.9 on his last lap. And so I guess I cut it a little too close. Huh?
Yeah, it was pretty spicy. The Podium Sprint's going to be a lot of fun later today. We look forward to seeing you out there in your silver NC. Cars on track right now, IBOT GRIDLIFE Touring Cup. This is just a warm-up here. I don't even think it's getting timed right now, Mike, so just giving everyone an opportunity to circulate. It's been a pretty exciting weekend up at the pointy end of the field between Eric Catil, Matan Rosenberg, and Andy Smedegard, who, I spent some time talking to Andy yesterday in that GT86.2. Q, he calls it. I fit so well in that car. I asked him what he would sell it to me for. He said about 40 to 50 grand.
Hey, that's a deal.
That's a deal for a front-end GLTC car. I mean, that formula with that F824 out of the newer GR86 and the older first-generation FRS BRZ chassis, he's got something figured out there.
You know, we were over in the paddock last night as well. I've got two buddies, Stan Faingold and Ian Flavin, that are both in the same chassis. Stan's K-Power, and Ian is F824, and they're trying to figure out what magic he's doing as well and what they can play with, because he's doing it with theoretically less power and more weight, and he's still running those times. It's pretty amazing. Yeah,
really, really solid stuff. And again, I'm not sure we'll see every car on the racetrack here in warm-up. I think there's still some drivers that are dealing with some issues. We heard Natalie Letos yesterday tore the splitter off in a race, so she won't be back on track, unfortunately. Thankfully, other than that, we've had fairly low attrition in the Touring Cup Series. Of course, knock on wood for that. This racetrack has been tough on the time attack field this weekend. Is there anything about this track that makes it tough, or is it just sort of random draw?
I think this track is very technical, right? It's very flowing, and it does require a lot of confidence and a lot of willingness to throw the car through the corners and expect that it's going to catch. And so in some ways, that gives you the confidence to push harder than maybe you would elsewhere, and sometimes it can bite you. From, you know, a maintenance standpoint, the curbs aren't really bad. This isn't Road America, right, where it's going to shake your car loose or anything of that nature. And the straights aren't long enough where you're really wringing the neck out. So I think it's just a matter of being a little bit of a deceptive track.
Having a look here at some lap times, they are running timing for this. Sometimes for warm-up, they don't bother. Here, Mike, just to give everyone, you know, they don't want necessarily people competing in warm-up. It's just a shakedown. But just for reference, Joel Shukla at the top of the board, Blake Korth in that 614 Porsche up in the mix. And that's a pretty solid drive for him. But again, just a lap or two to get everything kind of cycled through the car. And they're in pretty good shape. It looks like 19 of our 27 made laps.
Yeah, I suspect the track is going to have quite a different condition going into their race later this afternoon. You know, certainly in the morning, the track's a little bit cooler. The sun hasn't been beaten down on it quite as much. So this is probably just a good time to make sure that everything is working, make sure you don't have any rust on you from overnight, and that everything is good. So.
Yeah, there's Korth in that Porsche Cayman, purchased from Aaron Lichty and the winning formula. That car is race winning here in Eibach GLTC. And he had a top 10 with it in the points in his debut weekend at Midwest Festival a couple of rounds ago. And right up, it's pretty, look at the top 5 times all within 0.2 of a second. I mean, I know it's just warm-up, Mike, but the track's fast this morning.
It is.
And when the track's fast, it allows the drivers and cars to show how close they are. Lena Chin, by the way, top 5 in both the races yesterday. She's having a fantastic round, and I look forward to seeing her do even better here this morning.
Yeah, and she's really keeping it clean while she's out there too. So she's going fast and not causing any havoc. That's got to be a good weekend. That's got to feel really great.
Yeah, let's have a look at our results here for the warm-up. I know not a lot to look into here. It's just a practice session, but Salil Shukla at the top like we talked about. Jake Jornstad, good to have him back in the top 10 after that scary moment yesterday in race 1. Same with Michael Pagano, Lena Chin, and Piero Pucci in his first ever weekend, doing a nice job there.
Well, you know who I see at number 3 too is Matt Walbaum. So they got that worked out.
It was a differential.
No kidding.
Yeah, so it looked like a motor, but it was not. He said he heard it coming too. He was hoping that it was he heard the whirring in his helmet, and was hoping that it was the Corvette, sort of the sound in phase in his ears, but it ended up being the differential. So for ASM, that's like, you know, changing a filter
right
at that point. Joe Tulo, Zach Lavoie, Di Wynn, and Rory Lowenberg. We got more on Zach Lavoie we'll talk about in race number 3 later today. Zach Mortimer, Matt Beck, Robbie Veerhout, Richard Sawicki, and Ronald Till, the only other drivers to run here in GridLife Touring Cup practice. Well, we're going to step away for a couple minutes time because we've got GridLife full course drift, so enjoy some sights and sounds and skids here if you're here at the racetrack, if you're here on YouTube. We'll be back with commentary for the GridLife Rush Series warm-up in about 20 minutes time. Then GLGT warms up, and then we go racing for the first time today. Eibach GridLife Touring Cup Race 3 at 10:35.
track, bred on the mountains, raised on the podium, ready for anything and everything. Learn more about our entire line at falcontire.com.
These are my race treads for when the road ends.
These are my race treads for shredding the slopes.
These are my race treads for setting the hook.
Racetreads.com. Tires for every adventure.
Every lap, every race, every bit of paint traded for every hard-fought place. Every checkered flag and trophy raised. Every ounce of dirt, sweat, and gears. They're all jammed inside every can of NOS Energy. Go ahead, open up a can.
signal. Do you want to try in there?
Just a line up.
Okay. Check. 1 2 1 2. Testing 1 2 3. Check. Audio test. 1 2 3.
Okay, you have it in there. I don't have signal. So this is out here shooting, so I'm not receiving my headphones.
And I have testing audio. He has audio in there. I don't have signal here. Does it still work? You know what I mean? It's check. Okay. So all right, Kyle. Should be good to go. Yeah. Check.
Yes, you. Test 1 2. Check. And mic check 1 2. Good. Let me know when you're ready to go. Hi, buddy.
Hey, buddy. First man, are we ready?
I'm ready.
Can I say happy birthday?
That's what I'm here for, Zach.
Are you so good? You're great. All right, I'll be quiet. You do.
We had a car tear up a bunch of fibers. They're fixing that right now.
Oh, so we have time.
Sort of. It shouldn't put the track in delay, but the stream's in a little bit of a limbo.
You good this morning?
Yeah.
I love your girlfriend. She's so good.
She's lovely.
Let me know when you're ready to go. What was that? I'm ready. I'm relaxing.
It sounds like we're live.
noise going into the microphone head. You got it?
GRIDLIFE Chicagoland's round 7 of 9 of the 2025 GRIDLIFE competition season here at Autobahn Country Club's South Course. I'm Kyle Heyer, be joining you for this third race of the weekend, the penultimate race of our 7th round, and have a look there at the cars on the grid. And the weather is absolutely beautiful today, sunny and 76 degrees, just a little bit of a breeze out of the northeast here and 75% humidity. There's a look at Autobahn Country Club, nestled in Joliet, Illinois, amongst a wide range of industrial buildings and centers around here, major shipping hub for all of the Midwest and North America. And the cars getting gridded up here, part of the IBOC GLTC Championship. And so far this weekend, it's been Eric Cattell winning both races so far. Andy Smedegaard, runner-up both times, and Matan Rosenberg right there in the conversation in 3rd place. Of course, again, here at GRIDLIFE Chicagoland, 2.1 miles around this 15-turn circuit, and the GLGT cars just coming off track here for their morning warm-up. Of course, we've got 2 races left, this race here and then a race this afternoon where we invert a random grouping of the field, and we'll get cars on track here in just a moment's time. But Eric Cattell chasing the championship in his number 82 hybrid racing EG. And there he is in that green and white Honda Civic as he gets ready to go racing here. Starts on pole. Joining me now to my left is Mr. Mike Bryant, who's running in Falcon Club TR here this weekend. And there's a look at the driver that's won everything so far here this weekend, Eric Cattell. And he has to win a whole bunch of races, Mike, if he wants to win this title against Matan Rosenberg. And here he rolls off grid.
Just like you said, this was going to be a guy to watch for this weekend, and he's putting it down like you had anticipated. So it's really cool to see.
And here we'll have a look at the starting lineup here for this race, because we've got about 27 cars here. The attrition level has thankfully been pretty low this weekend in GRIDLIFE IBOC Touring Cup. There's Eric Cattell on the front row in the number 82 alongside Andy Smedegaard. Then it's Tony Marchev in 3rd place. Matan Rosenberg starts in 4th. Matt Waldbaum rolls off to the inside of row 3 alongside Lena Chin. ASM teammates there in 5th and 6th. Louis Chatroop starts in 7th place in the number 26. Ayrton Grimm starts in 8th place in the number 2. Blake Korth, strong effort there yesterday, starts in 9th alongside Jim Smith in the number 130. Zach Lavoie, it's birthday day for his mom. Happy birthday to Debbie Lavoie. He rolls off in 11th place. Then Eric Jensen in 13th place. Julio Crispin in 14th in the number 350. Dai Win and Jake Jorenstad start in row number 8. Starting in the 9th row, it's Dakota Pionic in his 2nd ever GRIDLIFE Touring Cup weekend. Piero Pucci alongside him in 18th. And Joe Tulo and Zach Mortimer in row number 10. And the last handful of rows here for our 3rd race of the weekend. Matt Beck in the 67. Robbie Vierhout in the number 95, 21st and 22nd. Then Rory Lonergan and Richard Sawicki. And rounding out the tail of the field here, be Michael Pagano in the 155. Now, I got a little bit of an update from Richard Sawicki that the spindle nut came loose on his MX-5. He drove an hour north of Chicago to get new parts, got the car together last night. They were in warm-up. They said they were going to be able to make this race, but they don't have ABS, Mike. So how important is that at a track like this?
That's really important at a track like this. That's going to be a much tougher effort, especially if it's not something that you're familiar with driving with. I know a lot of NANBs don't run ABS to begin with, but if you've had it for a while and now suddenly you don't, that's going to be something to keep an eye out for. I'm sure you can pull it off, but yeah, not exactly what you're looking for going into race 3. Herculean effort, though, to get that resolved, to drive that hour. That's the kind of grit that we love to see in GLTC.
So cars are headed up onto the back straightaway here, and yesterday, you know, the 2nd race of the day, we had sort of strange weather conditions where we had hail and rain and all sorts of stuff that made the grass in the, ooh, is there trouble for one of our front-running cars? Is that Tony Marchev in the Corvette that's dropping to the rear? And that is problematic for our 4th place starter. That's heartbreaking. He's been so solid this weekend. Now, the other thing to note here, Mike, you cannot fill that spot. Matt Waldbaum cannot move up forward. They're going to leave the gap in traffic, and we'll hopefully get Tony Marchev limped back around to the pit lane, but unfortunate.
Not exactly something that you practice for, right, when somebody drops out of that. So good head on his shoulders for Waldbaum. Make sure he doesn't take that spot. It'll make the race start interesting here in a second.
It will. Matt Waldbaum should be able to jump up the inside, maybe come out of turns 2 and 3 in 3rd place. But Eric Cattell and Andy Smedegaard, as they battled yesterday and at Lime Rock Park in Lakeville, Connecticut last month, they're door-to-door at the start of this race. Here we go. Green flag, and race 3 is underway for IBOC GLTC. 3 wide in the back, but into turn 1. Smedegaard charges hard into turn 1. He wants this lead back.
He really sent that deep. Let's see if he can get the rotation and cover off for turn 3.
Now a little bit of dust kicked up there by Piero Pucci. A little bit of smoke and debris. I think, oh, big slide for Ayrton Grimm. Must be low grip there, leaving Millionaire corner there, but Joe Tulu pops line. Piero Pucci's got a problem as well. He's slowing up on the run to turn 4. And now Andy Smedegaard and Catil door to door. Remember that we're down a couple of cameras because of a fiber cut in the track battle sessions. We'll do what we can. Max flying the drone, and they're still side by side off towards turn 6. And Smedegaard clears Catil for the lead.
Catil's still got a little bit of overlap up, and he decides to tuck back in, leading into turn 8 here.
And it took Catil a little while in race 1 to wrestle the lead away from Andy Smedegaard. But when he got in front, he was much quicker. So it really seems like Andy's car is better from the get-go in that 212, maybe by virtue of having a bit more weight to get those tires up to temp faster. But once they reach their peak, that hybrid racing EG Civic is absolutely electric. And in behind, Matt Waldbaum has gotten around Matan Rosenberg. And for Rosenberg, he needs to play defense here a little. I know he's going to Laguna Seca and will likely pick up some wins out in California. But if Catil wins more races here this weekend, the championship fight's going to be real tight going into pit race.
Absolutely. It looks like we're getting a little bit of gap between first and second. I've noticed a very different line going into turn 8. Different braking zone, basically, for Smedegaard compared to Catil. And that worked well for him in the earlier races. Let's see if it pays off here. Matan going for a move.
Yeah, he went around the outside there to Waldbaum towards 1. And you see in the back of that shot, looking for a look on the outside of the number 90, but Andy Smedegaard in this FA24 swap car. He joked with me last night that I could have it for 50 grand. And as far as front-running GLTC cars go, that's actually pretty affordable. I mean, the drivers that are at the very pointy end of this field, they will spend up to 6 figures building their car. You don't need to do that, as shown by Andy, but drivers take a lot of pride in these builds, Mike.
I promise you can't build that car for that, so that'd be a great deal for you.
Into turn 6 on the far side, building a little gap. You note that yellow and black car bottom of the screen, Louis Chatroop. He has Ayrton Grimm right behind him, Blake Korth up a spot in that 614 Porsche Cayman. That's a little 3-horse race for 6th place right now with Ayrton Grimm, just 16 years old, just recently got his driving permit, but here he is in GLTC, just continuing to hound a driver that's been here for a couple of years in that K24 BMW M3.
Lou's doing a really good job through there. It looked like turn 6 got him a little bit. That's a really, really tricky corner, how you line it up to create the rotation that you're looking for without scrubbing too much speed there. Definitely in time attack, that's one thing, and then as you can see the difference in wheel to wheels, that means somebody can tuck up inside you every once in a while.
Yeah, so while the leaders head down into turn 11 and 12, Matt Waldbaum slipping around a little bit, but there's that battle for 6th place. We were talking about Lou Chatroop, Ayrton Grimm, Blake Korth. Korth and Grimm have been working together, sort of paddocked out of the same spot, but very different builds. There's the K-Series E36, sort of a unique build here.
Absolutely.
You expect this to be an inline 6, but here it is as an inline 4. Honda K24 powering that car, and then the 2-liter turbo MX-5 in trail.
Yeah, this is awesome. We've got BMW, Mazda, Porsche, and then Honda in the S2000. Jim's closing the gap on these 3 as well. So if they keep battling, that's going to open the door for him to tighten it up. Ayrton's got a good run through 4. Let's see if he can tuck it into 5 as well. 5's a big commitment corner, just a tap of the brakes into 5 and carry that speed all the way out. And this is that turn 6 that could be tough. Let's see how he approaches it.
Yeah, and Ayrton Grimm hounding Lou Chatroop right now in that yellow and black car. Easy to spot even at this long distance here. And Blake Korth in that much heavier Porsche Cayman. That's a car that I think is better suited to some of the larger tracks on the calendar, but really no more of those now. They're all 2.5 miles or less here to the end of the year. And a couple different 3-car packs there. One for 3rd place with Waldbaum, Rosenberg, and Lena Chin, and then one with Chatroop, Grimm, and Korth onto this back straightaway.
Yeah, Andy has really checked out up front. He's got a 2.5 lead on Catil right now, and it doesn't look like he's being challenged. So it'll be interesting. Like we said, Catil comes in strong, but I'll keep an eye out to see if he's actually able to tighten that gap as the race goes on.
Yeah, so Chatroop charging down here into turn 11, holding off Ayrton Grimm in that number 2, right ahead of Blake Korth. And while we watch Louis Chatroop hold off Ayrton Grimm, caught up with him yesterday. He's got a really interesting build and is a character all in himself. Here's Ayrton Grimm here in the paddock.
Look at this move.
Hi,
I'm Arrington Graham. I'm a 16-year-old race car driver, and I drive a Miata and a Rush SR. And I'm doing double duty this weekend at Autobahn, and I'll tell you, it's a hot one out here. You know, going from one car where you get all the airflow, and then going into that one where you have none of it, just raw heat, it's pretty cool. They're pretty comparable in some ways, but the Rush just handles better because it has better front end grip and all that. This track especially has actually been really intense on me because going through the fast corners, you just really get all those G-forces, and in that Rush, you get all of the G-forces, and it puts a toll on your neck. Kind of keep your head down, you know. There's gonna be a lot of hard times in your life, and you just have to keep powering through it like it's nothing.
While we were watching that, got around Lou Chatrup, and so did Blake Korth. So those two drivers move up together. That Porsche came in, though, lurking in the tailpipes of that CRP Mazda MX-5.
Yeah, might have been a little bit of teamwork there. Might have just seen the opportunity. That happens a lot when somebody can stick their nose in. And, you know, with the way that you've got to be protective of your line here, but giving enough racing room, sometimes that means that door stays open longer than you'd like it to.
Yeah, love these NCs, and you're part of the NC family there in Falcon Club TR. I think they look really good with the NC2 front bumper and a little bit of aero and some lowering. He's got some wide body on it.
He does. I do love it. I'm fanboying a little bit right now because I love seeing this car out here. I love seeing him wheel it. The fender flares might be something I need to go to in order to run some wider tire.
Yeah, he's got some, looked like he had some kind of weather stripping or something flapping around the windshield, which not going to be a performance deficit, but certainly could be distracting. But
just me out of things.
Just me out of things. Up to 6th place now, trying to run down Matt Waldbaum ahead of him. That group of 3 ahead is Matan Rosenberg, Matt Waldbaum, and Lena Chin. That's the battle for 3rd on the racetrack as well. And on the far side of the course, you see the turns 8, 9, and 10, the sort of looping section, 3 consecutive right-handers. And there's the gap bottom of your screen there between Smedegaard and Cattell. It's 2.3 seconds right now, and Andy has just set sail. But look there's your battle for 3rd. Matan Rosenberg in that Falcon Corvette leading the championship standings coming into this event. But again, with Cattell just chipping away, more wins in the wins column now for Cattell. That puts him at, what, 6 total on the season compared to the 8 that Rosenberg has. 2 more today would tie them up.
Just driving that average down like you were talking about, right?
Yeah, and of course, for average finishes, Cattell is better. So if they match wins, full course yellow now. And that's interesting to note. We haven't had a full course yellow this weekend in Ibach GLTC, so not sure what that's for. But with only 6.5 minutes to go, so the pace car's already picked up Eric Cattell. And let's have a look. Ronald Till leaving turn 3. Ooh, that looks like it could be motor. See Zach Lavoie there in the smoke screen. Again, happy birthday to his mom. But dodged out of the smoke there. Robbie Veerhout did the same. And if that's oil, Mike, that could be the end of this race.
That could be a bummer. That was some Days of Thunder looking type of stuff, though, coming through that smoke. Pretty epic looking. I know those guys were working on that car late into the night last night. So that's got to be very, very frustrating for him right now.
Yeah, so with that, Ronald Till's engine letting loose. So you see him actually parked out there outside of turn 4. So maybe it's not for fluid. Maybe they can just put him on a hook and drag him out of the way. And maybe we could resume here. But again, you always hope that you can get a restart, but with only 6 minutes to go, I would say it's a 70-30 we don't get back rolling, Mike. So opportunity, though, for Cattell. If we get a restart, what's your attack plan in that Honda Civic?
Oh, man, it's full tilt right off the bat. If I'm Cattell, I've got Rosenberg right on my bumper then, too, if we're at a yellow flag like that. And like you said, I need all the points I can. And Andy's been able to run away with this so far. You hope that he's used up his tires more than I have if I'm Cattell. And so I'm going to try and tuck that in, maybe even into turn 1.
Yeah, there's 2 cars over there. The other one, I think, is Piero Pucci in the 510. And he's been chasing some issues. Is either Piero or Dai Win?
I think that might be Dai, actually.
Yeah, you might be right. I thought I saw that the 510 have some issues on the opening lap. But you are right. It is the AAA to Dai Win. My mistake there. The 510 still up in the mix. So Dai's pulled off the driver's right. Pucci scored 17th right now, but they both have red 86s.
Dai might have just had to go to the restroom. We don't know.
Yeah, it looks, I mean, he's put himself in a perfect spot. I'm hoping that if we could just get this car pulled behind the wall, we could get a pretty quick restart here, in fact. So this is great for Cattell. Eats up a 2.6 second advantage that Smedegaard gained, and that gap was not cut. Where did Andy go? That's my question. I think the pace car might have picked up Cattell. I saw it ahead of Cattell, but not ahead of Andy. And the question is, where is the 212?
There he is.
Way around the course. So
what do we do in this situation? Does he hold off for the pace car to come through, or?
Well, we don't have any radio communication, but again, they had to get the pace car out there pretty quick, so they dispatched it as quickly as they could. And I would expect that the nicest way to resolve this would just be to have Andy drop back to let the pace car catch him. But the question is, will he be able to see that? That's really the ultimate question. Right. He's so far up the road. And it looks like what they're going to do, actually, maybe. They're just. Is there oil on track that they're dodging? I thought maybe they let the field go on by, but that wouldn't make a lot of sense now, would it?
I can't see the flag station to see if they've got the red and yellow debris flag out on the field or out on the track right now.
Well, everyone didn't follow the pace car. They just sort of drove wherever. So we'll see. Again, 20-second advantage. I wonder if maybe the corner workers can tell Andy to slow up here a little bit. But it looks like
he's backing off.
He is backing off. Good. And we should be able to get the restart, I hope, this time by as soon as they can get that car pulled back behind the wall. It's not too far from a safe area.
It's probably, it's a bit of a bummer for Andy because, like we said, he had pulled on a really strong gap. Kind of had the race all to himself there for the last couple of minutes. And this will be exciting if they do get us under green.
Yeah, good heads up on Andy there for realizing, again, as a leader, you're looking for the pace car once the yellow comes out, and your goal is to catch it. So it might be ahead of you. Most of the time it is. So it finally looks like he's realized that they're behind him, and he's going to slow up and get back behind it. And they have moved Till's car back behind the wall. Now they've just got the safety truck out there to contend with. And here comes the safety car to pick up Andy Smedegaard. And I would love to get lights out right now, but we'll see if that's the case here.
I don't think Andy likes seeing him out to pass him, even when it's a pace car. Looks like.
Well, let's see here. There's all sorts of jokes about Andy pacing the field, I suppose, isn't there, that we can make?
There we go.
There he is. And lights are still on. And again, it's always possible now. The one thing I like about IBOC GLTC is we run 15-minute races here, Mike, but those 15-minute races have a little bit of wiggle room. If we have the opportunity to do the extra lap that would get us a lap under green, we could do that. There's no official, like, okay, when the time's up, it's always up. If we have a little bit of time left in the window, we can do it. And looking at our schedule, we have the next event is the it's going to be the GRIDLIFE Rush Series race that is scheduled for 11:05. They typically have a 5-minute transition period. That would leave about 7 minutes left in the window, so 3 more minutes of pacing, another minute and a half for a real race lap, and then another 2 minutes for cool down. I think we could get it all done. And I didn't see a white flag, so maybe we'll get the green and the white together. Or maybe 2 laps, even if we're really lucky.
Looks like they pulled in the yellow at the start-finish.
All right. The drivers are already starting to weave back and forth, clean off their tires from all the clag that collects around this course. How are the marbles out there, Mike? You've been out there enough. This morning, probably not too bad.
Not too bad this morning at all. Outside of 4, they can be a little bit sketchy, and outside of 5 as well. But for the most part, it's not something to worry about too much. This is a pretty clean track. I picked up more just on the in laps than anything else. Yeah, it's not really hurting your runs through the corners, but certainly there is a fast line. You want to be sticking to that. And any time that you're in marbles, it's not just the marbles that are a problem. Something else is going wrong if that's the case as well.
Yeah, certainly. And we're talking about marbles, the little bits of rubber that come off the tires when you put a lot of load into them, and they get worse and worse throughout the day. Also, big factor in how many marbles are generated is how abrasive the racetrack is, how old the pavement is. But here at Autobahn Country Club, most of the circuit, 2004, it was paved. There's been a couple sections that have had some pavement added in recent years. But you'll note that timer's ticking down, but I think we'll probably get at least 1 lap of green flag racing here at the end. So Andy Smedegaard out in front has yet to win a race here this weekend. He won a couple at Lime Rock Park in the number 212.
That's still a really consistent showing to come out of the gates like that at Lime Rock, coming with the win, and then now you're fighting up front all weekend long as well. It's a good showing for the FA24.
So the 212 leads the way here. Andy Smedegaard is going to have to hold off Eric Catil because I think we're going to get a lap of racing in here. Lights are out on the safety car. Time to go racing here. Again, an IBOC GLTC race number 3. Packed up and ready to go. Catil chasing a championship. Smedegaard chasing another win sticker as they come up onto the front straightaway. Here we go. Will we get 1 lap or will we get 2? It is going to be a 1 lap dash. White flag and green, and we're underway here. And here comes Catil up the outside, Mike. He's going to try to steal this one away from the 212, but here comes Rosenberg, his championship rival.
I wonder if he's going to try it into 3 here. If he can get the run. Yeah, he's trying to put his car in place. Maybe an up and under.
Trying to over-under there. Andy, nice run there through turn 3. Chatroop and Grimm side by side. Grimm trying to hold off that spot. They thunder into turn 4. Catil, little slideways there, rear end stepping out on him, but he's within 2 car lengths of that GT86.
This is so much pressure for these drivers. When you know you've got 1 lap to get this done, your tires aren't at the temperatures they were at, but you've still got to sling it through the corner and not leave a door open.
Yeah, big stack up there for about 8th spot as Chatroop had a look at Eric and Grimm, but had to back out of it. So there's cars just trying to sneak up the insides of each other. Heading down to turn 8 for the final time. 3 car lengths between Smedegaard and Catil, but Catil has to be careful. Offense could end up being defense here with Rosenberg right there.
Yeah, Andy just looks so fast through turn 8. Puts on a lot of gap through that space. He's really got that corner figured out.
Dust kicked up in the background. A couple cars charging at each other into turns 9 and 10, but all looks fair and clean for now. Catil has nothing for Andy Smedegaard this time through as they thunder down the back straightaway for the final time in IBOT GLTC Race 3. Rosenberg closing in on Catil. That might be the battle we have to follow all the way back to the checkers, Mike.
Yeah, through 13-14. We've seen him going too wide all weekend long for that. I don't think it's going to happen this time.
Andy Smedegaard comes on through. This time it's a dominant performance by the 212 ASM FRS. Checkered flag. Andy Smedegaard wins race 3. Catil, 2nd place. Rosenberg right behind him. Then Matt Walbaum, Lena Chin, Blake Court. Oh, Andy spins at turn 1 in celebration and loops it.
I remember seeing him do that at Lime Rock, throwing the little drift action into play.
Jim Smith has some bumper dragging there on the 130. Eric Jensen up into 9th place. A little Shukla in 10th. But Andy in that celebratory mode. A little bit too much there into turn 1.
No harm, no foul now.
I think he's excited.
Yeah, it seems like it. He earned that win.
He did. I mean, a 1-lap dash, had to hold off one of the fiercest in the series. And with a build that's so simple relative to a lot of others in the field. And Andy has kind of been king of finding the formula.
Yep, absolutely. I think he puts a lot of time into suspension. I've seen on their YouTube channels, they've done a lot of work, or on their social media, done a lot of work with Motown specifically, visiting those factories. So I think they've put a lot of emphasis on dialing in the suspension setups here.
Let's have a look here at our results for IBOT GLTC race number 3. We did it. We made it through a 1-lap dash here at the end of the race. But Andy Smedegaard, we'll go back to page 1 here. We're looking at page 2. So Louis Chatroop just outside the top 10. He fell down there on the restart. There we go. There's page 1. Andy Smedegaard, 1.1 seconds. Eric Catil in 2nd place, just behind. Matan Rosenberg, though, does not like to see that 82 pick up more points. And again, we'll see how this shapes up the weekend championship as well. But Matt Walbaum, Lena Chin there, 4th and 5th.
Sure, he doesn't like seeing it, but a 3rd place result is still a good result on the weekend for Matan here.
And so while we're looking through results on the right-hand side of the screen, we'll have a look at the weekend points based on the finishing order of this race. And we'll see how things pan out there, because Catil had gotten 52 points up to this point, but that's going to be 72 to 70.
Oh,
so it's going to be basically whoever out finishes the other in the last race of the weekend.
That's a big point swing that Catil needed over Rosenberg right now. Like you said, Rosenberg's going into Lime Rock without Catil being there, so putting that gap on is huge for him.
And look at Lena Chin, only 7 points back from Matan Rosenberg, so the opportunity is there for Lena to end up on podium for the first time in her career. That'd be big.
That would be an awesome weekend for her. Hey, look at that. That's an MX-5 in 5th there.
Sure is. And he's only 12 points out, so possible to flip things over. Let's have a look here at our highlights for IBOT GLTC race number 3. Pretty exciting one that involved the battle for 5th and 6th most of the race, but as the field rolled off, they were set by finishing order from race 2 yesterday afternoon on the start. Pretty frantic. Little Shukla, middle 3 wide of Jake Jorenstad there. Michael Pagano started last, carved his way forward, but Andy Smedegaard built the lead early and drove away from Eric Catil over 3 seconds away. Then it was Grimm, Korth getting by Louis Chatroop. There was that number 2 driver just hucking that NC MX-5 into turn 1 and charging his way up the order here in race 3. Then it was Ronald Till, engine let go or something on that E30 BMW, brought out the full course yellow. And after a couple of laps of trying to catch Andy Smedegaard, the pace car had enough trouble, and Cattell couldn't do it on the last lap either. And after a one-lap dash to the end, Andy Smedegaard wins IBOT GLTC Race 3. Just one more left of the weekend, and actually I think it was a downshift that caught him there that snapped around on him. So Andy is getting away from that wall bomb as well. Picks up IBOT GLTC Race number 3.
Track, bred on the mountains, raised on the podium, ready for anything and everything. Falcon tires, race tested, road ready. Learn more about our entire line at falcontire.com.
For cars new and old, whether it's your first car or you've had a few in your day, their parts live a hard and sometimes short life. You then have a choice to make. Hope it works or know it works. At FCP Euro, we've been helping enthusiasts fix, maintain, and upgrade their cars with quality European car parts and hand-curated service kits since 1986.
There's a moment behind the wheel of what I've built, where power overrides gravity, and I hit that zero moment. Zero doubts, zero fear, zero competition. No rule or mold I can't break. And limits, absolutely zero. And there's a NOS Zero sugar to get me there.
These are my race treads for going the distance.
Racetreads.com. Tires for every adventure.
They say great things come in small packages. That is absolutely true of the GRIDLIFE Rush SR series. Of course, this is the Rush AutoWorks SR machine, a sports racer that can be had for under $50,000. And we're getting set for our third race of the weekend for the GRIDLIFE Rush series that crawls the country with us. Their next points race will be at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca in a couple weeks' time, but still weekend trophies on the line for those that are participating with us here this weekend. Kyle Heyer joined by Dana Basinski for the penultimate race of the weekend for the GRIDLIFE Rush series. Dana, it's been fun to watch. Slightly smaller field than we're used to here, but that is up to the aggression at the front of the field.
Yeah, we've seen some really good battles at the front of the field between Mersberger and Batley, and even Novak and Ayler in the last race. They're also having their own battle, so we'll see how race number 3 goes. Yeah, Bryce Mersberger will be on pole alongside Jalen Batley, but going back to look at the way things have shaken out here so far, both races up to this point have been won by Bryce Mersberger, so 52 points on the line for Mersberger so far. Jalen Batley has collected 45.
by virtue of 2 second-place finishes. Third place has been a bit of a revolving door. Let's have a look here on the right-hand side of your screen. Mersberger 52, Batley 45, then Ayler, Billingsley, and Grimm. Grimm conveniently is also 5th place in the GLTC standings for the weekend. But that's the battle we're watching, is Ayler versus Billingsley. That's probably the most volatile of the bunch. Just 4 points separating those two drivers. So should be a lot of fun to watch those guys shake it out. Ayler, I think, is going to start in 4th place with Nick Billingsley a row behind him. So Nick has got to pass Ayler if he wants to have a shot at a weekend trophy. And track's quiet. Grid seems a little quiet down there too, doesn't it, today here, Dana? I'm not sure if we have a couple of cars that are missing from grid or are late, but let's have a look here at our starting lineup. It's Bryce Mersberger on the front row. Jalen Batley will start alongside him. Matthew Novak has been fierce this weekend, and Ayler, as we talked about, defending from 3rd place. He rolls off in 4th. Max Kraus starts 5th in the number 314. Then Nick Billingsley in the number 9, Mark Charnogorski in the 7th place, number 25 car. Ayrton Grimm hopping out of the GLTC car into the rush, the other way around from how he's been doing it this weekend. Jared Anderson and Kelsey Billingsley, then Peter Dale and John Howe. And I honestly don't know if we have all of those cars on the grid. I know Bill Dorrance, I think, is down there in that number 20. He had issues yesterday that brought out a late yellow flag, but with Autobahn Country Club South course here, pretty well suited for these cars. Not a lot of top end here, Dana, probably touching about 115 to 120 miles an hour, but they do this lap in about 1 minute and 30 seconds. These things are fast.
Yeah, the lap times on these small rush cars are actually extremely similar to the lap times we see in the more powerful wheel-to-wheel GLGT category. Even though they're completely different cars, they run almost the exact same lap times.
And Bryce Mersberger, see the little repair on the nose? I bet you he's been bump drafting someone somewhere, but he's been the one to beat this weekend. Jalen Batley has been aggressive trying to chase him down. And in the break zones in particular, Batley's been more aggressive, Dana, but it hasn't won him a race just yet this weekend. So how do you adjust your strategy if you're Batley in the 88?
Well, you're going to have to try to keep up. I think the gap normally was formed within the first 2 laps, and then he just couldn't quite hang on to Mersberger in the rest of the race. So if he can hang on at the start, or maybe even get in front and force Mersberger to be able to want to make the pass, then that's going to be his best advantage.
There's a look at Kelsey Billingsley in the number 19. She's actually at the back of the field here for this one. I don't know that is there a penalty levied or something to worry about here, Dana? Not that I could tell.
There's nothing listed in the results for penalties.
So just starting at the tail of the field. There's John Howe finally joining the grid. And I think at the very back of that shot, I think that is the 20 of Dorrance. So doubling up here for the start of this one, and predictions in this race. The weather's been nice today. That's been a change from yesterday where we were chasing it back and forth. It's about 70-something degrees right now and not a cloud in the sky, nothing on the radar, Dana. After the whirlwind we had yesterday, I think everyone's looking forward to a sunny day here in Joliet.
Yeah, it looks like a beautiful day for some racing here in Joliet. I do have my eyes on Max Kraus starting in, I believe, 5th position. He's been working his way up through the field over the first 2 races. He was quite quick in practice and didn't have a very good qualifying session for some reason. So he's been working his way up, and he's just got another opportunity here to make up a few spots and get some more points.
There's that weather. It's actually come up a little bit more than I thought. 10 degrees since our warm-up session this morning. 78 Fahrenheit now, but the wind has also picked up just a touch. But we're here in Joliet, Illinois. You'll notice all the industrial buildings around here, Dana. Major shipping center for most of the Midwest and the country, with Union Pacific's railroad container yard just north of here, where trains by the dozens come in every single day with hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of loads of cargo that are then transported on trucks everywhere in the U.S. If you order something on any website, it probably passes through here at some point if you're shipping coast to coast.
Yeah, I actually know a couple people at Chicagoland Speedway, which you could also see in the distance in some other shots. They're hosting an event today as well, and multiple races going on here in Joliet.
Yeah, so again, it's kind of a nice place to have a racetrack. Your neighbors will never complain about the sound. You're more likely to complain about them than they are about you. So that's a little bit of a change from what we're used to, especially with Laguna Seca coming up next on the calendar. So all good. We've got another race after this later today, this afternoon, for the GRIDLIFE Rush Series. But this is the 3rd race of 4 this weekend. Bryce Mersberger going for 3 out of 3. Eric Catil couldn't quite snag the 3rd in a row after winning the first 2 of the weekend. Can Mersberger upset that trend? Here we go. Doubled up racing at Joliet, Illinois' Autobahn Country Club South Course, green flag, and we're underway in the GRIDLIFE Rush Series. And the 314 at Kraus got a phenomenal start from the back there. He's going to slide up the inside of that red and white car to the inside of the 9 of Billingsley. Batley and Ayler come out right behind Merzberger into turn 2.
Yeah, it looks like Merzberger actually slowed up the whole field coming up to the green flag. It might be a bit of a strategy to try to get out in front of Batley right off the bat.
Yeah, generally not supposed to change your pace when you're on that front row. So if he slowed down too much, I'm sure race control will have a look at that. Bird almost slammed into the drone there. You see that in the shot?
Close call.
Almost had a mid-air collision there. But Merzberger, Batley, car length between them, and they're very quickly establishing an advantage on Ayler in the 74, and then Matthew Novak in the 256, who's been up and down the order. He had a mechanical early on, but now putting pressure on Ayler down into turn 8.
Look into third place here, making a look at the inside. Doesn't look like he took it back there. See if he can maybe get a good run down the back straight as Batley is still hanging on to Merzberger.
Yeah, and into turn 10 again. This will set you up for that back straightaway. Batley maybe going to try to take advantage of Merzberger just getting warmed up to speed here. He put a lot more pressure on him in the first race of the weekend than he did in race 2. And not enough time to really utilize the slipstream to its full advantage, but on the brakes again. He's so close there, Dana, but didn't pop out of line to have a look just yet.
We've seen Batley be so aggressive on the brakes. He might have a slight advantage and possibly overdoing it a bit sometimes. So he's definitely going to try to use that into turn 12 there to get an advantage.
Here he comes now, Batley. Charging up behind Merzberger and chase him over to the center of the racetrack. He's going to have a look here to turn 1 late on the brakes. Here comes Jalen Batley. Merzberger's going to try to cross him over. Look at the lunge he has up into turn 2. Side by side now as they head toward $1 Million Corner.
Another over-under. Does he keep overlap? They do. Side by side again.
And now to turn 4. This track will come back Batley's way here. But who's braver on the brakes around the outside? Merzberger can't hang on to it. Jalen Batley muscles his way to the top spot. And now Merzberger will have to go on offense for the first time this weekend.
Yeah, that's exactly what Batley needed to do. He needed to get his car out in front and put the play into Merzberger's hands. He needs to figure out a way around Batley now for the first time.
Yeah, and Ayler and Billingsley still fighting for third on back, and the rest of the cars are still scrapping for the leftovers from that lead battle. Now can Merzberger get back on Batley? Again, we've seen Jalen so aggressive on the brakes, but here comes Merzberger up the inside. He's going to have a look here into turn 9 and try to take the spot back. They're still side by side into turn 10. Now Batley hangs onto it. Merzberger's going to cross him over once more.
Merzberger kind of gave it up there mid-corner, trying to take advantage of a good exit. He's going to use any slipstream he can and try to see which way he tries to go. He moves outside.
Look at that, 7 thousandths between them and their best lap last time around. And Merzberger's ahead of the steering of Batley. Batley just chasing it left and right in the background there. There's Billingsley. Actually, that might have been Ayler that was losing a spot there to Novak. Here comes Merzberger to the inside of turn 13. He's going to steal the lead back. Batley crosses him over. This is an epic battle between these two as they come across the stripe this time.
Batley ran a bit wide there. Maybe just some nerves from Merzberger being right on his bumper for the last whole lap.
Yeah, and Merzberger takes it back and puts Jalen Batley on the back foot once more. Note that Matthew Novak has the best lap of the race with the purple wipe on the screen. And with Ayler dropping a couple spots, I'm curious how that affects the weekend points. Because remember, Ayler was up in 3rd place, trying to defend, I think, from that 256, if I recall correctly. So, or maybe it was Billingsley in the 9s. With Billingsley in 3rd, that could shake that effort up a little bit.
That is, that's the highest up we've seen Billingsley so far from Nick.
So remember, it was a 4-point advantage, I think, from Ayler over Billingsley. And as they head around the backside of the racetrack, you see the leaders nose to tail very, very tight. 10 minutes and 25 seconds to go in this race. Still plenty of action left in this one.
See if Batley can have anything to say back to Merzberger here, as he's really got to get something done, because Merzberger does seem to have just a bit more pace as he's ran away the first 2 races.
Down into turn 11, Batley still putting a lot of pressure on Merzberger out in front. They've come back around here to turn 13. Building a little bit of a gap there. Across the stripe this time. It was 2/10 last time. It'll be slightly more than that. Here's a look at the points as they run, and here's that shift. Ayler, Billingsley, 1 point between them, but they swapped this time because Ayler lost another spot to Max Krause. So now Nick Billingsley is on the podium here with weekend points as they run.
Absolutely. I see Novak is still in tow with Billingsley there, so possible another switch for 3rd place.
Yeah, great battles with Nick Billingsley charging up the order here, looking for a trophy perhaps for the first time. And it looks like John Howe is down the order a little ways. Again, missing, I think, Peter Dale from yesterday. There's Howe in the 17. Love that livery. Easy to spot. And just coming up to grips with this car at this racetrack. I'm not sure that he's been here before, but it takes a lot of guts to run around here. Very flat racetrack, Dana, so you have to have a really good track knowledge to extract all the performance out of the car.
Yeah, it is very flat. Not a lot of elevation going on here, but there is some, and you can use it to your advantage. I'm sure Mersberger and Batley are quite in tune with it. We could see them yesterday, how they would pretty much flat slide the entire car, multiple corners. Here they are now coming through turn 11.
I'm just blown away by how much you can drive these cars in slip angle. With how short they are and the aero that they have, you'd think that they would have sort of a snappy kind of architecture to them, but they don't do that at all. And that's been something that, you know, Blair Hosey of Rush Auto Works had told me, is that they're so easy to drive, and you can see it here. I mean, easy to drive, maybe not the term, maybe easy to drive, hard to go fast in, I think is really the term, because you have to get so comfortable with it. And Ayler hangs on to 7th, but just that battle for 7th is pretty fierce. And there's the one for 3rd between Billingsley and Novak in the green 256 car.
And Novak has been slowly chipping away. Now we get down to about 2/10 between Novak and Billingsley, looking for 3rd place about halfway through the race.
Yeah, using a little more racetrack there is the 256. Has Billingsley in the crosshairs now.
Wow, big bounce for Novak. The whole back end of the car just scooted over a whole foot.
And using all the rumble strips on corner exit. Have a look at Novak, about 2/10 better than Billingsley's best lap. So that puts Nick sort of on defense here in that number 9, the white and black car, ahead of the green and yellow.
I think this is the first time of the weekend that Nick Billingsley has been up on the podium. He's certainly not going to want to give that up as they go onto the back straight here.
No, you're exactly right about that. And see if he'll get defense going, you know, sort of a lazy transition from right to left on this back stretch. It's long enough that you can sort of take your time transitioning back to the left side of the road, but not long enough that you can use the slipstream there. So defense is paramount. And watch Novak with that little flat slide, using some more curbing in the background. And sweeping through. 1 car length between them. Novak's got a pretty good run here. I wonder if he'll try to stick the nose up the inside late into turn 1, but he's not quite there.
Not quite there. He waits for it. He's waiting for the perfect opportunity. They don't have much differential in pace. It's still about 2/10 of a second between them as they cross the line that time.
You see the 256 using more road, getting very comfortable. One of the things I saw with Autobahn Country Club, Dana, I have never driven around here at speed, but I have ridden around here with Tomo and drove my own car yesterday around there. The exit curbs end very quickly. And so, you know, while they're there to save you, if you kind of slide out to the edge of the track, you can't ride them down the straightaway very long. So if you run wide, you don't have a lot of opportunity right here. You have to pull the car back on track pretty quickly, or you sort of drop off into these big ruts. And in a Rush Series car, that is a really big rut. It feels like dropping off the side of a cliff.
Yeah, there's a few curbs that get abused a bit here, where it might swallow an entire Rush car. Honestly, yeah. The holes can get kind of big. But here he's right up on Billingsley. Try to set up on the back straight here, get a really good run, and use any slip angle, any slipstream that he can.
Yeah, Billingsley's in trouble here, and he'll probably stay center racetrack here to prevent Novak from having a look up the inside. He drifts back to the left as soon as that pressure starts to fade. But look at, Novak, a little bit tighter line there, getting ahead of the steering of Billingsley, but Billingsley carried really good speed through turn 12. And that will allow him to hang on to this 3rd spot for now. But this is the fight that we're watching here as they come back onto the front straightaway.
Billingsley hasn't really had to defend quite yet, but that time is running out as we see them cross the line now. Only, man, it's down to about 1/10 and a half now.
Slip. Billingsley slipped in the middle of 1.
There it is. That's the mistake. Looks inside if he can clear before turn 3. He can't. They go side by side again.
Oh, man, he holds him off for now, but Novak ran out of road.
Could not get it done. Billingsley is now on the back foot, trying to defend whenever he has to.
Yeah, riding the rumbles there on the right, but he's definitely got Billingsley checking his mirrors. All this happening about 4 seconds behind the race leader, Bryce Mersberger. This is the closest and fiercest battle on the racetrack, and Novak's off. That was one of those ruts I was talking about. Takes a rough ride, and you see that distance grow between himself and Billingsley.
Yeah, that was another mistake there. It's now going to increase the gap between Billingsley and Novak, and now Billingsley won't have to defend quite as hard. It's going to help his pace throughout the rest of the race here with 4 minutes left.
And I wonder if that opens the door for Mark Charnogorski in the back of that shot, the red, white, and blue car. You know, as soon as you drop off the end of a curb like that, it's like a shark smelling blood in the water, circling the seals, dorsal fin, navigating the waters here at Autobahn Country Club. We're a long way from an ocean, Dane. I'm just trying to make it seem like we're not in the middle of the Midwest.
I think if you were Charnogorski, you were hoping that they would be side by side for a lot longer and that neither of them would be making a mistake and falling off like that. If the longer they're side by side, the more Charnogorski would catch up, and he would have an opportunity to jump from 5th all the way up to 3rd if they were battling.
Look at their best lap delta. Wow. 0.004 between them, between Billingsley and Novak. They're very evenly matched.
That one mistake from Novak ended up costing him about 0.8 of a second.
And that's the thing, right? You talk about race pace versus hot lap pace. Within 0.004 on the timesheets, but if you lose 0.8, you're driving a little too ragged. That's what will put you outside the podium.
Just looking at the time delta between Mersberger and Batley at the front, it's still 1.1 seconds. Mersberger has not been extending the lead whatsoever over the last 2 laps. Batley's keeping the exact same pace, so it could be just a matter of one mistake for Mersberger that would take away that lead advantage.
I wonder if Mersberger's managing too, though. I mean, we saw him start to pull away yesterday, and now that he's got Batley out of his immediate firing line, I think he can kind of focus on just running consistent laps, maybe saving the tires a bit for the 4th race. And the 4th race in the GRIDLIFE Rush Series is grid differently than the rest of the series here this weekend. Everywhere else we have a random invert of the top 25% of the field or so as John Howe gets put a lap down. But the race 4 is gridded by the points that you've earned so far this weekend. So given that we've seen Nick Billingsley up in 3rd place on the points chart, he would start in row 2 on the inside for the start of this next race.
Does Rush do an invert?
They do not.
Okay, it's just points.
Just points. And there, as they stand, is how things would line up. Mersberger, Batley, Billingsley, Ayler, and Grimm.
Look at that gap between 1st and 2nd. It has dropped. It got split in half from about 1.2 to now only about 0.7 between Mersberger and Batley. Here they are coming through turn 3.
Wonder if Jalen's got anything left to reel him back in. Maybe Mersberger's not managing. Maybe he was trying to push away, and Batley's found a little something, found a little bravery after that scrum early on in the race. I expect to see a white flag next time by Dana, so time's running out.
I'd have to expect Mersberger was probably managing to some extent, and it could have just been a simple mistake that he made that allowed Batley to catch back up, or he's managing too much, and now he sees Batley in the mirror getting bigger and bigger. And now he's got a...
Oh, slip. Batley, big wiggle at turn 9, or turn 8 rather. He's gathered it up, but that was a critical corner. He needed to have that one come together for him to keep this delta.
Yeah, little mistakes like that, it all adds up. It was another mistake earlier in the race, and then that one there at it. And between the two is over a second. That could have been it, but you know, it's so hard to drive a perfect race.
So Bryce Mersberger has won both races so far. And given that we grid by the points earned on the weekend, he'll start on pole for race 4. And that will give him a chance to sweep the weekend. But it's the white flag last lap here at Autobahn Country Club. 1 lap to go. And Mersberger, 1.6 seconds clear of Billingsley. Novak not close enough to have any look at 3rd place any longer without a mistake. For Bryce, this is a standout weekend for him.
Absolutely fantastic drive so far. All first 3 races, only half a lap to go, and he's now switching back into managing mode. He has a 1.5-second gap. He's got to just get to the checker flag.
Yeah, no mistakes now, but don't back off, because when you do that, Dana, you tend to make mistakes. Just keep the same pressure you were driving before, the same kind of pace that got you to the lead. I think there's a little lap traffic up the road perhaps, but I don't think it'll be too much of a factor. Tell you, Batley is doing a nice job closing that gap back up. He just needed more laps.
He is quite good on the brakes.
That was been his both his greatest strength and his Achilles heel this weekend.
Yeah. Big slide there through turn 9.
Yeah, I think Batley learned something though about cornering in these cars, just running side by side with Mersberger, learning to trust the slip angle in it. And Bryce will navigate turn 11 for the final time. I'll tell you, Jalen Batley's really closed up the gap, but he's going to run out of time and run out of laps. Bryce Mersberger is going to go 3 for 3. Checkered flag for the 114. And Bryce Mersberger holds off a hard-charging Jalen Batley, who on the final lap cuts the gap from 1.7 to 0.9. But Batley gets the job done in second place. Then Billingsley. Oh, Novak got by Billingsley on the last lap. Nick is fifth now. That changes things quite a bit.
Billingsley had some sort of issue or maybe a mistake there. Possibly Novak, put some pressure on Billingsley there, and looks like it cost Billingsley 4 seconds and 2 positions.
I have to imagine there was a mistake because I don't think they were even close to each other going into that last lap. But that is going to shake up the weekend points a little bit. I have a look on the right. That's going to put Ayler tied with Billingsley for third, and I think the tiebreaker is where they qualified, which I think would be advantage Ayler. So that was going to change not necessarily the row that Billingsley starts on, but which side of the row, and will give Ayler an advantage heading into race 4.
Yeah, if I was Billingsley, I would have wanted that inside second row instead of the outside second row. But it all depends on how that first row handles it too. So
let's have a look here at results for Autobahn Country Club. Rush Series Race 3, Bryce Mersberger, Jalen Batley, Matthew Novak, Mark Charnogorski, and Nick Billingsley, 1 through 5. Max Kraus, big start, but couldn't hang on to it for much of a finish there. P6. Then Ayrton Grimm in 7th, Kelsey Billingsley, Jason Ayler down in 9th. That's not what he needed, but he had enough points stacked up on to maintain his position in 3rd in the weekend points. And then John Howe, Peter Dale, and Jared Anderson. Peter Dale got a late start, I think, headed on the racetrack after the initial launch of the green flag. So there's a look at your results. Let's have a look at highlights here from GridLife Rush Series race number 3. And Rush Series race 3 on Sunday morning at Autobahn Country Club. It was Bryce Mersberger and Jalen Batley on pole. And at the launch of the green flag, it was Max Kraus that had a very strong start, but Batley overtakes Mersberger in turn 1, and they battled side by side for a lap or so. Batley eventually snuck into the lead for a little while. All the while for 3rd, Billingsley and Matthew Novak went back and forth. And then Nick Billingsley was out in 3rd place for a while and would have put himself up into 3rd for the start of race 4, but had slipped down at the end. But Bryce Mersberger in the number 114, picking up a checker flag here over Jalen Batley, and wins the 3rd race of the weekend for the GridLife Rush Series. GridLife Rush Series race 3 complete from Chicagoland.
Modify our cars, we do it to feel a greater connection, more responsive feel between ourselves and the road.
Anything you can do, I can do better.
I'm faster than you. Yeah, well, I'm gnarlier than you. I get more sideways. I'm louder. Much louder. I get wilder than you. You sure about that, bro?
Harder.
Slicker.
Cooler.
Tougher.
Let's go.
So what you got?
Thousands of data points affect milliseconds on the track. You've got the data, but do you know how to use it? FireLabs is the driver development platform that makes data simple and actionable. And with FireLink, your sessions upload automatically and coaching insights show up instantly. Visualize clearly, share easily, improve every time you drive. Powered by machine learning and real driver data, FireLabs helps you train with purpose and race with confidence.
Racetreads.com. Tires for every adventure.
Back at GRIDLIFE Chicagoland Autobahn Country Club with GRIDLIFE GT, the new wheel-to-wheel series for 2025. Leading on the successes of the IBOC GRIDLIFE Touring Cup Series, Kyle Heyer joined by Dana Basinski for the third race of 4 this weekend for a class designed around the bigger, heavier cars in the wheel-to-wheel racing world in the grassroots sort of atmosphere. Dana, 8.9 pounds per horsepower in this class is your rough starting weight. Here's a look at your starting lineup. It'll be Eric Magnuson and it'll be Anthony Pacelli in the 78 car on the front row. Chris DeLucia in the number 40 starts in 3rd place. I think it was Colin King there in 4th, then Hans Horpenal and David Calzada in 5th and 6th. Then Valdes Gorelias in the 244. Adam Ulrich rolls off in 8th place. Jordan Wisely and Eric Pilipchik start alongside each other in 9th and 10th. 11th and 12th is Alex Moss and Matt Cater. Moss in an S2000 Cater in an all-wheel drive Subaru. And Alex Pike brings up the rear of the field here. Dana, this series brings something new to the table. Bigger cars, faster cars, more power, and more diversity in the case of the Ginetta that's up on the front row. It's been fun to watch this weekend.
Yeah, absolutely. We saw Clark Camber in that Ginetta for the last race, and he did a great job making his way up the field and even giving a bit of a run for Eric Magnuson near the end there, and kind of just ran out of time before we saw the battle. But now we have Pacelli back in the car, and he gets to take advantage of that 2nd place starting spot. Yeah, we'll have to just double confirm once they trip the timing and scoring loop, but they've been trading drivers back and forth this weekend and swapping their transponder when they do it to make it easy for us. But behind the safety car here, this will be fun because Eric Magnuson's M3 fired off a lot better yesterday, but the 78 Ginetta came to life late in the going, and all the while Chris DeLucia and the 21 of Colin King will be watching from behind. We'll also have live data insights from our official data provider, FireLabs. Most of these cars are running FireLinks that are live streaming their data to us, and we can watch on board some of their data points, and the drivers can get some coaching post-race to find out where they can beat their competitors next time on the racetrack. Here we go, GRIDLIFE GT, race number 3 from GRIDLIFE Chicagoland. Green flag, and we're underway at Autobahn Country Club. Magnuson charging inside line, but the Ginetta of Pacelli looks like he didn't really give up any room, and Filo's in single file now. Ooh, took a really tight line there and chopped the nose of the 40 of Chris DeLucia, but filters into 2nd place. Oh, big slide for Colin King leaving turn 3. And even Eric Pilipchik got up on the rumbles there as David Calzada works by in the red and white MX-5. Frantic start to this race, but DeLucia hounding now Pacelli as they head down to turn 5 rather. And big slip for Pacelli. Here comes that 40 car, the M3. DeLucia's firing off early now, trying to find a way around Pacelli as the Corvette of King is like right behind him there. And we saw yesterday that Ginetta really likes to go long distance. It runs in endurance series most of the time. It takes a little while for it to come up fully to temp and to challenge a car like Eric Magnuson's M3, which is much heavier and will fire off much better and a lot more power as well. But they don't have a lot of torque in this little Ginetta. It's a naturally aspirated Ford-sourced V6, so it's not going to have the strength on the straights as that BMW M3 with the LS under the hood. Yeah, very composed over the curves. You can see his hands, though, just very fast hands. You have to go through that Ginetta, just keep it going straight. Down into turn 11 for the first time. Pacelli is a little bit of the cork in the bottle, I have to say, at the moment, with DeLucia and Colin King right behind. There they are, rotating into turn 13. Such a fun corner to watch, taking at speed about 90 miles an hour in these cars. First time across the stripe. Magnuson goes purple.
Fastest lap of the drivers across the line so far. David Calzada down a couple positions here, but it's Pacelli, DeLucia, King, Horpedal, 2nd through 5th there. That's where the battle is right now.
Yeah, Calzada qualified quite well. I would not be surprised to see him move up as the race goes on, as he gets into his groove a little more.
Yeah, have a look at the Fire Laps data. Again, presented by Fire Laps and these cars carrying Fire Links. Look at Colin King, the fastest on the backstretch the first time out, 122.6 miles an hour. But look at the min speed for Eric Magnussen. That's really been his bread and butter this weekend, is carrying speed with the big tires on that gold car.
Yeah, he is no stranger to that car. In a slightly different form, however, normally running it in GLTC. He's added some power.
Horpedal's got problems in the 77. He just pulled to the right, and Calzada went on by. It's unfortunate there. Hans has been nursing various issues. He said he was on the dyno yesterday. You see Hans there on the right of that graphic. Said the car is supposed to make about 380 horsepower. It was making 305, so it was not making what it should be making. I wonder if anything that they've adjusted has come undone. And there's Adam Ulrich chasing him now. That's the number 4 car chasing Colin King, and this is now your battle for 4th place.
King losing a bit of distance to DeLucia there, and is now going to be under attack from Ulrich very soon.
And field spreading out here just a bit. That'll be nice for Pacelli in the 78. Just get the attackers off the back for a moment and focus ahead. The gap this time by the stripe, 2 seconds. As everyone goes green here, they'll all be picking up on their best lap. There's Colin King, one of the race winners from Road America earlier this year. Running that number 21, a Viking Performance C5. Where have we seen one of those before, Dana?
Everywhere. A lot of C5s, but a Viking C5 we've seen in GLTC a few years ago.
Have a look at turn 4. This is the corner that they're in right now. Minimum speed there last time around. Chris DeLucia, 87 miles an hour, 5 miles an hour better than Colin King. And that's why DeLucia, I think, has held on to 3rd place for the moment. Eric Magnussen, even your race leader, not going quite as fast as DeLucia there.
Yeah, slight advantage there for DeLucia at turn 4 min speed. You got to wonder if Magnussen is starting to just manage the tires a little bit. I do think he's on the Falcon tires, which are very, very strong right at the beginning of the race and will slowly fall off throughout the race. But he definitely had the very strong first 2 laps. That's exactly what he needed to do to establish a lead early.
Yeah, and Adam Ulrich in that white Corvette starting to run down. There's the challenge through turn 10 now as they head up onto the back straightaway. We've seen speeds at peak around 125 on this back straightaway. Just about 7 to 10 miles an hour faster than the Eibach GLTC cars. Ulrich, one of the drivers that sort of converted and up-tuned his car from Eibach GLTC to compete with us in GridLife GT this weekend. A bit more of a natural fit for a Corvette.
I love watching DeLucia's M3 there just carry the inside front tire around a few of the corners around this track.
Anthony Pacelli just went purple, picked up 0.6 of a second on Eric Magnussen. So that Ginetta starting to reel in the race leader. And that was the story yesterday as well, even with Clark Camburn behind the wheel. Is the gold M3 that was out front began to give up time. And have a look at last lap braking force here. Look is at the bottom of that, 1.17 G for Eric Magnussen and 1.43 G for Colin King in that Viking Corvette. So different braking performance here. I wonder if that's where Pacelli is gaining though on Magnussen. We saw that yesterday going into turn 8. How much more that Ginetta can carry speed into corners. And we'll watch onboard here with the onboard camera courtesy of Clark Camburn and Apex. Watch this braking here.
The Ginetta certainly very strong on the brakes. You can see it gather a few car lengths closer towards Magnussen as they go through the turn 9 and 10 complex here, as they would call it, the patience corner. Got to stay all the way to the right side to set yourself up for an excellent run down the back straight towards turn 11.
And I love watching the hands here inside this Ginetta. Anthony Pacelli catching up to speed here again. Earlier in the weekend, it seemed like Camburn had slightly more pace, but now they're running lap times that are relatively the same as what they were with Camburn in the car. And look how much calmer and smoother the hands are. Remember how much that car was sliding around yesterday, even in the dry? It's much more gripped up today. They must have made some changes that have dialed this thing in a little further.
Yeah, just getting experience on this specific track and this weather conditions as well. Going to treat them well. And here we go. Another pickup for Pacelli, another best lap for Pacelli, 1.2 seconds back now.
Yeah, I don't know that a Ginetta's ever won anything in GridLife competition before. We don't see them very much. So this would be potentially, I guess you could call it a historic day. A new manufacturer winning in GridLife competition. Look at the gain there through turn 4. That Ginetta gripped up. The difference in size of these cars really can't be overstated. That M3 is a big boy. Look at that. Best lap delta, about a 10th better. That's all it takes, though. You can chip away at the advantage. I think the problem for Pacelli is going to be that Magnussen is faster going into 11, which is really the primary passing opportunity at this track. Maybe Pacelli's better opportunity is turn 1, Dana?
Turn 1 can certainly get it done here. It'll be, it just depends on where he is able to catch him. If he's able to stay on him except for turn 11, then there'll be multiple opportunities. He's right on him going through, looks inside for turn 10, but not a great place to do it. Magnussen's going to get a way better run into turn 11.
Yeah, maybe got a little greedy there. Got a little closer and took a look up the inside, and it wasn't close enough to actually take a look just yet. Still 7 minutes on the board, so about halfway left in this race. That Ginetta is quicker than the M3. A little slip there, though, through turn 11.
We saw the Ginetta of Camburn do the exact same move. I think it was on the last lap of race number 2. Maybe just trying to put a nose in there and see if Magnussen will actually leave the door open. But he doesn't fall for it. He knows that the car's not going to be there, and he gets a really good run down the back straight and defends.
Yeah, the gap didn't change all that much. It was a slight gain for Magnussen that time through, but the best lap for Pacelli still remains the best lap of anyone so far. And they can't really finagle too much up here, because Chris DeLucia's right there in the mix as well. And have a look. Magnussen and DeLucia identical cornering force last time around to the left, probably at turn 4 or 5, negative 1.41 Gs on 200 Treadwear street tires.
Yeah, that's very interesting. I wonder too if the best lap by Pacelli there is happening later in the race, and Magnussen hasn't been able to retake that. I wonder if he is having a bit of a tire temperature issue. He's starting to fall off while the Ginetta comes into life.
That certainly could be the case. I just also love seeing, you know, the Magnussen's car has been so good in the corners this week, and seeing it reflected on the Fire Laps data is so cool to me. And again, those Fire links on board these cars giving us live data insights and uploading all this information to their Fire Laps accounts. They can look at it directly after, see all their speed traces and G-forces and things, and the AI coach will give them insights on whether they need to brake later, sooner, throttle earlier, that sort of thing. And Magnussen was looking at it after qualifying, and it had told him in practice to brake earlier to maximize his corner exit speed. He did just that one pole and went on to win race 2 yesterday, so he's learned a little bit himself. He was even surprised at, because he hadn't really looked too deep into it, but sort of subconsciously followed the advice and ended up faster.
Yeah, absolutely. I was looking at some data with some time attack drivers yesterday night, and they were able to pick up some time this morning, so that's always a good feeling.
Yeah, so Pacelli, again, his best lap is a 1:29.932, and last time by, gained another 10th on Magnussen, just chipping away at it there. But I think, you know, maybe the opportunity at turn 10 that he was hoping for wasn't to pass Magnussen, but was to sort of take away his apex to prevent that good run onto the backstretch. But Eric is struggling here through some of these longer corners as well.
Yeah, Pacelli will need to strategize a little bit better than trying to get it done at turn 10, possibly at turn 1 or anywhere else he's close enough to get it done. I really don't think Magnussen's going to make a mistake at this point in the race. He's very strong. He knows what he's got to do. He's not going to make any large errors. He's going to make that car as wide as he needs to keep the M3 in front.
And bottom left, you can see the predictive lap time there. Pretty consistent. 1:30.3 last time by for Pacelli, and see if he can close up onto Eric Magnussen. That M3 walks them on the straight line. They know that, but they're gaining everywhere else.
Watch on the brakes here as they go in. The lightweight Ginetta is going to close up quite a bit, as they usually do on the brakes.
Yeah, and 120, just touching 121 miles an hour in the braking zone. We saw Magnussen doing better than that by about 5 miles an hour, so that's a pretty significant difference. But again, the advantage for the Ginetta coming in the slow corners and in the braking, and this time through, it's at 1.2 seconds. They're staying pretty even. Magnussen figuring out where to defend.
Pacelli's going to have to figure out how to make up a bit of that time delta. They only have about 3.5 minutes left in the race. I would expect about 2 more laps.
Yeah, I think you're all right on the money with that. And though we've been looking at best lap delta there, look at the last lap delta. This will tell us more of a story of which driver is finding time when. And though Pacelli's best lap was a 10.5 better, his last lap was a 10.5 worse. So he's got to figure out how to make that number green, pull it back into the negatives there. And again, he's close, and he was closer earlier in the race. I think we saw this with, you know, Camburn yesterday. The car seemed to perform less and less good on the straight line at the end of the race. I'm not sure if that was a heat-related issue or if it was an issue at all. Just maybe my perception was that because they were so close to the car ahead by that point.
It could be just a tire issue as well. When the tires are, getting hotter at the end of the race, they might not be able to put the power down as early. Corner exit.
So watch the speed again, bottom left of the screen here. See about 120 miles an hour at 119.5. But again, huge gains on the brakes.
He is a lot closer than he was the last lap. What a cool shot there coming through turn 13, 14. See the car is just like sticking down into the ground, rolling over a little bit.
2/10 better though for Pacelli. Pulls the gap to 1 second flat. The other thing to consider is that because Pacelli and Camburn are running as a team duo this weekend, they're not eligible for weekend points. We don't do co-driving anymore, at least not for points. So that will take them out of the contention for the weekend trophies. But for Magnussen, I don't think he is so much interested in that as he is picking up the race wins and being at the pointy end of the field here. No other battles is quite as exciting to watch as the one for the top spot right now as we go back on board with lap traffic. I think that's Alex Pites in that 61. He's been working hard on getting that C8 Corvette up to par with the rest of the field. Had a motor issue coming into this event. And honestly, don't exactly know where he is with dialing that new one in.
We have some lap traffic now. This is going to might be shake things up as they enter into turn number 8 there. The C8 of Pites is getting some laps taken away.
And he got split 3 wide yesterday.
Yes, he did.
So that was an exciting moment.
Doesn't look like it really
big slip for Magnussen. That was a big mistake. Here comes Pacelli now with the run, and I don't think he's going to eat up all the gap there, but that closed up huge because of Magnussen's bobble there at turn number 10. So they're going to be coming to the white flag this time. I think Magnussen goes to fade over on the brakes. Pacelli goes back to the racing line. Battle is on here. Dana, they're going to have 2.1 miles to sort this out.
They should be catching the white flag. Now Pacelli has to be very smart about where he tries to make this pass happen, as he knows he does not have the straight line advantage.
White flag, last lap here at Autobahn Country Club. Going down into turn 1. Pacelli, 4/10 back, hounding Eric Magnussen. Can he make Magnussen force another mistake here and steal this win for the Camburn Performance Engineering Ginetta?
Exactly like we saw in race number 2. The Ginetta's coming alive at the last part of the race here. This is probably the most pressure Magnussen has had on him the entire race so far as they go through turn 4.
And just for reference, again, Magnussen's best speeds now are only about 121 miles an hour, so that's only a mile an hour or so faster than the Ginetta. Colin King still the quickest on the straights in that C5 Corvette. But now, heading into the last couple of sectors, big wiggle there, Pacelli. Maybe got those rear tires a little hot now in pursuit of this M3. He just needs another mistake like that. Ooh, that car seems like it's really struggling now. Big slide for Pacelli. That car is angry here at the end of this race.
He is pushing very hard. Magnussen has done a fantastic job trying to grow that lead to any bit more, and Pacelli has nothing for him as they go through turn number 10. Advantage now Magnussen as they go down the back straight.
And these two have stolen the show this weekend. And Eric Magnussen tuning up the car from Ibach GLTC trim to join us in GRIDLIFE GT this weekend. He won his first race ever in GRIDLIFE competition back at Midwest Festival in June, but here in September. For the second race in a row, out of 3 races this weekend, Eric Magnussen holds off the Ginetta from Camburn Performance Engineering and wins GRIDLIFE GT race number 3. And you have to give Pacelli a lot of credit there. He was really wrestling that car at the very end of the thing.
I think that's the best showing we've seen from Pacelli this weekend. That was some great driving.
That was fantastic. And that car, up until the very end, looked a lot smoother that time around. And I love the fact that this is a right-hand drive car for the Ginetta, because you can stick your fist out the window and almost high five. Chris DeLucia picks up 3rd, Colin King 4th, and Adam Ulrich in 5th.
King was catching DeLucia there near the end. It was only about a 7/10 gap.
Yeah, needed a little more time. But the rest of the field making their way back around. Jordan Wisely comes across the stripe. Matt Cater, you see bottom of the screen, he's making his way around. That car, I think, it's run a little bit better in GRIDLIFE Touring Cup trim than it has in GLGT trim. But they've been fighting some issues with it this weekend and making it work. We'll have a look here at our race results for GRIDLIFE GT Race 3, because we've got to sign off here for lunch, I think, coming up next. But have a look at this. GRIDLIFE GT Race 3, Eric Magnussen, Anthony Pacelli, Chris DeLucia. 1, 2, and 3. Very, very fun fight to watch. Then King and Ulrich there. Calzada and Wisely in the Hyundai Veloster N. Pilipchik, Cater, and Pites, the rest of your top 10, Dana.
Yeah, great race. We saw Magnussen did exactly what he needed to do.
And Hans Horpedal had some kind of mechanical issue. We saw him pull off the racetrack, but that will do it for GRIDLIFE GT Race 3. Let's have a look at our highlights for this one. That was fun up front, and great look on the onboard camera as well. But GridLife GT Race 3 on the start. Eric Magnussen drove out to an early lead, and then it was all up to the Jetta G56 to run down the race leader. All the while, Colin King battled the Viking Performance Corvette and try to drive up and catch Chris DeLucia. DeLucia, though, running away. And after he had a tough weekend at Lime Rock Park, getting up onto the podium is going to be a big deal for him. And then it was pursuit time. As Magnussen tried to run away, Pacelli so close, within a couple tenths of a second. Lap after lap trying to get there. This was coming to the white flag, but just didn't have enough. And Eric Magnussen wins his second race of the weekend in GridLife GT. And here at Chicagoland in Joliet, Illinois, we've got more racing coming up right after lunch. It's going to be the Track Battle Podium Sprint at 12:55. That is 1 hour from now. Here at the racetrack, you'll see some drift, but we're going to head to lunch and see everyone for Track Battle Podium Sprint and 3 more races to wrap up our weekend here at GridLife Chicagoland. We'll see you then in 1 hour.
If it's way too early, obviously you're going to have plenty of time before the turn starts. But if you guys are on a 10-10 lap, make your presence known in a turn. If you don't have a reasonable expectation of you being there, they might take you. We don't want that to happen.
I don't know what to expect tomorrow. I came in knowing, hey, I got a couple things I got to knock out. Some are critical, some are optional. This mess of wires is kind of like how building the car has felt. You know, it's like a million things need to happen for this to be a complete car and to compete. There's a common saying, you want to always be in a state of discomfort, a little bit of discomfort so that you're growing, right? And I think this experience seems to be where I'm there all the time. I'm on that ragged edge of like pushing myself to the limit of what I can handle. Leading up to qualifying, I was just absolutely terrified. I mean, we're talking about 50 cars in the field, and it's a small track. I ended up with a 152, which is not fast, and it puts me 5th from the bottom, which is disappointing. I thought I would be a little higher up in pace. My car is not optimized, and I know there's some areas that I can improve in confidence, maybe a little bit of car setup too, but yeah, I'm trying to figure that out right now. There's so much to do. There's always so much to do. And I think that's been the theme of the weekend, is figuring out what to prioritize. Because there's so much prep, and you feel like you've got so much time between these events, and it turns out one little thing happens differently, and you're scrambling. What can I skip, and what do I need to focus on? And I didn't charge my GoPro yet. I guess I should throw it on now. And then when do I put my suit on? So it's just overwhelming.
Welcome to Carolina Motorsports Park, located about equidistant between Columbia, South Carolina and Charlotte, North Carolina. It is a gem of a club track, if you will. Very challenging, very fun, and we have a massive field of cars that are coming out for the opening race of the 4 that will be unfolding here in the GRIDLIFE Touring Cup. And we are racing. And you can see really close quarter stuff.
It's a very short race start. You have maybe a couple hundred yards down to turn 1.
I think we're really bad at knowing what we're going to do when we actually get in the car and the adrenaline starts pumping. Because there's no adrenaline pumping when you're wrenching on the car. So you can just like do exactly what you signed up to do. But it's so different when you get out on the track.
And here this is such a tricky section of track. It's known as the carousel here, but it's really a 3 apex series of corners, isn't it?
Yeah, C&T is definitely one of those tracks you have to know which curves to hit. On a lot of the corners, the exit curves are very tough and choppy, but a lot of the apex curves can help rotate the car and give you that extra minimum speed.
And this is a very long run, isn't it, here?
Yeah, into turn A, especially, there's a little bit of an elevation difference into this braking zone, and it definitely gives you help.
And through 8 to that quick flick at 9, and now into this wickedly quick kink here. Turn 10, they're carrying some serious speed here. Oh, how really pounding that curb. You can see it unsettled the car.
My big fear is in the kink. The kink is a really fast right-hander with a ton of curb that you can clobber. Going over that curb unsettles the car a little bit, so I had like a big lift from 110, let off, 103 through the kink. With my aero, it's fine. With my power level, it's fine. With my grip level, it's fine. But I'm a novice driver. I'm a new driver here. I don't want to do something totally awful.
First of 4 races is in the books here, and this wind is absolutely unbelievable.
I'm fighting fear, but it's not so much fear of like getting hurt or something like that. It's fear of embarrassment.
What's up?
Is that you?
Yeah.
Oh man, we got to battle.
Yeah.
Dude, you're dragging something. It might just be exhaust.
I think it's exhaust.
It was sparking a bit. I know you were right on my tail for a while, but it was fun.
Coming through, was it the carousel like back here?
Yeah.
Like I wasn't expecting to hit your brakes going in there. Figured like I'm more just a lift and like coast through. So you caught me off guard on that one.
Sorry about that. It's just like I don't have confidence yet in some of those turns. Yeah, but that was fun.
Good stuff, man.
Yeah. I don't think I'm running up against the wall of like this is all I'm capable of as a driver, but it is disappointing. Yeah, I'm looking for more of a result, and I just have to figure out how to get it. A little humbled, if I'm being honest, but Eric Jensen came by and took a look with me, and we looked at my data on the kink especially, and I'm just not anywhere near where I should be. I've been lifting pretty early and only carrying like 103 through the kink, and I keep hearing that it should be flat in my car, and we looked at the data and it verified it. So that's what I'm going to do in race 2. I'm just going to try to incrementally ratchet that up. I believe it can happen. Eric believes it can happen. Marcus believes it can happen. So I just have to prove it to myself. With Jensen, he was like, you just gotta attack it. Don't be scared of that. Like, be brave. Like, go do it. He said, you know, work up incrementally. And I know that. But to hear someone else tell me that, you can do that. You can go flat through the kink. I had a plan. I went out, I built a little speed, and then somebody in front of me, I felt like I needed to catch them, and all of a sudden that little bit of fear that was left my mind. I was like, I'm gonna catch this guy. So I've been scared of it the whole time. I finally got it. I finally was able to find that pace and go completely flat through there. Do you know the silver E46 562? Yeah. Do you know where he's paddocked? I gotta go apologize, I've dive bombed him. I'm still overdriving the car and not doing what I can out of it.
Pick up time or?
I did, I got a 149.5, so I broke under 150 and I'm very comfortable going flat through the kink now. So,
nice,
yeah.
There you go.
In fact, I'm looking for that guy. Have you seen a 562 silver E46? And I was coming up on him really quick into 11. Oh, yes. That's him, perfect.
Oh,
yeah, I'll get you coffee later. Who's the E46, is that you?
This one, yeah.
E46.
Oh, that's
who's this guy?
Yeah, so you need to apologize to him? What'd you do?
I thought I was going to rear end him, so I dive bombed him instead.
Oh.
He did a great job keeping it clean, but...
I told him when he gets out here, you're going to whoop
his
ass.
Yeah, okay, good. Is this you?
That's my car, but I wasn't driving.
Oh, okay. Kevin Bandy, I was in that white Miata.
Oh, right, yeah,
I thought I was going to rear end you, and so I just made a quick judgment, and I dive bombed you there, but you gave me so much. 11. Yeah,
that was fun.
Okay, good. I was like, you kept it super clean.
I saw
okay,
yeah.
Thanks for that.
Yeah.
These drivers, they're so friendly and so eager to help that I feel like a peer. I know that I'm new, and I know I'm coming to them for their help, but they don't make me feel like I'm not part of it. They don't make me feel like I'm, as inexperienced as I truly am. The fact that I'm out here and I'm making it happen, and they're more than willing to help me get there is really exciting. I've learned that mindset is like the biggest thing, at least coming from not having raced before. It's just that really close dueling, and you're right up next to another car, and you got to figure out, what are they thinking? What are they about to do? When do I need to brake early to not run into the back of somebody? Or when can I switch over and gain an advantage because I know they're going to run wide. That kind of stuff was really fun.
Gets running, is thinking about going up and making it 3 abreast. That's really difficult, man. No. And there's the inevitable result. And then Walbaum just got clipped.
There's the full course yellow.
There it is. So everybody's going to scrunch up. Here comes our pace car. And you can see Walbaum right in the middle of the track here. So they had absolutely no option but to throw this full course caution. I mean, safety is always paramount.
Here's a new variable. Now there's something to avoid. The guy I bought the chassis from thought I was absolutely crazy that I was going to take this meticulously built chassis, build it into a car, and then take it to wheel racing. In his mind, it's immediately going to get crumpled up and thrown away. And where did all that hard work go? This is incredibly hectic. 50-car grid in a small track. The things that come with incidents, like heated arguments in the paddock and people being aggressive back and retaliation and those kinds of things that I fear, is not present, even with all this going on. These are the racers I want to be door to door with. These are the racers that I am okay bringing a car that I've poured everything into and putting it at risk out there.
The hard thing about building a car and building a driver at the same time is like your learning curve is just steeper than Mount Everest. Like for me, I was an idiot. I built a 500 horsepower car, so it was, traveling twice the speed.
Terrifying to get to that limit. Yeah, exactly.
Which is just stupid. If I could go back and do it again, I'd be like, I expect me on it, you idiot.
Right. Going into race 4, I didn't have any specific strategy. Like, I know I picked up pace in race 3, so I really wanted to just see, could I move up? Can I race clean? Can I improve my times, do better? And race 4, it all clicked. I'm definitely a much better racing driver at the end of the day than I started at the weekend. I went from, wow, I'm all the way at the back, to I am racing and I am improving by huge amounts, and I'm actually making positions up. I'm moving up. .49.5 was the fastest time I got in race 3, and the last 6 laps were all 1:48s. I'm really proud of that. I am on cloud 9. This is what I'm here for. I got that experience. I'm getting that experience, and there's so much more left in the year. I know I've got a car that is more capable than I am driving so far, and I know I'm capable of driving much better. I still don't have my sights set necessarily on trying to be at the pointy end, but I'm really still excited about being in great mid-pack battles. These drivers are phenomenal, and these cars are dialed in. So as I develop the car, as I grow as a driver, it's going to be more and more rewarding. And yeah, probably way harder to say I'm going to do less of this next year.
Family owns a scrap business, and I've been operating skid steers and other machinery just since I was like 4 years old. So I guess that's how I've always been. Like, I just like to operate and drive stuff to their limit. It's always been in me. Luke's cool as a cucumber on track and in the paddock, right, Luke? I mean, me and Luke are technically teammates. We're in the same garage. We talk to each other all the time, at the track, at home. I live like 4 hours from him, but we'll talk on the phone all the time. He's definitely slightly faster than me. Practice, I was like fighting my mindset. I knew what times I should be running close to, and I was like, I am way off. Like, I don't really know if the car's making as much power as it should be, or if it's making too much. But I was like, I'll get those sorted out by qualifying. I'll go over some data with Luke. Then the car broke. Okay, got a problem here. Road America, cool down lap, car shuts down, doesn't really have any faults, oil pressure looks fine. And then back in the garage, again, nothing really looks wrong with the car. And you crank it, it pukes oil out of the catch can. The fuel pressure's fine, the spark, we checked one spark plug was okay. So why would that happen exactly? Eric Magnuson, he has an LS in his car. Luke, Adam Ulrich, like all of them have LSs with dry sump systems. It's like, oh, have you ever seen this? Like, is this something you've ever dealt with? Okay, let's pull this apart and watch this while it cranks. Let's pull this apart and watch this while it cranks. No, I know, but can you see a rocker arm to see if like a timing chain broke or something? Does that all look like it's still plugged in? The stress was definitely building a lot because at that point I still felt like I could make qualifying, and I still felt like my race weekend was salvageable. I just like didn't want to believe it was like a mechanical problem that was gonna stop my weekend. Okay, all right, we're gonna try to pull the crank sensor out. I think my crank sensor failed. I'm gonna fix this, and I'm racing this weekend. Like that was determined. Get nervous, like, oh, like, is this gonna be it? Should I go put my race suit on while Joey buttons this up, and like maybe I can like go make it out right as they're rolling. All right, go ahead, crank it. Where's Luke? What the heck is going on? No, it's still not fixed.
We've got cars on course right now for GRIDLIFE Touring Cup qualifying. Missing from the top 20 is the runner-up in the championship right now. That's Matan Rosenberg. And I don't see him.
I don't know if I saw him. I don't think I've seen him come across us either.
And as far as I knew, everything was running well for him.
Yeah.
But he does not appear to have made a lap so far.
Let's yank all the spark plugs. Sometimes when you get in that mindset of, I'm gonna get this fixed, then you like overlook or like force yourself not to look at obvious things like
Holy shit.
Number 7 spark plug is crushed.
Oh, that's a problem. Valve or piston or both.
The saddest part about it all is we spent 3 hours diagnosing it, 4 hours, because we didn't pull that plug because it was super far back. So I don't know. I mean, we're gonna take it apart. I mean, like, part of me is like, I don't know, just leave it and fix it next year, you know? It is what it is. Like, being upset about it doesn't help. So like, you're like fighting, am I gonna go like mope around the track or like, you know, pack up all my stuff and just go home and be upset about it? You can't let yourself go down that road.
Welcome to Road America. Kyle Heyer joined by Owen Horst and by Matan Rosenberg. And Matan, welcome. So I assume you're done for the weekend. Is that sort of the scenario, or you're looking to try to fix how?
No, my engine's done for the weekend, unfortunately. But I already drove out here, and I already have camp set up. So I'm going to enjoy the GRIDLIFE Festival.
Awesome. One of the most scenic tracks in North America. Probably one of the most scenic tracks in the world. GRIDLIFE Touring Cup, race number 1 from Road America. Green flag, and we're racing at the National Park of Speed, and a good launch by the 330 and the 41. Gary Wimble pops out looking 3 wide, and it's a dead heat. Lichty versus McGrew towards turn 1. Big pack of cars. They're 3 wide to the first corner here. Matan, tight quarters on this opening lap.
Lots of 3 wide action there going on. Looks like everybody made it through clean so far. Looks good. It was difficult watching there. Like, you kind of have to think to yourself, like, man, like, could I have been challenging that guy right now? You know, like, could I have been fighting for that spot?
Defense from the 7 down towards turn 5.
Same with Aaron.
I think Luke was side by side with Eric Magnuson. Looks like they single filed out
Dana's
now.
keep holding it together. Can he hold it around the outside of turn 7 here?
Big wiggle, he's off, and Wimble spins right center track, and that's a bad place to be. Contact and crash at turn 6, and Eric Cattill's nose
collected from there a little bit too.
All punched in.
Yeah.
That is going to be very, very frustrating. Saw Austin Hurdle in there. We saw Tyler Pappas in the midst of all that. Yeah, full course yellow in this one. Let's have a look at the replay of this incident.
Not everybody's dealt with crash damage, but almost all of us have assembled our cars. They spent all the money and time to get here. They put in all the hours and hours and hours in their garage, at their shop, and it's like gone. Right? And so, like, you feel for them a lot. You really hate to see it, you know, you're watching from this perspective, and especially for me, you know, these are my friends who I race with all the time. But hopefully everybody can learn from the situation and come away and talk about it.
Well, it's not under the conditions we wanted, but checkered flag for the end of day 1 and for GRIDLIFE Touring Cup. Race 1, Luke McGrew is going to add to the win total that he has gotten this season. It'll be his 7th win of 2024.
Like, I think I can get back out there. I mean, I don't know what I'll do with the bumper.
Just leave it, tape it up. That was terrible to watch. It really was.
I thought I could fucking save it too. Like, I'm sorry to be part of the Cosmos chain reaction. I saw that.
I think the mindset you need to have is just be as clean as you can on track at all times, but still you have to know in the back of your head, you know, anything can happen to anybody, you know, at any time. I mean, you can get just caught up in something, and that's just kind of what happened this weekend.
Shit has hit the figurative fan, and there's a lot of guys here that love to jump in and solve problems. And so when that happens, you just try to build up a little enthusiasm, empathize with the person who's struggling, and help them out. This series, more than any other, seems to bring the best out of people. It's like an insurance policy, right? Like knowing that the collective will come to support you when you have an individual, you know, bad day or bad experience. So I want to pitch in with the guys, and you know, part of that's because I enjoy the challenge, and another part of it is because I know they do the same for me.
I think we all know what we want, and I think yesterday was not what we want. I want 3 absolutely perfect races, and I know we can do it because we have done it many, many times. This place is very dangerous. I don't want to pull anybody out of a wall. I don't want anybody to have to fix their shit tonight, or tomorrow, or next week, before the next race. I don't want anybody to quit after the race. I don't want anybody to go to the hospital. It's all very, very real. This place is very dangerous.
Yesterday, we didn't get the race that we were hoping for, Matan. An early accident at turn 7 after a spin. Unfortunately, Austin Hurdle's weekend looks to be over and done with. The car should be repairable. Eric Catil, though, he got his car repaired, and I saw that car out here this morning. He looks good to go.
Yeah, it looked like a bunch of guys got together and helped Eric get that thing knocked back into shape a little bit, good enough to race today. So I think as long as we can get some green racing, I think it's going to be a great race here.
We'll try this again. GRIDLIFE Touring Cup at Road America. Green flag flies. Magnussen gets a great launch in the 330. They're side by side down towards turn 1.
Look at that. Is that James Howden helping Eric Magnussen push by Luke?
Through the first corner.
Eric Magnussen pulled a little bit ahead of Luke McGrew there. Luke's car is going to be real strong in this middle straight, so it'll be interesting to see how he closes the gap here. You know, you, in your own car, you only have control of what you are doing. You make the decision of how much room you leave and how close to the limit you're going to push it. And it is only amplified and more obvious when you're in a car racing, doing 100 through the kink next to somebody, right? Everybody has to be precise, everybody has to be on their game, everybody has to be in the right mindset of, you know, I'm not going to make a move when it really isn't there.
Now coming up through Billy Mitchell Bend, turn 13, Magnussen with the 7 trailing hot on his heels. Luke has already driven right by him on the outside. Luke McGrew takes the lead away towards turn 1. Can anybody defeat Luke McGrew? The strength of that car has been in a straight line. Here comes Lichty, deep on the brakes into 5 on the outside of Eric Magnussen.
You know, if Lichty keeps pressuring Eric like this and keeps battling, it might just allow Luke to run away with this. Looks like the pace car is coming out here, Kyle.
And looks like we do have a safety car, and it will slow the field down here as they work their way by the main flag stand. And this time, so that is Jake Jornstad's car. Is that Jake?
It looks like there might be a fire inside.
Yeah, there is a fire in the car. You see Jake getting out of the way, getting out of the car and to safety as quickly as he can. You see red flag now.
Red flag, red flag.
A fire is, that's like probably one of the scarier things to see in a race car. You get burned pretty quick.
Road America safety team immediately on scene, and they're going to go to work. And this is one of the most professional crews in all of motorsports, Matan.
Absolutely, Kyle. And I mean, that's something where, again, you can only control what you do. That was something completely out of anybody's control.
After another shortened race here for GRIDLIFE Touring Cup because of a fire on course, drivers okay, and we just got to get some green flag laps, Matan. Got to get the momentum rolling. It was going so well the first handful of laps.
Yeah, we had some good battles forming there, and just never got to really see them work their way out. So I hope for race 3 and 4 we get some more green laps here.
Coming into the weekend, most of the time I try to focus on building on the previous week, and that gets real difficult because you can have one setback, one little thing can ruin a session for you, and then you feel like you've gone 2 steps back. So it gets hard to keep building and building and building on top of what you feel like you've learned, and sometimes that fight can leave you if you have multiple incidents in the weekend. 2 sessions go bad, 3 sessions go bad. But then the power of like one good session, one good race with a new friend on track can bring you right back in. And then all that washes away.
It's like a team effort to actually make it through the race cleanly. Like, we need to work together, and you're syncing up 58 people on a racetrack who don't have any communication with each other than like car language or body language, you know.
So far this weekend, trouble in race 1 and a red flag in race 2, but it's time to go racing in race 3. Here we go. GLTC 3 wide as Aaron Lichty finds the hold next to Eric Meadows, and they storm down towards turn 1, Owen. tight. 3 wide with Tony Marchev, Emil Tab, down towards turn 3. Pretty orderly, all things considered.
Yeah. Looks like Aaron Lichty was able to take advantage of that braking zone in turn 1 and pull away with a little bit of an early lead here.
Now he's got to be on defense.
My mindset, I feel like the harder I try, the harder it gets. So I try to relax. I try to let things come to me naturally. Don't force anything. The second I start forcing things or trying to make things happen, it's desperate. I always keep the word desperate in the back of my mind. Don't be desperate, Aaron. Don't hope, right? Just drive what you know. Take what comes to you. Just always keep in the back of my mind that I want to load a shiny car on the trailer at the end of the day, and I want to have as many friends or maybe a few more than I showed up to the weekend with. That's my mindset.
Lichty leads.
Powers up.
Oh yeah, but not for long. Here comes the 7. And Lichty's going to tuck back in line and try to get some slipstream here. The strength of that 7 car has long been the runs down the straightaway. Ryan Power on the brakes, really late on the brakes in that 245 there, Matan, but he got it done.
Nice polite pass there, left room in the braking zone. It was good actually to watch a full race. As an announcing point of view, I was like, oh, I actually have to talk for a way longer time, right? We're gonna go side by side through the carousel. This is gonna be a tough one. You're basically gonna be compromising both their lines and exits there onto the back straight, Kyle.
Up the front straightaway, checkered flag is in the air, and Luke McGrew's powerhouse of a Corvette will win again at Road America. Race 3 is McGrew, then it's Lichty, Meadows, Magnuson, and Power, the rest of your top 5. And there we go, we got one all the way through with a little bit of a delayed start, Matan.
If I had to guess right about now, Luke's probably lighting up a cigarette.
So the ratio of working on the car to getting to drive the car.
You decide your own level of involvement.
Gosh, what is the ratio? It depends on how reliable of a car you build. What do we get in a week? An hour and a half of track time? So it's somewhere between 10 and 30 to 1. So why'd you ask me that? I'm like, damn, this is a bad investment.
Like when you look at it, it doesn't really make any sense. Like this event, I'll be driving close to 16 hours both ways, and I'll be on track for, what is it, like an hour and a half or something like that?
Driving the car is worth way more than the hours spent in the garage working on the car. No matter if you're one of the guys that's just changing oil between events, or you're trying to get every last little bit, corner balance and alignments, dyno, all that stuff. I mean, it's worth it in the end to come out and you know, those clean races, those ones you come back from and you're just hanging with your buddies. That's worth a lot.
I try to act like the car is the person, so it's not that I'm racing at S2000, you know, I'm racing Lena. You know, I'm not racing a Corvette, I'm racing Luke.
And here comes Houghton, 3 wide up to turn 6. This is going to be a squeeze. Walbaum has to back out. Magnuson takes advantage, Owen into 6, and they're side by side for what's 3rd place now.
Yeah, I think that really just shows the level and skill and also care that our drivers really understand when they're driving out there on the track. They just actually love to be here, and they're not just out there to glory hunt. You know, they want to just love driving, and that's what they're doing.
Full green race is perfection, pretty much. From all 58 drivers, for 58 people to be all aligned in the same thinking, it's pretty special.
Scott Heckert picks up his first GRIDLIFE Touring Cup win, and it is a Corvette Sweet Baton here at Road America.
Great job, guys. You got it all.
Good. Good. It sucks that I can watch you race this weekend, but
yeah, seriously.
Next best thing is having people in the booth. It's fun. So
watching a GLTC race is pretty special and pretty amazing, especially when you compete with those people. It was pretty difficult to come back in. Like, yes, obviously I'm a driver, I know all these guys, but it's much different when you get out of the car, you have that adrenaline, you kind of have like the same vibe as everybody else, and you were racing them, and like everybody wants to talk to who they were just next to, and like, oh my God, like, can you believe we made that work or whatever? And you know, you're like, oh, it looked really cool from the live stream, but like, I don't know, it makes you think a little bit about these weekends. Just how it's interesting, like how driving together like that at a high competition brings these people together so tightly. It's like, man, like we have to spend all that money for that conversation. And then like spraying the champagne if you get on the podium is probably like the most fun.
Mr. Luke McGrew. Nice family we ever could ask. We never ever imagined this series being this way. And we thank you all so much for being Grid Life. You guys are Grid Life. We're just here to help. Have the best night.
For the past 4 years, like this is what I do, which is like close to a quarter of my life. There's times where you're like just really drained and you're like, yeah, I kind of wish I could quit, but you have all these people who support you. Like you can't let all these other people down. I've put in the effort to get here and I have the capability, I think, to do well and potentially, you know, win or do well in a season championship. And so it's like, well, I kind of want to prove it to myself I can do it too.
Yeah, I'd say that has a little water in it.
You have to be in a rhythm. Really, you have to try to breathe a few times on the front straight because if you're in a battle, you might be holding your breath 3/4 of that lap, not realizing it.
Welcome to Lime Rock Park. Kyle Heyer joined by Greg Kramer. It's like flying fighter jets in a cereal bowl around here.
It really is magic here. Some of the best door-to-door racing on the planet, in my opinion, with the GRIDLIFE Touring Cup.
I've been in a lot of series where I've been podium, no problem. The field is much more stacked in GRIDLIFE than pretty much anywhere else I've raced. This is where I want to be. This is where some of the best racers are.
A lot of drivers who come from other categories where they're absolute front runners have shown up here and said, wow, is this field tough?
I mean, that's why I moved to GRIDLIFE. I was winning a lot in Florida, club racing, NASA, and I wanted more competition. I wanted to become faster. Top 10 is generally always my goal. It's definitely something I've been hoping to get to. Because up to this point, I haven't really been there. If I can ever get there, first place for the weekend would be amazing.
And the other driver we just have to talk about is Lena Chin. She came in here, qualified 10th, drove her way up to 6th on the track, and is showing some real speed.
Every time I get out on the track, I feel like I can improve a little bit more and just working toward that goal, climbing the mountain. Nick Barbado was in front of me, E36 BMW, multi-time national NASA champion. He was the guy I wanted to pass.
Look at Lena, woo, side by side there.
You're really heads up, being cognizant of who's behind you, who's beside you, who's in front of you. This just intense concentration of a high-speed game of chess. I love it. It's pretty much my favorite thing. It's the only place I can kind of get it in my life. I'm always checking to see who's coming from behind. If I have a bigger gap from behind, I know I can take a little more battle to the person in front of me. You kind of just stay behind them until they make a mistake. You put the pressure on them. No, I don't want them to make a mistake, but I want them to know, hey, I'm right here, and if you do make a mistake, I'm probably going to take advantage.
Big cloud of dust out of turn 7. But you're right about Lena closing in on Barbado there. This is a fantastic run for her. Last year was up in the front in the B races, but to race at the front of GLTC, it is so hard, Greg, and this is going to be a huge boost to confidence for her.
And look at this, the pace that Lena was attacking so hard at Barbado, he went, I got to get by Zoo here and give me some breathing room here.
White flag, last lap around Lime Rock Park in GRIDLIFE Touring Cup Race 1.
I had one more dive in on Kevin Zhu. Yeah, coming out of Big Bend into the left-hander. I had actually gotten up on his rear quarter panel before he kind of came over, and I was like, oh, not, you know, probably could have forced the subject a little more. You have to make the best decision you can at the time. I didn't feel like I had enough overlap on him, and I didn't want to pit maneuver one of my friends, one of my competitors. We all want to have a good, clean race. That's really important in GLTC.
Checkered flag, James Houghton for the first time since Midwest Festival in June, wins at Lime Rock Park.
Lena, 6th place, is that her best finish, I think?
That is her best finish. It was previously 10th, it is now 6th place.
To do better than you've ever done, this pure excitement and just joy that you've worked so hard for this.
If we had like 2 more laps, you probably would have gotten me. I was hating it.
And it's been great to see a lot of my competitors have risen with me, as we've now been able to have more and more great battles further up the field as we're progressing.
Watching the B races from last year going, oh shit, she can get this done. And then you came out and just laid that down in the race.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun.
That was awesome.
Thank you.
That was awesome.
Trying to do something.
Yeah. Well, you're doing well. That was so cool.
This is the special flag. This is not a yellow flag, even though it is the color yellow. This is for bears. I don't want you to put the car where it might not work. I want you to put it where you know it will work. If you go 2, 3 wide into a turn, I want you to hold your relative position towards the inside or outside of that racetrack. You do not get to...
I think there is a high level of respect needed to race this hard, this close. It does happen. We've all had incidents. We're all trying to improve. It's important to race your friends hard, but we don't want to put anyone, including ourselves, in danger while trying to do it right.
Hi everybody and good morning. A beautiful Saturday, August 17th, as we get ready to go racing for the second time this weekend for the A group. James Houghton, Matan Rosenberg start in the front row. It's Marchev and Lena Chin in row 2.
This is I think, a career weekend for Lena with the way she's going. Best finish, best qualifying, and now highest start. She starts 4th.
Having only 2 cars in front of me was an amazing feeling. I had no idea how I would be able to hold on to 4th. It's trusting that they will give you the same level of respect back that you want to put out there. I wanted to prove to them that I did belong at the front of the field.
Your 27-car field for GLTC Race 2A. Pace car, the Nissan GTR, is going to peel off and head down the pit lane. Green flag flies and we're racing again at LRP.
5 abreast heading in to Big Bend, and from the outside, beautiful move, Matan Rosenberg in that big Corvette.
Look at Lena Chin up to 3rd place. She took out an opportunity from the outside of row 2.
It's intense. A lot to think about while you're racing, trying to do, really perfect the laps, but I kind of love it. In certain parts of the track, when you get a second, I might look in the rearview mirror to see if Tony had gained or fallen back from me, to see where I might be stronger or where he might be stronger.
And Houghton just setting fast lap. Lena Chin, though, right on his 6th, and bringing Marchev right along with her here.
Tony had a couple good runs on me on the downhill, so as soon as we got on the straight, I took a defensive position on the inside of 1. If he wanted to get me, he would have to do the move that I do, which is take him on the outside.
Marchev taking a look here. Lena Chin right down the middle of the track saying, if you're going to do it, go around the outside. And Marchev just could not quite make that work.
Because it was super intense, having to defend almost every lap.
Lena Chin is just having a career day here.
Tony Marchett wants something to say about that, but then overshoots into Big Ben just a little bit and loses about 4 car lengths.
It's this super fine line of being at the edge of grip and actually sliding. So slip angle is fastest. When the car is absolutely neutral through the corner, you almost free your hands a little bit in the turn versus having to do a correction. Once you start doing a correction, you're slower. It's almost like a ballet where you're just like right there. You have to be very smooth, but very, you know, specific about the moves that you're doing in the car.
You know, here's the thing, comfort builds confidence, and confidence builds speed. When you're confident, you're gonna go fast. So right now, Lena is sticking right with 2 of the top points people and 2 of the fastest drivers in this series. Talk about, as we said, a career event.
I saw the white and I was like, oh, thank goodness. I had enough gap to Tony, so I wasn't gonna push too hard on the last lap because I didn't want to make a mistake.
Here they come.
Checkered flag. Baton Rosenberg wins at Lime Rock Park.
I banged on my steering wheel. I was like, yeah. It felt really special because it's like, you know, I was there.
For Lena Chin, her first podium ever in GRIDLIFE Touring Cup.
Man, is she showing everybody that she is for real in GLTC at the sharp end.
I've been wanting to be there a long time, since my first race in 2022, so.
And I was like, oh, I'm gonna get you. Oh, I'm gonna try. I'm gonna try. And I was like, oh no, not gonna work out. Not gonna work out. So, but it was a really nice job. You know what you did with defense. So.
I had the goal before this weekend, top 10. If I'm top 10, I'll be happy. Okay. Oh, I want to be here all the time.
Right? It feels great.
It feels good.
Feels great. Feels great.
And to note, for those that aren't familiar, GRIDLIFE Touring Cup is balanced with power, weight, and tire, and everyone is supposed to be at their power to weight.
Going to the dyno for impound was a new thing for me. So every race they bring out the scales, and depending on that weight determines how much horsepower you're allowed to have for the race.
We have a dynamometer down in the paddock that after the race, a couple of select cars, usually the Podium, and then a couple other random cars are gone up and they're measured to see how much power they're making. If your engine makes too much horsepower, that car is going to get penalized.
Dynamometer is a device used to measure the amount of horsepower in a car. It uses some math, a very large metal drum. You put the drive wheels on the drum, and as it spins, it calculates the amount of horsepower your car makes. And went in a little nervous, but last time I dynoed it, which was earlier this year, nothing in the car has really changed, that I'd be okay. And yeah, I kind of blew the dyno. A little upsetting. It wasn't by much. 2 of the runs were 3 horsepower over, and then 1 was 6 horsepower over. 6 horsepower is enough to DQ you. I don't think 6 horsepower is enough to really feel. Worked with dynos for years. I was a dyno operator for years. It can change from day to day. After that race, I talked to Andy and we decided to pull out some more power from the car just to make sure that I'm legal. I don't ever want to be illegal. I didn't think I was, so it's just sometimes the dyno gets you.
We'll see if it does better.
Predictability, okay? If you both are okay with racing that way, that's fine, but be sure that the drivers around you know what's coming, okay? Anything else? Race 3 is coming up. We know the statistics on race 3. Don't be a number on a spreadsheet. We know how GRIDLIFE spreadsheets works, okay? All right, let's keep it up this weekend. So far, this is our best festival weekend for incidents. Knock on every piece of wood. It's up to you, fuckers. All right. Thank you.
To the battery GLTC drivers and cars for race 3, Group B, Bravo. Report to the pulse grid. GLTC drivers and cars for the pulse grid for Group B, Bravo.
with our 60 field entrants this weekend. Each of these 4 races is split into 2 components, a B race and an A race, with the B race being the slower 30 of the 60 and the A race being the faster group. And interestingly, you'll note the bright blue Honda S2000 leading us to the green flag. Greg, she was on podium in race 2A, but Dyno.
Yeah, just a tick over, and it really wasn't enough to offer a huge performance advantage in any way, but rules are rules. And Lena understands that. You know, she was surprised to be over it. Well, again, just very little. So she'll just put her head down, race hard there in that bright blue S2000.
So I got relegated to B race, but I was starting first in B race. It's not a lesser skill, it's not a lesser driver, it's just more on lap time. I was just gonna run my race.
Here we go. Cars are coming down. Chin on the pole.
Green flag, and we're underway at Lime Rock Park. Kevin Zhu has a look at the inside of Kevin Bandy. Brian Leonard, big dodge and weave to try to miss Zach Lavoie.
All of that jockeying, look what Lena Chin has been able to do. She's taken advantage and opened up a big margin already. Lena has just dropped everybody at this stage. You can see catching almost a little air up and over that uphill turn.
Thankfully, there were some battles happening behind me and checked out from the field a little bit. The course is very fast. It's less than a minute lap time. With it being so quick, it's easier for me to get into the flow of the track. You just kind of get into this mental headspace. Yeah, front stretch, you're on driver's left. Brake at the 2, start turning in toward the middle of track to try to hit the first apex into Big Bend. Not too heavy on the brakes, but not too light either. Let the car drift out about a car length and a half for the left-hander. Brake until you can see the exit, bring it onto the curb, turn it back the other way for the next corner. Don't go over the curb because it is rough. Carry your speed out down the no-name straight. Get ready for the uphill. Expect a little bit of understeer, let the uphill grab you. Over the hill, enjoy the ride, go down to West Bend, hit the apex, go down the hill, breathe off the gas. Once you feel the compression, back on the gas, and then you're back on the front straight. Should only take 58 and some change seconds. I noticed my body's a lot more sore at this race than most races. Just the constant G-forces. You know, your body doesn't have a chance to kind of relax and chill. Like the amount of times we're under a G and a half, you know, maybe up to 1.75 Gs of cornering force is substantial here.
Well, Lena Chin, after getting bumped to the B group after failing post-race tech last time out, she is going to go back to victory lane. GRIDLIFE Touring Cup Race 3B. Lena Chin wins it here at Lime Rock Park.
Well, how was your little single session out there by yourself?
It was a great laughing session. I really enjoyed it.
My wife's rooting for you on the live stream.
Oh, tell her thank you. It was nice to win race 3. But I love coming back to the paddock and just congratulating and hugging a competitor because we had such a good race, and that's really the fun part. It's more than the win. Yeah, it's about the good battles. It's about the good memories and pushing yourself to be better. Race 4 starting in the back of A. I came from the mid-pack, so no stranger to it. Just got to move up again. Sometimes you feel like a hero for a bit, and then all of a sudden people start getting faster and faster, and you're like, oh, it's not there anymore. And then that's when you get into a few more battles. And I've done these back races, you know, starting from the back. They're fun. They're a good time. It's party time.
One last race for GLTC at GRIDLIFE Circuit Legends.
This weekend, you know, called Circuit Legends, and it's about as apropos as it gets because Sam Posey, a legend here, Paul Newman, a legend here, Skip Barber, and then, of course, the new legends that are getting formed in Grid Life. And here comes Lena Chin, and is working through on Robertson. And the one thing to watch here is Lena Chin, folks. She is an absolute master of the outside pass.
I've been called the queen of outside passing, which is kind of funny. There's really only one passing zone at this track. Turn 1 is Big Bend. My car has a ton of grip here, and yeah, I can just hold my line really well on the outside for turn 1, and then by turn 2, I now have the inside, and I was able to kind of hold it out there and make up a few positions.
It's hard here at a track like Lime Rock to make progress when you get buried for a start.
You know, that's part of the game here, is if you're under attack, put your car where you think you would want to make the pass.
The racecraft. I love seeing where I'm faster than others, where others are faster than me, and just making moves. This track is just all about the flow. It has this sense of danger because of how close some of the guardrails are. The quick elevation changes of Lime Rock are really exciting. It's like a roller coaster you don't want to get off of. Greg said it best, is once you start getting up there, one, you hope that you continue to stay up there, but two, I think that confidence you get kind of sticks with you.
We have a new fast lap set in the race. Lena Chin.
Really?
Just put the fast lap up on the board, a 59.12. Fast lap in this group, that says something.
I finished 16th, got the Hard Charger Award and the fastest lap of the race. I think it's cool that I know it's possible. The art of possible is nice. You know, I started questioning how good I was. I know that I can still be up there, fully legal, and take the battle to them. Some people get frustrated, they're like, oh, I should be up there, but I'm like, listen, like, the weekend happens, right? Like, I want to go out and have a good time. I want to play with my friends. You know, it's not the only time I'm going to be up there, and it wasn't a fluke.
No, it sure as hell was.
No, it's coming up. Just
seriously,
seeing you.
great racing,
Thank
good weekend.
You. I love this track. I love this race. I want to get a podium in a race. That's next step. I did my top 5 win. If I can ever get there, first place for the weekend would be amazing. Just keep on improving, you know.
She's a star.
It's true.
She is a star, bona fide.
Grid GRIDLIFE track battle is a race against the clock. And in the 7th of 9 rounds in 2025, we head to Autobahn Country Club's South Course here in Joliet, Illinois. And we're about ready for the last session of the weekend for the GRIDLIFE Track Battle Time Attack Championship. Kyle Heyer joined by Alex Moss one more time this weekend for Time Attack on track here shortly. The Podium Sprint, the last dash for the trophies this weekend. Alex, welcome aboard. This is where we can take the top 5 from each of our respective categories. We reset all the times, and the fastest 3 go home with trophies.
Yep, exactly. So now they are battling for position with each other to decide who's going to take those top 3 spots on the podium, who's going to get the biggest trophy, and who's going to go home disappointed.
And there will be some disappointment, surely. Of course, in the Podium Sprint, not everybody will get a trophy. 4th and 5th in the class will also be on track. And sometimes you're on the outside looking in, but this is sort of where we see some upsets here, Alex. And for those that are chasing records and lap times at a particular racetrack, this has sort of been a change to the norm in terms of time attack competition. But this guarantees us a battle of the best of the weekend where we're going to trade the trophies, but also those track records that we saw set this morning. Unlikely we'll reset them here, but those will still count for extra points on the weekend.
Yep, so for the time attack purists, you get the whole weekend to set your lap record. That still stands, but what this gives us as spectators is to watch them battle it out for position. Puts additional pressure on the drivers. Now they have to get it done in this session. They can't rely on the banker laps they put in earlier in the weekend. They are starting from scratch right here.
Having a good look there at the Falcon Club SC category. This is the first of our 7 classes to head out on the racetrack, and before cars get moving here, we'll have a look at our Falcon Club SC class overview because we have a variety of different cars here in this class, and though they're 25 to 1 power to weight, you can sort of do different things here as you have a look. Different cars represented there. Current track record, Mike Jansen. This record was reset this morning by, I think it was Leonard Radcliffe that ended up on top. So again, it was reset a little bit earlier today. That has yet to be updated, but look at the bottom of the screen. Those are the top 3 seeds in this group. Mike Jansen, Leonard Radcliffe, and Sam Dooling in that 370. Of course, those are the cars that we're going to see go out there, but 25 to 1 power to weight, minimal aero and restricted mods. You're not really going to do a lot to these cars, and you're talking about 100 horsepower here at the max. And cars on track right now, these are just hardship laps for the races later today here, Alex. So this isn't quite yet Podium Sprint, but looks like Tony Marchev and Matt Beck just shaking down their cars before we go racing later.
Yeah, so the Club SC, what used to be Sunday Cup, what used to be Spec Fit, and so on, really a class that's intended to be a low barrier to entry class, cheap to get into, cheap to buy into, cheap to operate these cars, not a ton of power, won't use consumables very quickly, but a ton of fun.
And actually, honestly, the closest battles we've seen in track battle time attack are often in these cars, and the margins are so slim. You're extracting every ounce of performance out of these vehicles. You don't have horsepower to lean on coming out of corners. If you make a mistake, you're going to pay for it for a long time. But Mike Jansen in this 156 running this Honda Civic. Again, this car, lower profile, maybe a little more slippery in the straight line. It's something that Sam Dooling had talked about this year in his Honda Fit, that it doesn't quite have the straight line of maybe this Corolla or the Honda Civic. But the way this works, 3 laps, and it's basically all or nothing here, Alex. You're going to get 3 laps. The best of your 3 will get counted. If you go off the racetrack, your lap time gets deleted. The only time that is not the case is if you have a mechanical issue and you go off track to preserve the session. What that means is you're going to drive by the corner station or get out of the way. If you slip off track, DQ.
Yep, and that's to heavily incentivize these sessions being run with good continuity and not having the track go down for somebody over driving a car. Basically, they want to keep it on track. That's job number 1. Job number 2 is set the best lap time that you can.
So Sam Dooling, 3rd car out in line there, and probably the one on the outside looking in for the top spot here this weekend. But, given that we're not going to see the fastest laps of the weekend, how much this is adapting to the conditions and sort of getting up to speed? I talked to Nick Berg, who's seated 4th in this Podium Sprint, and he told me that he makes his speed 5-6 laps into a run. You don't get that opportunity in this session.
Right, so I think, yeah, adapting to conditions is a big thing, feeling out the track, feeling how the track is. Also handling the pressure as well. I mean, there's got to be butterflies and got to be nerves that there's not another opportunity after this, and you can't fall back on what you've already done. So you're starting with nothing, and what you put down now is all you get.
So the first driver to take the green will be Mike Jansen in that 156 Honda Civic, and he's got a chance to lock up the championship this weekend with Sam Dooling in trail. If Jansen gets another 26-point spread, it will be very difficult for anyone to uproot him out of that top seed spot, because that would leave him with 3 rounds with wins and track records and another win on top of that. So that would be 103 points if he were to pull it out here today. But he might not have the track record again after this morning. So we'll see how things pan out after this session. He's the first one to the green there in that 156. Leonard Radcliffe is chasing him, Alex, but game on here in Club SC.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's see what they can do here.
So for Mike Jansen, working his way. Actually, I stand corrected. The time that was on the overview graphic wasn't the most recent record, but Jansen late in Q7 this morning was actually the one that broke the track record. How did I just rejigger the memory to remember that? Because he's the top seed in this. So he's, again, the first car out is the fastest of the qualifiers, and it's fastest to slowest. David Best just makes it in there in the 134, and so he's on track now. P5 just crossed the start-finish line. So pretty sizable gaps. You're not going to have slipstream or anything to help you here, Alex. It's just drivers going toe-to-toe. And maybe you can see the car up the road, and maybe you're hoping that they get a little bit bigger, but right now it's just you and the racetrack.
Yeah, I think the drivers will be best suited to ignore everything else that's going on the track and treat this like you've got the track absolutely to yourself, you know, corner station flags notwithstanding.
Yes, there's Jansen in the 156, headed up the backstretch, probably touching about 90 miles an hour, maybe a touch more than that if they're lucky. But on the brakes, Jansen's been pretty aggressive down here. You hear the lockup in the tires turning in. 205 Falcon RT 660 pluses on these cars. And this will give us a good idea of what we're expecting to see here as far as lap times. The quickest so far for Jansen, I think, was in the 142s earlier today. It was a 142.253 was the fastest lap of the weekend. This first lap is a 144.572. That's the time to beat there up at the front. Lock up into turn 1.
Yep. So as we saw this earlier in the morning that all of these drivers built speed as the session went on. Radcliffe going a little bit quicker, so he's in the driver's seat right now, literally and figuratively. This second lap not going to be great for Jansen with that lockup going into 1.
So Radcliffe in the Corolla goes to the top of the board there in the white Corolla, the 116 to 143.597. Jansen up to second place. Nick Berg to third over Dooling. And there's David Best to second place. And this is what that upset can do here, Alex. If you're a little bit quicker to pace here early on, that knocks Jansen down to third.
Yep, and this might be just a case of handling the nerves a little bit better. I mean, if you're starting in 5th place, 5th seed, you don't have a whole lot to lose, so why not go send it out, give it all you've got, and handle those nerves just a little bit better than the guys that maybe are sitting 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, and Radcliffe was much quicker on his opening lap than everyone else behind. 9/10 better than Jansen, 7/10 better than David Best. So he's certainly getting up to speed a little quicker and using a lot of curbing there at the exit of 10.
Yeah, you don't see cars going way out in the curbs all that much, but I think there's something to be gained from doing that, and it just comes to how much speed you can carry through patience, I think, for how much of that curb you're going to need.
Charges into 11. Leonard Radcliffe trying to steal a victory here this season. Again, on the outside looking in, isn't really going to be a factor in the championship, but so far this year, scored 7th, 7th, and 5th at Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course. Jansen at a 143.653 gets a little closer, but we'll see if Radcliffe can go quicker. He will, 143.288, and hold some defense on the 156.
Yep, so I think that lockup that we saw from Jansen in the beginning of his second lap hurt him a little bit there, but it probably wouldn't have cost him enough to get through that 143.3 essentially.
And look at Nick Berg and Sam Dooling, 4th and 5th. They're not getting up to speed as quickly as they need to, Alex. This is their last opportunity to get up on the podium. Maybe David Best. There's Nick Berg, 144.008. He jumps to 3rd place.
Yeah, it's surprising actually to see Sam down in 5th place at the moment. Hopefully he can do something on his 5th lap, or 3rd lap, sorry.
And look, 1st to 3rd, there's Radcliffe and Berg. 7/10 between them. That's the spread across the podium right now. But from Berg to Best, 3rd to 4th, that's just 0.3 of a second. And all the drivers now within 1.6 at the moment.
Yep, not much in this at all.
So Jansen will be the first driver back to the stripe. If Jansen doesn't go to the top, the fastest car of the weekend's not going to earn the trophy. That's the risk of Podium Sprint. But Leonard Radcliffe, remember, all weekend long had outpaced Jansen in most of the qualifying sessions, but peak pace seemed to be slightly better. For the 156. Last time through turn 11, he knows he has to dig a little bit deeper and take a little bit more. Jumping the curbs at 11 and 12. Here comes Mike Jansen trying desperately to lock out Sam Dooling from a chance at a championship. And he would add a 4th event to his victory list if he can knock Radcliffe off the top step. Here he comes across the line. Checkered flag for the 156. It is a pickup, but it's not enough by less than 1/10 of a second. Mike Jansen is only second quick. What does Radcliffe do in response? Didn't pick up, so that's the margin of victory. Now who lands third? Nick Berg will be the next driver across the stripe, potentially. We'll smoke out that 216 car. And will he have enough? Told me just about half hour ago that it took him 5 or 6 laps to heat up. Sam Dooling will not be on the podium today. 144.914. Here comes Nick Berg. He's defending from David Best, throws the hand in the air, stays at a 144.008. And as long as David Best doesn't improve, Nick Berg will walk away with a 3rd, Alex.
Yeah, so it's just down to the last car on track now, right? With Best out there?
Yeah, and there he is. That's it. 144.325 for David Best. So Nick Berg snags a podium. We'll have a look at the results here for the Club SC category. And it's Lennon Radcliffe on the top step there with a 143.288, then 143.317 for Mike Jansen. And that's the margin of victory, less than 1/10 of a second. That's unbelievable.
Yeah, just 0.03 of a second between the two of them, which is, yeah, as you say, it's unbelievable how close these guys are.
Yeah, and then about 7/10 back Nick Berg, and again, he'll be absolutely amped. And this is his first showing in a podium sprint, Alex, so that's got to be thrilling. And we'll have a look here at our next category. This is the Falcon Club TR class overview. And here at Autobahn Country Club, Peter Granberg reset the record yesterday. I think this was beat this morning by Mario Moroni. We haven't yet seen the records updated for the day, but this is a typical track day class. Of course, you've got some engine swaps allowed here, less than 2.5 liters naturally aspirated, less than 1.6 liter turbocharged, looking at around 170 to 230 horsepower. And on the bottom of your screen there, 2 of those cars are here this weekend, Moroni and Mike Bryant. But Peter Granberg is trying to hold off that 727 for that championship battle. And there they are, and it'll be top seed for Moroni with that Q7 performance this morning, resetting not only the front-wheel drive Club TR record, but the overall class record. And we're seeing, speeds that are probably about a half second off of what we saw this morning, so no expectation that it'll be track records here, Alex, but this championship battle is so close. We'll run you through the scenarios again. With Moroni, if he were to pull out a win here, he would end up with 87 points to Granberg's 92. If Granberg, or let's see, if Stan Feingold were able to pull this out over Peter Granberg, then Feingold and Peter Granberg would be tied. So in the scenario where Granberg wins, then he'll extend his championship lead for now. But Moroni will be headed to Laguna Seca to maybe chip away at that. There's King Tao in the 23. That's kind of the dark horse of this group. Stan Feingold, we know he's capable. Got different tires on. Maybe a sticker set here, Alex, with those different wheels.
Yeah, I imagine that anybody who's got championship aspirations will be doing everything they can in this session, so not surprised that we do see some sticker tires coming out for this session.
And Mike Bryant at the very tail, P5 on the seating in that NC MX5. Had a really strong run this morning in Q7 to qualify himself for this podium sprint. And we've seen him before. I don't think he's come out on the podium before, but there's a first time for everything. So good smattering of cars, couple rear-wheel drive entries, and then the front-wheel drive car of Mario Moroni, who is the fastest of the qualifiers so far. Heading down the backstretch towards turn 11. Favorite in this one, Alex? Who do you think is going to take this?
I think it's got to be between Peter and Mario at the moment. I think I think Peter will be feeling the pressure on this one. I mean, after being in such a dominant position all weekend, just to see Mario take that record this morning from him, and now he's got to do it in this session, and he hasn't beaten Mario head-to-head in a session since I think that first session of the weekend. So I think he'll be feeling the pressure, and Mario will be feeling pretty good about where he is.
There's Peter Granberg in the 511, the K-powered BRZ chasing Maroney, King Tao across the line. That 23 car, real dark horse. Based on the time we saw this morning, he's got one of those front-wheel drive Honda Civics. And he's going to be a real threat for this podium. I didn't really expect him to be in the conversation ahead of Feingold and Bryant, but here he is.
Yeah, he is, and he did kind of come out of nowhere this morning to push himself into that top 5 and get himself qualified for the podium sprint. So that's something unexpected, something we weren't looking to see.
So for Maroney in the 727, when he tracks back around, the best lap of the weekend for the Club TR cars was a 1:31.385 by Maroney earlier today. And they're headed down the backstretch towards 11 and 12 right now. And there's Maroney in the 727. First lap, maybe not going to be the absolute fastest for those on these RT660s. Maybe give them a lap or two.
Yep, but I think we'll start seeing how they're adapting to it and how which drivers are adapting quickest to the track conditions. You know, but like you say, they get 3 laps, so nothing gets set right now with these first lap times.
Across the stripe for Mario Maroney, 1:32.355. That's a pretty solid lap here, given the heat of the day.
Sure is, yeah.
But Granberg goes quicker, 1:32.134 in the 511 car. What does King Tao have in the 23? About 10 seconds between these cars on the racetrack. And King across the stripe there, 1:32.929. Not a bad first go in that front drive car.
No, so just 8 tenths between the first 3 cars.
And Stan Feingold, here he comes across the stripe, 1:32.736, goes to third quick, takes up the third step on the podium. Mike Bryant across the line to second place, 1:32.329. Dogfight here in Falcon Club TR.
Yeah, and still just those 8 tenths separating the entire class here for the podium. Oh, the top 5, sorry.
This is so close. There's a look between Peter Granberg and Mike Bryant. Mike's been helping us out with the GLTC commentary this weekend. Been fun to have him up here and then watch him go out to do battle with the points leader in Falcon Club TR. Now, Mike had previously had this car with the stock engine, but now it's got the K24 under the hood, very similar to that Peter Granberg has, but different chassis, different ways on how to go fast, but both finding a lot of speed here early.
Yeah, and I think those NC Miatas are really good chassis, very capable cars. When they first came out, they were very, very good, and certainly in the Milwaukee area for autocross and things like that. So I think they are good cars.
Look at second to third, 26 thousandths of a second there. That's so close. Granberg, no, Maroney, 1:31.493. That's the new time to beat, and that's only a 10th off the track record, so he's flying right now. Granberg couldn't improve. And there's a look at it, 8 tenths of a second is what Bryant needs to come out on top here. I don't know that he's shooting that high up the ladder, but he'd be stoked with a trophy. King Tao, no pickup, 1:32.929.
Yeah, that time from Maroney is way ahead of what I think I was expecting to see out of this session.
I think everyone is going to be caught by surprise by this one. Feingold to second, 1:31.825 there. Knocks Granberg down to third. Bryant to second, 1:31.751. And last lap, last opportunity here, Alex. Peter Granberg is not on the podium right now. This would be a disaster for a car that is hunting for the championship. He's off track.
So he will be 5th.
Wow.
Assuming that's not a mechanical.
Yeah, if it is a mechanical, then and he was just getting off track, he'll be able to preserve his time. But either way, it will not be a podium, and that's big in the points implications here. I told you already that if Maroney were to win this and Granberg were second, they would be within a couple of points. But that's not the scenario. Now it's much different. If Peter Granberg stays 4th, that's 17 points with his track record. Maroney with the win would tie for the championship lead.
Yes, and I wonder if Peter is already on his phone looking for flights to California for a few weeks from now.
I saw him in the bathroom a little earlier. He said he cannot go because of a work conflict, so he doesn't have the choice to defend in California. He'll have to do it at pit race. Wow. So Feingold sitting 3rd right now, picking up a couple spots here as the 4th seed. And the checkered is held at the flag stand. I think Maroney will be the next driver around unless he's bailed out.
He must have already crossed the line, I'd expect. But I'm looking at Bryant right now. I mean, he is right there. Can he make that just 3 tenths improvement and take the top spot here?
No.
Nope. Okay.
Yellow flash on the timing and scoring. Mike Bryant will be the last driver to come across the stripe. Checkered flag, and Mike Bryant does not improve. But Mario Moroni, after beating the track record this morning, will win Falcon Club TR over Mike Bryant in second place. How about that? Then Stan Feingold in third, and the huge upset here, Peter Granberg, a 132-134. This will either be a fourth place or a fifth place, depending on how and why he was off course. But the time is still there. I was told that they would delete it if it was an off from a slip up. So maybe they'll leave him in P4 if it was a driving off to preserve the session. And that will make a difference, because if he were fifth, he would be out of the championship lead here, Alex.
Yeah, and just thinking about how we saw that car off track, we just kind of saw it driving to the right at turn 5, I think, towards the corner station, and that doesn't strike me as a driving off. That seemed like an intentional drive off the track to preserve things.
And that's such a great move there by Peter to preserve the racetrack and get off the racetrack if that's what happened. And again, they'll be tied going into Laguna Seca, where Mario will be competing and Peter Granberg will not. So it will allow that 727 to get an even bigger advantage heading into pit race should he improve on one of his points finishes this year. That was wild. And for Moroni, that's his first win of the year. He'd finished fourth, second, third. Finally breaks through and gets a P1.
Yeah, very impressive, and a track record, an overall class record to go with it as well.
That was really cool to watch. Super, super tight. And next out on course is street class. Andy Holst, the current track record holder from yesterday, a 129.117. These are street legal vehicles with OEM aero. You can have bolt-on modifications here. You're looking at 300 to 400 horsepower, maybe a little more than that, but 200 treadwear street tires. Again, you're tire limited here, and representation from mostly turbocharged front and rear drive cars and turbocharged all-wheel drive cars.
Yeah, so these are the cars that were kind of the hot rods of the in the early 2000s, mid 2000s that we all kind of lusted after, or at least people my age lusted after as we were growing up. So the old rally fighters, those kinds of cars that were coming out here, and gives them a place to play.
So Andy Holst is probably the driver we're expecting to steal this one by the differential he's had all weekend long. And looking at his season, he's only done 2 events so far. If he were to win this one with the record, he would be up into second place in the points. Still 20 behind Josh Halka, but also notably this is only his 3rd event. So if he were to do another one, which I imagine would be pit race, then he would win the season with a perfect score if he could repeat the same thing there.
Yeah, as I understand it, he is planning on doing pit race if this event goes well for him. And I expect it will. I mean, that car is an extremely well-prepared car. It is well built up to the rules, and he's also a member here, so he knows this place very, very well.
And here he is down towards turn 11. Mitsubishi Evo. This is a car in a model that you see a lot in street class go up against the Subaru STIs and things of the sort. But so far this year, he's been unstoppable. Every event he's entered, all 2, he's won and had a track record at both. I don't see why this would be any different. Maybe the battle's for second between Aaron Rekadal and others. Across the stripe here for the first start to the lap. Charging into one, looking really, really compliant and nicely gripped up.
Yeah, looking very good. Looks like he knows his way around this place very well, doesn't he?
And a lot of confidence in that curb hop as well. Knows that the all-wheel drive will keep him pointed straight. John Laughlin starts his lap. Big slide. Ooh, he gathered it up. That's the risk of podium sprint, Alex. If he had gone off, that would have been game over.
Yes, it would. Just got a little bit greedy on the entry to 4 there, trying to open up that turn as much as possible.
That recovery was just absolutely spectacular. I don't know that there's a lot of drivers that could gather it up that quickly. And, you know, again, you have to keep it on the road, and you know how desperate he must have felt in that moment.
Yes, I do. I had a similar situation at the old speed ring when I thought I was going off and throwing it all away. And yeah, it's a very desperate, dire feeling that you've got to keep this thing on track.
Well, so this lap will be a throwaway, I think, for Holst, so he'll have to gear up and do it on lap 2 or 3. And Aaron Rekadal has the opportunity to be the top driver, at least for the moment. And John Laughlin and Ross Ligabell are out there. I don't think our 5 seed is on course. As look at him hammer the curbs down there at turn 11. Our 5 seed was our 4th seed was Isaac Ambrose. He's not on track, so I wonder if he's had a problem that will prevent him from running here in Podium Sprint. So he kept it on course. Let's see what Andy Holst has with just the banker lap now. A 31.9, not terrible, all things considered. Might still be faster than Rekadal, actually. I don't know that we've seen Rekadal down there into the 31s much. And he will get a 33.4 up to 2nd place. And that's sort of the delta they've been fighting all weekend long. Rekadal in that front drive Honda Civic Type R. A lot of capability in these cars, but maybe not quite as much as that Evo has.
No, and I don't know how fully built these cars are, if they've really taken them right to the limit of what you can do in the class. And so I don't know how fair it is to compare between the two. I know that Andy has decided he wanted a street class car built to the limit of the rules, and I would expect that car to be faster because of it.
Delta from 1st to 3rd, even further, 1.7 seconds. John Laughlin goes P3, and Ross Ligabell in the E46, a 34.3. So he's really the driver that could maybe upset one of those Honda Civics ahead of him, but needs about 0.7 of a second to do that. That's a lot to find, but we have seen it found in prior sessions within this Podium Sprint, so it's not out of the question for sure. Up this backstretch, see a lot of very high speeds here in street class. You're dealing with quite a bit of horsepower. You know, again, still within the realm of street legality, but pretty deep into the high 300s, into the 400s for some cars. And you're boogieing down these straights, but dealing with a little more weight. You're keeping a lot of the interior of these cars as well.
Yeah, these are true street cars. They are fully capable of being comfortable cruisers on the street.
So did Andy Holst pull in potentially? Maybe knows that the 31.9 might be enough.
It looks like he may have.
Yeah, I didn't see him come across the scoring. You'll see a yellow wipe if they don't improve. John Laughlin, a 133.565, so closes in on Rekadal here for 2nd place.
Yeah, it is a tight battle there, just a little over 1/10 of a second.
And Ligabell, I think I just heard him. There he is, 134.339. It's this car here, beautifully painted. Nice shiny white paint in that number 45. Big bunch of oversteer to catch that car. And just needs a little more.
Yeah, working hard at the wheel there, we saw through the window.
And hearing that the 600 of Isaac Ambrose, who was supposed to be a number 4 seed, was losing oil in the pit lane, so decided not to go out. That's a good call on his part, but unfortunately will not have a shot at the podium after a really strong run this morning in Q7.
Yeah, that's clearly the responsible thing to do. We don't want oil out on the track.
And I think Ligabell must have taken a cool down lap. 7.2 seconds delta last time around. And maybe this is the idea with a street class car, Alex, is push hard for 1 lap and then back it down, cool things off for a lap, and go 1 more time.
Yeah, depending on the tires you're using, and also those he's in the M3, isn't he? I was going to say those Type R's, as I understand it, do. Oh, Andy Holst is still out there. He just improved to 139.
That was his, I think that was his last lap, wasn't it? I see checker, so that was it for him, a 130.963. Rekadal improves to a 133.364. He might need that little extra bit of time, given that John Laughlin is encroaching on him, but he will not pick up. I think Ligabell's off the pace here. Gave it everything he had there, but I'm not sure it was quite enough. Just 0.2 of a second between Rekadal and Laughlin in those, the FK8 and what's the new one? The FL5 Honda Civic Type R. Got to get my Honda codes right. And so Ligabell will pit in and will not take that last lap. So we'll have a look here at the results for street class. And again, we were down Isaac Ambrose, but Andy Holst will have the new track record in all-wheel drive street, and we'll go home with a trophy. Aaron Rekadal 2nd, John Laughlin in 3rd, the number 571, just by 0.2 of a second, and then Ross Ligabell about 0.8 back in that 45, that BMW. So didn't get the podium, but had the chance to show off his stuff here in this last session of the weekend. So now we move up into Street GT. And this is where things start to step up in the power level here, Alex. And on the hot afternoon, I think it'll be interesting to see who's got enough grip to come out on top here. It should be Ryan Matthews, Nicholas Hendricks, Eric Pilipchik, and Eric Magnuson, and Brian Van Orsdal there in the back in the red GR Supra. Predictions here. I mean, here's a look at our previous record holder. I think it was beat this morning by Nicholas Hendricks. So Ido Waxman, who's here with us helping keep time attack under control, he's no longer going to be in that graphic next year. But again, this is about modern high horsepower street legal cars. Power pretty deep in the 400 to 600 range here at the very pointy end of the grid, Alex.
Yep, so a place for those big high-powered cars, as you said, that come stock with a lot of power from the factory, somewhere for them to play. In terms of predictions, I mean, I have to go with my head and say the guy that set the record this morning, I expect him to be on top, or certainly in the trophies. But again, it comes down to who can manage that track and their nerves the best for the 3 laps here.
Nick Hendricks rolls out of grid in the 364. Now, in the past, he had run a very similar Corvette, another gray C6, but that one was a Corvette Grand Sport. He's now moved up to a Z06 that looks very similar. And Corvettes in general, there's a lot of differences between the Z cars and the non-Z cars, as Luke McGrew calls them. I had a really interesting podcast listen a couple of weeks ago where Luke was chatting about all things Corvette and, you know, all the things you have to do to make them good, especially when you buy them on the aftermarket and real inexpensive. But Ryan Matthews chasing Hendricks this weekend, and there's a look at the 787 of Adam Roman, who's new to us here this weekend. Brian Van Orsdal leaving some tire marks out of pit lane.
Yeah, and as we keep going up in these classes, you're going to see more and more strategy come into play. You know, Club SC, those guys were just going out and trying to pound out the best 3 laps that they could. I think we saw in street, we started to see a couple of cars taking the second lap as a little bit of a cool down. And as the tires that we're using get more and more finicky, the cars themselves getting more and more finicky, you might not be able to just go and pound on the car for 3 laps. You might have to do, you know, a hot lap, a cool down, and then another hot lap, or one preparation lap and then do your hot lap. We'll have to see how these drivers approach the session.
Yeah, for Nicholas Hendricks, he's currently scored 3rd in the title behind Ryan Matthews and Luke McGrew. Luke McGrew's not here this weekend, but has 102 points. Be pretty tricky for anyone to beat Luke at this stage without breaking track records at here and at pit race. But Hendricks has the capability of doing that, but only has one other win this season back at Lime Rock Park. If he were to win this event with that record, he would be 1 point behind Ryan Matthews for 3rd. So it'll close that fight up, but it won't swap it around yet.
Mm-hmm.
Wiggle there on the entrance to turn 4.
Yeah, we're watching that a lot of these drivers. We saw Andy Holst do the same thing, really get all the way to the edge of the track for the approach to 4, which, you know, you're opening up the entry to 4, making that less of a sharp turn, but you know, just not leaving any margin there whatsoever.
We talked yesterday about how some racetracks have some rumble strip on the entrance to the corner on driver's right. But pretty big gap between Ryan Matthews and Nick Hendricks there.
Yeah, I wonder if Ryan's just taking a second preparation lap, or you know, doing his out lap, then not really pushing for the first hot lap and getting ready for lap 2 to be the push lap.
And again, these cars are probably going to be some of the most affected by the heat because they're really leaning on that mechanical grip from the tires. And while we have a look here at Hendricks and Matthews up at the front of the field, again, we'll have to reset that weather graphic and have a look at the air temp here, because I think it's up in the 80s at this stage in the day.
It's certainly warm.
There you go, 84. And 63% humidity. So Nick Hendricks 130.991. That's pretty solid, I have to say. Let's see if Matthews has made that gap on the outlap, or if it was this time around. Whoa, big slide for Matthews.
A very big slide, and I think this is starting. No, that was a push lap. So he must have just gone very slowly on the outlap.
By 0.7 of a second, Matthews goes to the top. Let's see what Adam Roman has in the 787. Magnussen up to 3rd place with a 133.193. He'll need more than that. Roman across the stripe, 34 flat. And Eric Pilipchik, sorry, I thought that was Brian Van Orsdal, but it's Eric Pilipchik in the 247 Supra. And across the stripe there, that is a 137.165. That Supra looks a little more stock, perhaps, than Eric Magnussen's in the number 890. But it's going to be a fun fight between these front two. Matthews and Hendricks have sort of traded the lead back and forth. Advantage Hendricks this morning.
Yeah, 7/10, that's a lot to be looking to pick up on a second or third lap. We'll have to see if they push on this second lap or use it as a cool down. But I think, yeah, advantage to Ryan Matthews right now, and really putting the pressure on. I don't know if any of these guys have communication back to the pits, anybody telling them what the other person's lap's doing, or if they're kind of operating in a bubble right now.
Nick Hendricks crossed the line, 1:30.630. It is an improvement, but not enough to dethrone Ryan Matthews at the top. That leaves him pretty vulnerable. With Matthews out front, only 1 lap to go. I don't know that you're going to get 3 good push laps on a street GT car at this stage in the day. And Matthews
did not improve either.
Oh, here's the 890 of Eric Magnussen, though. Can he pick up it all across the stripe there? 1:32.344. Improvement, but not enough to knock Hendricks out a second. I'll leave Adam Roman and Eric Pilipczyk one more opportunity. Roman, no improvement. And now one last lap. I'd be surprised if they push for all 3, Alex. And if they do push, I'm not confident that they're going to go faster.
No, I think that's a wise observation. We'll have to see, but they should be pushing for sure.
Here, tires squealing. A couple of the cars make their way around course. There's a delta between first and third. On the last lap around, Eric Magnussen within 1/10.5 of Ryan Matthews. Here's Nick Hendricks.
Look at those brake rotors glowing.
Yeah, just trying to get the thing woed down. And the fact you can see them glowing in the daylight tells me they are hot right now. He's trying. And here comes Nick Hendricks. Needs 0.4 of a second to knock Ryan Matthews off the top step across the line. Doesn't do it. The best he'll be is second place. Then Magnussen will be after Ryan Matthews. Matthews fist out the window. He's not going to pick up either. And provided that none of these drivers steal something unbelievable on this last lap, Ryan Matthews should win Street GT here.
And the Supra of Magnussen's coming in as well.
So fist out the window. I think Roman and Pilipczyk will probably be the same. Maybe Pilipczyk actually picked up pretty significantly on his second lap, and it looks like Adam Roman will stay out on the road. And it will be a pretty sizable chunk improvement, 1:33.679. It might save him from Pilipczyk's advancement in the Supra. And here comes that red Supra through the final corner here across the start-finish line. It will be a pickup, but not enough. Pilipczyk P5, and Ryan Matthews, for the second time this year, comes out on top with 25 points. Now, critically not 26. Nicholas Hendricks reset that record this morning, and Matthews didn't pip that. So it'll be 25 for Ryan Matthews. It'll be 22 points for Nicholas Hendricks, second place plus the track record. Eric Magnussen, Adam Roman, and Eric Pilipczyk. That will round out your Street GT group here. GRIDLIFE Track Battle Time Attack at Autobahn Country Club. So maybe no surprises here, Alex, but a little bit of an upset with Nicholas Hendricks falling out of the top step. Now, in all of our classes so far, maybe except for Club SC, have we seen an upset? It seems like, well, maybe street class, Sandy Holst.
Yep.
So cars rolling back down the pit lane. Next up is going to be our street modified category. Alex, you've battled hard in street mod here before. Tell me all about this class and why everyone should care so much.
This class is, for a while, it was the arms race. It was the craziest class that was going out there. Really, what you can do here is you can take any street car. You need to leave the front half of the car's interior in place. You can add some pretty significant aero, but it is limited in what you can do. You can add suspension, add brakes, and what have you. Tire swaps are free. Engine swaps are free. The way you make power is free. You can put in whatever transmissions you want off street cars. You can put in whatever diffs you want off street cars. And the way the performance is kind of limited is just through tire size. So two-wheel drive cars get a maximum width of 285, 200 truck wear tires, and all-wheel drive cars get a maximum of 255 width all-wheel drive tires.
So
200 truck wet tires, sorry.
Dewey DeWitt leads the field out of here, already broke the all-wheel drive track record. So he's got that point to add to his total, and hoping to just double down with the P1 here in Street Mod. You see him sliding around, feeling out the grip. Want to also issue a shout out here for the third car in line. That's Cal Fortner. It's his mom Edie's birthday today, so happy birthday to Edie. I haven't had a chance to say hi to her yet this weekend, but this is sort of a local event for them, being based just a couple hours away in Indiana. So hi to them, and Cal Fortner in the Mercedes-AMG GTS that will be in line here. I think third or fourth seed in this, BP3.
So you see Dewey there just actually missed the curbs entirely, maybe by design there, but he's just getting ready to start his first hot lap, and listen to that Subaru engine scream.
Through the last corner to start his lap. They call this car the Boogeyman. A couple of years ago, people thought it would never show up after all he was talking about it. And it was ugly. It was the ugly duckling of the Street Mod class for a little while. But 2024 was just a hellacious season for him. Couldn't get the thing running. Was mighty quick when it did run, but didn't run long enough or fierce enough to really be a contender for the championship after he won in 2023. There's Cal Fortner in that number 14 Mercedes-AMG. So Dewey's got that car together. It has never been faster than it has been this year. But he's got to hold off Jonathan Rode, Cal Fortner, and this guy, Jamie Santos. So close to picking up a podium at Lime Rock Park, and he's been fun to watch here, Alex. We'll see if he can hold it together and maybe steal a trophy this weekend.
Always fun to watch, Jamie Santos, but I think this is Dewey's to lose for sure, and then the other four drivers are fighting over the second two steps.
And there's Jeremy Salinius qualifying in the podium sprint in the green and blue Corvette across the stripe to start his lap here. Dewey on the backside of the racetrack now, the all-wheel drive power. The only one of the all-wheel drive cars. I think all the rest are rear drive, with Rhoden in MX-5, Fortner in the GTS, Santos in the 1M clone, and Salinius with the C5 Corvette.
And such a great variety of cars in this class as well. We've got everything from a Miata to a Corvette to an old Subaru and a new Mercedes-AMG GT.
So Jeremy down into turn number 5. Dewey across the stripe. Time deleted. He had a 125. I wonder why it was pulled off the top. Oh, there it goes. 125.860. I thought for a second that maybe he had gone off somewhere. That's a really quick lap, isn't it?
It is, yeah.
Is that a new record? Top?
No, it's not.
Oh, Salinius.
Salinius is off. That will be it for him. No, it's less than a tenth of a second off Kyle McHugh's record, though. It is a new all-wheel drive record.
Wow, Dewey getting the job done there.
But
top
look
of the board.
at Rode, 128.5. Oh, 128.5. I was thinking it's 125.8.
Cal Fortner, 129.004. And Jamie Santos is going to be coming around here in just a sec. Oh, Santos is slowing.
Yes, very slow.
And I wonder if that is a mechanical issue or what's going on here. Jamie's start to the lap was very promising. So Dewey, lap 1, 125.860, and he's going to be leading the way in street mod. Salinius is going to cross the line there, but these lap times are not going to count, Alex, with that slip up at turn 6.
Yeah, he may as well park it at this point. I wonder what Jamie's doing. I mean, he stayed out on track. Is this a mechanical issue? Is this just a try and save whatever I've got?
Well, lap 1's going to be a throwaway. Lap 2 will be a throwaway.
Yeah.
So what's Dewey got on his second lap here? Across the stripe for Dewey DeWitt. Doesn't go faster, but it doesn't matter. He's up top right now in Boogeyman. And he didn't even tell anyone he was going to show up. He showed up, and everyone learned that he would be here when they rolled up to the racetrack on Thursday night. And right now, again, John Rode backing it down there on that second lap. Look at him, looking to the sky, looking to the moon. I mean, he's going that way. As far as the championship, he is just far and away quicker than everybody else. Driving by Jamie Santos, who's still kind of putting around the track. Maybe Jamie's going for one lap at the end.
That's what I'm trying to wonder, if he's trying to figure out something in the car right now that to preserve the session. I don't know if this is a strategy thing he's doing, or if it's a, just out of necessity because something is going wrong. It looks like Dewey is Does it look like Dewey slowed? Look for a moment like he slowed. Yeah,
I think you're right.
has.
Yeah, I think he'll know that a 25.86 resetting the all-wheel drive track record by 0.6 of a second, that is more than enough to win in Street Mod.
Yeah.
But the question is, as Selenius comes across the line there, what is Jamie Santos going to do? And is that car capable of running a lap? He didn't pit in, so you would think if he had an issue that he knew was going to be problematic, he would have come to pit road.
Right, and this is the second lap in a row now, so I think we'll have to see if he goes for it as it comes out.
So Dewey's going to finish up this lap here, and this shouldn't be quicker than he ran. So Dewey will come across the little stripe. John Rode picks up a little time, and he has a chance to stay second place here. I haven't seen a pickup from Cal Fortner, nor have I seen or noticed that GTS come across the line another time.
No.
But the real question mark here is this car. What is Jamie Santos doing? What is he waiting for?
What is he doing indeed? And it does look like he's... I think it's...
Oh, yeah, strategy, Alex.
Strategy, gamesmanship. Not sure I like it, to be honest, in the podium sprint. Because you are out there kind of in the way, even if you're getting out of the way. Not sure I like this strategy, if I'm perfectly honest.
For sure. And again, I think the question mark is now, if you only leave yourself one lap, are you putting yourself at a disadvantage? But
you're certainly putting the pressure on yourself. And again, using all that track and a real twitch at turn in there for Jamie.
So 29.0 is what he's going for Cal Fortner. And qualifying time for Jamie, the time that put him in this position, I think was a little bit better than that, wasn't it? For Jamie Santos, it was a 1:28.565. Little wiggle there on the curbing. But if he runs within a half a second of what he ran to qualify, he could sneak up onto the podium. So we'll see what he's got into turn 9 now. And I'll play devil's advocate here a little bit, Alex. Again, they give you 3 laps. Rules don't say what you have to do with them. Of course, I understand your point. No! But Santos kicks the rear end out on the curbing up the backstretch now, and he has been a sight to watch, hasn't he? Road America, Lime Rock, and here at Autobahn Country Club. Is that going to throw? That certainly cost him time, but how much is the question?
Yeah, I think that will have cost him. You're absolutely right. I think he's entitled to do what he did.
Yep.
I don't think there's any rule against it. It's not one that I'm aware of, so I don't think he's broken any rules or anything like that, but I still just don't really like it.
Across the stripe for Jamie Santos, and his third 1:28.789. Despite the slide, Jamie Santos will pick up a podium here, and he kept tires on the racetrack that time.
Yes,
Alex.
he did. Yep, it was 2 wheels off. I don't think, as we said, I don't think by the rules he's done anything wrong at all, and that's a legitimate time.
Yeah, see your point though, for sure. But yeah, for Santos, again, he's had a habit this year of doing it in pretty spectacular fashion, and it typically hasn't worked out very well. But this time it'll finally be up on the podium for a driver that has been sort of fighting his own battles this year. He's third in the championship, and his best finish so far this year has been a 3rd place. So he'll tie that again. It's his third of the year. And trudging ever so slightly closer to Ryan Matthews here. And with that, well, it was only really a 2-point gain on Ryan Matthews, but a gain nonetheless. But still a good ways back from Dewey DeWitt there, who ran a 1:25.860 to win Street Mod. That was unbelievable for Dewey. Again, we'll have a look here at the Street Modified results. Again, they're on the left-hand side of your screen, but we'll see them full screen here in a second as the cars come back into pit lane. Great look at Autobahn Country Club's South Course here. There's Dewey getting the job done, 1:25.860. 1:28.441, 1:28.789, and by 0.3 of a second, Cal Fortner drops off the podium in the last couple seconds here in the Street Mod subcategory. So Dewey picks up another win, and with this one, it will wipe away one of his 2nd place finishes, and he will now have scored 104 points. And I don't think that anyone is able to match that at this stage in the year. So that would, in theory, I don't want to confirm it yet, that would, in theory, lock up his championship. Now I don't know what's going on.
I wonder if he's missed pit in?
Yes, but I wouldn't be doing that.
I don't. Yeah. I think. Yeah.
Okay. They are guiding him back in this way, so maybe they just allowed him to do it once he started to do it. I don't know. Either way, that was a procedural error for sure.
Yep. I think we're just overthinking this a little bit, Jamie. It's not this complicated.
Yeah, I think you're right on. Honestly, I could see him losing track of where he was just from having those cool-down laps. Let's move on to track mod now. This is the record that was set yesterday. This is Jackie Ding, a 124.357, and his car is the middle one of the cars you see on screen, the blue M2. PhD Racing, man, they have done so much for the GR Super community and now the M2 community. But these cars are aerodynamic performance that exceeds street class or street vehicles. Of course, you're looking at horsepower up to around 1,000, depending on what car. And now you get to work your way up to 60 treadwear extreme street summer tires.
Yep. And bigger tires as well. You're unlimited on tire size, like you are in street mod.
Well, that's one way to warm them up. Not enough tire for Jackie Ding, I suppose. Boy,
yep.
You put cameras on these guys, they turn into hooligans, don't they, Alex?
We're all hooligans.
Oh boy, I mean Jackie's known. He has the move called the Ding Sling, the Ding Fling, depending on who you ask. This car we got to keep our eyes on though. Chris Smith in the 212. In track mod this year, he is up in the mix. P4 in the standings, right behind Justin Peachy, who's not here. So a podium this weekend would be great for Chris. There's Alex Roy in the 426, another BMW M2. And they'll be, I just bit my tongue, ouch. They'll be joined on track by Daniel Moore in the number 128. That's that EF Honda Civic we've been watching a little earlier. Did he go out?
I thought I just got a glimpse of a car that was stopped right by pit exit.
Was it white or was it black?
I thought I saw a wheel. I thought I saw a wheel.
There you go. Was it? Okay. When you said wheel, I thought that maybe another wheel had come off Daniel Moore's car.
No,
that did happen in Road America. Yes. That's why I bring that up. You left pit lane in one of the track battle sessions and didn't make it to turn 1 before his left front wheel popped off. So hopefully it wasn't a big deal. So he'll carry on. Now, if he was in the grass, that might disqualify him. But again, I think he was fighting an uphill battle here as far as landing on the podium regardless, so it shouldn't affect too much. Here's Jackie Ding in the 687 BMW M2. He'll begin his laps here, the 3 on the board for podium sprint.
Yep, and again, all the same rules apply as we've we've talked about in all the other classes so far. 3 laps to get this done and to secure decide which trophy is going home with who.
Here's Jackie Ding entering turn 4 now. A driver that has so much experience here at this racetrack. He's local, does a lot of testing here. Was actually here for a time trials event not too long ago with this car. I think maybe testing some different tire combinations and things.
And that Civic is very slow again.
Yeah. So the drivers were instructed that to preserve the session, you can go off the racetrack and get behind a wall. But again, I wouldn't worry about getting DQ'd at this stage because he hasn't even run a lap yet. So he'll do his best to try to find a spot. Ding now turns 8 and 9 and heading up for turn 10. And full course yellow here to try to go get that car. So that'll give everyone a chance to reset here, Alex.
Yes, it will. Jackie, of course, still on it though.
Yeah, I think he'll see those double yellow boards, and procedurally, we don't really have a ton of full course yellows in this kind of session.
Yep, he's backed it way down now.
Yeah, and he saw it, and again, it's a little bit of an annoying mental reset when you have something like this happen.
Yep.
But I think you'd prefer to have this versus try to dodge a car stopped on the backstretch.
Jackie coming in now. Probably just wants to take the black flagging everyone.
Yeah, I think this is this procedure here to make sure that they can maintain the proper gaps.
Sure.
So they'll bring the cars back down to pit lane and go get Daniel Moore off the racetrack. So Jeremy Boysen, we didn't get a camera on him just yet, but that's that number 62 Porsche. Was the 2nd seed for this, right behind Jackie Ding. And now with Daniel Moore off the road, I think it's going to be really a battle between Chris Smith and Jeremy Boysen for 2nd spot, and of course Alex Roy's out there. Maybe he can hustle and try to grab himself a position.
And he has got that car hidden quite nicely behind the barrier there.
Yeah, so he finally did get back there, but it did impede a couple of the drivers, so everyone's going to get a full rerun here, and they'll all get all 3 laps once again, which I think is the right call in this scenario. And they're going to give them 3 minutes to let things cool down. And they'll probably just go out there and go grab them while they've got the time.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
So send the safety truck around. And while we're waiting for the cleanup here to go get Daniel Moore, we'll take a quick break here from the GRIDLIFE Track Battle Podium Sprint. Be right back with the continuation of Track Mod here from Autobahn Country Club.
Born on the track, bred on the mountains, raised on the podium, ready for anything and everything. Learn more about our entire line at falcontire.com.
These are my race treads for when the road ends.
These are my race treads for shredding the slopes.
These are my race treads for setting the hook.
Racetreads.com. Tires for every adventure.
Every lap, every race, every bit of paint traded for every hard-fought place. Every checkered flag and trophy raised. Every ounce of dirt, sweat, and gears. They're all jammed inside every can of NOS Energy. Go ahead, open up a can.
And welcome back to Autobahn Country Club here at GRIDLIFE Chicagoland as we're waiting for Daniel Moore to get picked up on the far side of the racetrack here for the track mod portion of Podium Sprint. But with all the chaos and confusion and contusion we had there in Street Mod, Alex, we don't want to let the winner of that get overshadowed. Dewey DeWitt by almost 3 seconds winning in Street Mod. He's dominating the championship, picked up another win, another track record. He's just on an island of his own right now.
Yeah, he really is. The performance gap between him and really everybody else in the class throughout the year has been huge. And I think it's something that can't be really overstated. That's a result of him putting together and getting with the right team. They're doing an amazing job of prepping that car, making sure it is ready to go every weekend. When it does have issues, they're getting it fixed and getting it back on track quickly. And he's driving it extremely well as well. And that's bearing out in the fact that he's just untouchable in the class right now.
Untouchable in the class, in the weekend, in the championship. And for Dewey DeWitt, again, looking at the way points are going to shake out for him, he's going to knock another second place off. So like we said, 104 points is a perfect score, which has only been done a couple of times. So cars are headed back out on the racetrack now for track mod. And for Jackie Ding, what's the mental reset here? You were on a quick one. Maybe you were happy with it, maybe you weren't, but how do you shake it off and go again?
I think you just literally do that. I mean, if it was me, I would be in the pit. I would give my head a shake and then go through my preparation of going out like it's the first time I went out. I don't think it's that much of a distraction for them. I don't think he's worried about the car lasting, worried about the tires lasting or anything like that. So it's just a case of doing that reset.
Jeremy Boysen on track as well. And Piper Cup flying around here at Autobahn Country Club. There's an airport nearby, the Joliet Regional Airport, I believe, or maybe it's Executive, whatever the airport is. It's nearby. There's Alex Roy in the 426. He's fighting an uphill battle in this one, but the cars we're following with the blue M2, Jackie Ding, the white Porsche in Jeremy Boysen, and the orange BMW 1 Series. That's Chris Smith. Those are really the three that I think are going to be going for the podium times here Alex. And again, for Ding, this should be a layup based on the speeds we've seen this weekend.
It should be, you'd think, but anything can happen. He still has to get it done. That's why they go out and track. And I'm sure he will do it, but it's, nothing's a certain until the times are in.
And Jackie, nice slow outlap here, just generating just enough temperature in those tires. We saw him light them up, leaving the pit lane on his first outlap.
Yep, a little bit of Jackie flair.
As always. Dewey just sent me a message, championship done, let's go.
and a deserving champion as well. Well
absolutely.
done, Dewey.
Yeah, we can't give him the trophy just yet, but that was unbelievable. Well, we can't physically give it to him, he has earned it. Jackie Ding, with that first lap, of course, that won't count towards his actual times, because of granted they had to come down pit lane. 8 minutes 15, I've seen quicker than that around here.
Yeah.
Oh, big slide for Jackie. Woes it up though at the corner exit and rumbles down towards turn 4.
Got it under control. Might not be the fastest lap he's ever done around here, but I'm sure it's still going to be enough.
Yeah, and again, he had a pretty sizable advantage over everyone else here in track mod. I think the real question mark is between Jeremy Boysen and Chris Smith. I think for Boysen, this is his first time in a showing in Podium Sprint. The first time he's run that car in track battle to begin with. Chris Smith has been a competitor with us for Seems Legit Garage for quite some time. That car's seen a lot of changes over the years. And there's Jeremy way off in the distance. And you'll see Chris Smith in the orange car right there. And Jackie should pop into view in the right-hand side of this camera shot right there. There he is in that number 687. Little dust kicked up. This should be a solid lap. I'll guess mid-25. Here are the tires at work down there at 11 and 12. Kicks out the rear. Not sure that this will be track record. Doesn't matter. He's already picked that up. No one even was close to touching it this weekend after Jackie set that earlier. But power sliding out of turn 15. Here comes Jackie Ding across the stripe. And it is a 125, 565. I said mid-25. I was only off by 65,000, Alex. I'll take that.
Yeah, well
in cash. Cash or check. Here comes the 62 of Boysen across the stripe. 29.5. And then next across the line, Chris Smith will come across the stripe. 130.960. So about a second and a half needed to catch him. Here comes Alex Roy in the 426 and a 32.414. Closer to Smith than I thought, though.
Yeah, excellent job on predicting that lap time. I can't predict lap times that well when I'm in the car.
Well, you extrapolate that everyone's been about a second off, and Jackie's usually pretty up to the limits of the racetrack there. But here's Alex Roy charging off into turn 4. And showing up with his M2, giving it all he's got. There's Smith in the 212 just up the road. Now in the track mod cars, it'll be similar story where maybe 1 and 2 you could get good laps, and lap 3 is a throwaway, or what's your call here, Alex?
I think Boysen in the Porsche, he could lap that thing all day till it's out of gas, and it will do consistent lap times. I actually think Jackie's car probably the same way, depending on the tires. Tires might get a little hot in his on lap 2, but it doesn't look like he's slowed down really significantly. And then Chris Smith, he might have to back off. I don't know. And this is just speculation based on hunches, not on anything I know about the cars. Jackie does go a tenth faster there.
Yeah, here's Boysen in the Porsche into turn 13. And he'll need a lot to knock Jackie Ding off the top step here, but 4 seconds slower. Will that gap come down? It will. 3 seconds slower. 128.518. Here comes Chris Smith trying to take second place away. He doesn't do it. 129.0, but it's only half a second between them. Here's Alex Roy in the 426, trying to pickpocket a podium from somebody up here. Second and third. And that time through, no pickup for Alex Roy. Just trying to edge closer. Cars ahead, I think, are a little higher prep than this car. Looks relatively simple on the outside. I know it's not always the case that these track battle cars will show you everything that they're hiding, but as far as aero, looks like maybe a front lip and rear wing and not much else.
Yeah, a couple dive planes on there on each side, and then some pretty nice looking wheels on there, I think.
So again, on the back side of the racetrack, we'll have Jackie come back into shot here. This will be his final lap in the M2. And for Jackie Ding in track mod, here's why this is important. I think he's headed out to California, to Laguna Seca, from what I've seen. And if he were to win this event, and let's say he does the same at Laguna, and let's say he does the same at Pit Race, then he can steal the championship from Alan Patton. And I bring that up because Alan Patton, who's not here, has the car torn all to pieces. He's won 4 events with 4 track records, but the one at Road Atlanta doesn't count for the point because it was a setting of a record. Ding's going to pull in here. It was a setting of a record, not a reset. We hadn't been there with this current rule set. So Jackie has the opportunity with 3 events technically left to get 26s across the board and win by 1 point. That's be a really tall task as Boysen improves, Chris Smith does not on their final laps. But that's what's on the horizon for Jackie Ding if he plans to do it.
Tall task, but I wouldn't bet against him.
I wouldn't either. Here comes Alex Roy. Last opportunity to unseat Smith or Boysen off the podium. And across the stripe, not anything left in that black M2. So made it look pretty easy there for Jackie Ding, even with the run reset. We'll have a look at our results for track mod. And Jackie Ding led track mod all weekend long, and as he did at Lime Rock Park, he will win this event, and with the extra point for the track record, that is his second 26-point round. And with WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca and the round at Pit Race left, if he does it twice more, it's still a tall task. If he does it, he could still be the track mod champion. And Alan Patton didn't feel enough pressure to defend that. So that car is all in pieces right now, Alex.
Yeah, from what I understand it is, and without much hope of getting it all back together in time for one of those events, which is what he would need to play spoiler or to defend that. Now, who knows? I mean, when you go out to California, there's all kinds of cars out there that are not the regulars that will show up to Laguna Seca, and somebody could bring something spicy in track mod and make Jackie's life difficult.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with Jeremy Boysen's extensive history in grid life, but I'd venture to say this is his first podium in a while. So exciting day for Jeremy to pick up a second place and hoist the silver trophy today. And there was the differential, 2.1 seconds in that GT3 RS for, I mean, how about Jackie Ding, by the way, building an M2, which starts as like a 4,300 pound car that can defeat a GT3 RS.
Yeah, very impressive, isn't it?
Yeah,
very impressive.
Just so good. And Jackie certainly is a great driver as well. But that'll do it for track mod. And up next will be our unlimited category, but there's a look at your results. Jackie Ding, Boysen, Smith, and Alex Roy. Give Chris Smith a lot of credit as well. That'll be another 3rd place for him, which should knock, well, I don't think it'll actually knock any of his results off from the drop. So he should stay, well, actually it will. He'll gain a couple of points and close in on Justin Peachy. He'll be 2 behind Peachy for 3rd place in the championship. Here's unlimited. And again, Tadas Karlinskis reset the record yesterday, but this morning it was Jimmy Rock that did it down to the 120.9 range, Alex. And basically, as long as the car has a VIN, fair game. Unlimited tires, everything else you can modify to the full limit of your technical capabilities.
Yeah, there's a couple of things in there. You're not allowed active aero, as I understand it, or certainly at some point, and there must be some portion of the floor pan or the shock towers that need to remain as well. So you can't just cut a VIN plate off one car and bolt it onto something else that's kind of crazy. But otherwise, everything's fair game.
So here's the real question. I've only seen the Mustang and the Camaro out on track. Will we have representation from our other drivers?
Jimmy Rock definitely led them away. I don't think the Lamborghini is here. I haven't seen it in the paddock today, and we didn't see it this morning, so I wonder if it didn't stick around for the last day. And earlier today we were talking about if he would prefer the record or the trophy, and he may be going home empty-handed.
I think you're right on with that. And no representation from Andreas Bertulis. Kind of a bummer that the Lamborghini isn't here and kept Bertulis out of the fight here for the trophies. But regardless, here's Jimmy Rock reset the unlimited and overall Grid Life Autobahn track record this morning, the 120.9. And I think it's just kind of wild that a Honda Civic, I know there's not a lot of Civic left in it, but a Honda Civic can defeat a Lamborghini Huracan Super Trofeo car from IMSA.
Yes, it is crazy that those are the cars that were battling for the record this weekend. A 7-year-old record.
That was previously held by James Houghton. Here's Jeremy Lauder in this number 125. Mentioned earlier this weekend that this car is also a hill climb car that ran in the Pikes Peak Hill Climb the last 2 years. He has been flipped over in a ditch at Pikes Peak last year. Tore up the A-pillar on that car. He's repaired it. Looks mighty nice now.
It does, yeah. It looks very beefy.
But he is our 5th seed. And so while we also we don't also have who's missing? Ernestus Pizzellis we don't have out there either.
No, and we haven't seen a whole lot of him this whole weekend, actually.
Well, we did see he had something break on the backstretch that one time.
Yeah.
Whatever, it must have been terminal for him, unfortunately. So time was good enough to qualify him in, but we don't backfill. You have to earn your way in.
Yes.
And so you can't just show up and go for a trophy if you weren't one of the top 5 fastest cars of the weekend. Jimmy Rock out of the final corner, 120.9 this morning. Across the stripe now, 123.679. This car will probably get faster if he chooses to continue. It'll get faster and faster as those Michelin 6 get up to temperature.
And he looks like he's having fun. Why wouldn't he choose to continue?
Yeah. And again, he's running up against cars that are much heavier.
Yep.
A Mustang and a Camaro. This car designed very much to be lightweight. And Derek Carter in that Mustang, 134.399. There's the difference between their times, 10.7 seconds.
Yeah, complete different league, isn't it?
Yeah, it's been pretty unbelievable to watch how Jimmy Rock has just taken the unlimited class by storm. And at this point in the year as well, it's probably worth mentioning that he is leading the unlimited, well, he will be leading the unlimited category walking out of here with the record and potentially that win. Ernestus Pizzellis will only walk away with the 16th place points, I'd imagine, or 15th place points. So that will put the Jimmy Rock in the lead of the unlimited class by a fair margin now. That thing just accelerates. The rev, how fast the revs climb is just unbelievable to me. And pounded through the gears on the sequential gearbox across the stripe. Jimmy Rock on lap 2 of 3 and a little faster, 123.402. Jeremy Lauder, by the way, went to second at a 129.9. And there's Derek Carter in that 424. I think relatively simple looking build. Again, I think what probably puts this car on limited, my bet, is slick tires, if I had to take a swing at it.
Yeah, it could be. I mean, unlimited also becomes sort of a catch-all. As long as you have the safety equipment in an unlimited car, it becomes the, you've done something. Let's say if you've removed the dash from your car, for instance, you're automatically an unlimited car at that point. That doesn't fall into any other category. So if that's the only modification you've done, unlimited. So there are certain things that you can only do in unlimited that you wouldn't normally do to a car, but if you did them, straight to unlimited.
And Jeremy Lauder picked up that lap as well. They were within 900ths of each other. Carter had closed in, but Lauder keeps the pressure on at 129.166. And again, for cars on slicks, again, slick tires and the compounds that they have are generally set up to run for 45, 50 minutes at a time. So usually it takes 3 or 4 laps just to get temperature in them, and it's not unusual to see drivers still finding pace deep into a time attack session. Jimmy Rock, no need to go faster than this. Yep. He's already picked up the win, provided Lauder's not going to magically find 7 seconds. I don't think that'll happen.
No, I don't think so either. I think he's pretty safe in P1, and I think he was safe the moment the session really started, and the Lamborghini and Ernestus Pizzellis weren't there.
Oh, man, look at how fast. Oh, too deep, way too deep in that 424.
Yep. That'll be a DQ. Those brakes were hot coming into that turn.
He's got a right front tire. I don't know if that was before or after, but that right front tire is off the rim. And Jeremy Lauder, I think, will have a yellow flag to navigate through, but it's not going to change the order much. Jeremy Lauder was already the quicker of the 2 cars. Mm-hmm. And you saw from a long ways back that car wasn't going to stop.
Yep.
And Lauder will come across the line, and again, no pickup, no surprise. But yeah. I thought the tire came off the rim. I was wrong about that. My apologies there. I thought it did, just looking at it from around the side like that. But he just drove in there too deep, Alex. And
yep, just missed the braking zone by quite a lot. Just last lap of the weekend, I guess. Why not give it what you've got?
Yeah.
And unfortunately, that was the consequence.
Yeah, I think a lot of times these big muscle cars have a lot more engine than they got brakes. No matter what you do to them. You're hurdling 4,000 pounds down a straightaway. Yep. It takes a lot of stopping power to get them wound up, and he doesn't have a lot of downforce either. And when you have a high downforce car with some weight, at least you've got the air working against you a bit. But that car just didn't want to slow down.
No, and it was lap 3 as well, and those rotors were bright red.
Yeah, so that's the other thing to consider. Yeah, time attack cars, you know, how long do you need the brakes to last? How many hard brake applications do you get? I think a lot of people don't really consider, like, not that Derek Carter's using street pads, but I put stock brake pads back on my FRS and took it for a track day at Gingerman. And I didn't plan to track it, so but I had relatively stock brake pads on it. And in comparison to, I had some G-Locks on it before, and the amount of braking performance difference, you know, isn't necessarily crazy, but what the longevity is. I mean, I got maybe 3 good braking zones before they start to get hot. And when you consider that brakes on a road car need to stop you in an emergency once, they're not designed to go braking zone after braking zone after braking zone. And there's so much technology involved in cooling brakes and getting such good modulation and grip power on those brakes that, again, depending on what you're running and the car that you're running them on, I always find that the biggest confidence part for me is when you're hurtling along the track at 100 and something miles an hour, knowing that you can stop is a big part of that.
Yeah, absolutely. If you do not have confidence in the brakes, I find it impossible to go fast. You just have to know that the brakes are there for you.
Well, with that, that'll end our GridLife Track Battle Podium Sprint. Jimmy Rock wins in Unlimited. There's a look. Only 3 of our 5 drivers, so all of them were guaranteed a podium. Derek Carter, though, well, with that DQ, will still pick it up, but just by virtue of being the 3rd car on the order. And that is it for the Track Battle Podium Sprint. And though we had a little bit of drama here in this one, we'll wrap things up with a look back on this session. With our highlights here from the GridLife Track Battle Podium Sprint. It all started with our Falcon Club SC category. Sam Dooling out there hustling his Honda Fit. Mike Jansen in the 156. He went on to top Leonard Radcliffe, then Peter Granberg and Mario Moroni. This was the upset of the day. Peter Granberg not even on the podium here. Stan Feingold snuck up on there, and so did Mike Bryan. King Tao just missed out in Club TR. In street class, Aaron Reckendahl was chasing Andy Holst. Didn't quite get there, but will end up on the podium. There's that record-holding Evo now in street class. Job well done there. In street GT, Ryan Matthews and Nick Hendricks went out to do battle. And at the end of the day, it was still all Corvettes at the top of Street GT. In Street Mod, Dewey DeWitt wrapped up the championship. Jamie Santos confused us again, but in Track Mod, Jackie Ding just finishing up what he had started earlier in the weekend with a win in Track Mod. And Jimmy Rock at the top of Unlimited wins it in the Track Battle Podium Sprint. That'll do it for our Track Battle sessions here this weekend. Back with more after this.
modify our cars, we do it to feel a greater connection, a more responsive feel between ourselves and the road.
These are my race treads for when the road ends.
These are my race treads for shredding the slopes.
These are my race treads for setting the hook.
Racetreads.com. Tires for every adventure.
Cars new and old, whether it's your first car or you've had a few in your day, their parts live a hard and sometimes short life. You then have a choice to make. Hope it works or know it works. At FCP Euro, we've been helping enthusiasts fix, maintain, and upgrade their cars with quality European car parts and hand-curated service kits since 1986.
These are my race treads for going the distance.
Racetreads.com. Tires for every adventure.
When we modify our cars, we do it to feel a greater connection, a more responsive feel between ourselves and the road.
GRIDLIFE Touring Cup. GRIDLIFE's original wheel-to-wheel racing series has been with us now for about 6 years, and in its 7th year of competition, we head back to GRIDLIFE Chicagoland, round 7 of 9 in 2025. 5 minutes until we go racing in the 4th and final race of the weekend. My name's Kyle Heyer, joined by Mike Bryant, who's on the podium in Falcon Club TR. Congratulations, Mike.
Thank you.
Really exciting afternoon for you, and you're about to be witness to a really exciting race. But there's more than just the race on the line here this weekend. While we do have a battle in the weekend points, we also have a championship battle going on between Matan Rosenberg and Erica Till, who will start in that Falcon Corvette and the Hybrid Racing EG just behind Matt Walbaum, your pole sitter for this race. As it stands now, Matan Rosenberg has 320 season points. Eric Kittil has 318.
Oh my God.
So it's 2 points after this many races. Now, I know that Matan Rosenberg is planning on going to Laguna Seca, so that might make things a little bit harder for Eric Kittil. But if Eric's mission is to make Matan sweat going into pit race, he's doing exactly that.
I mean, this is the kind of stuff that you live for, right? You've got an entire season long of racing coming down to potentially the last 2 events. And now you've got this amazing invert that's really spicing things up because now you've got Matan starting ahead of Eric.
Yeah, so the way the invert works here for race 4 is that the race 3 winner, which is Andy Smedegaard, rolls a set of dice, and whatever the number is the amount that you've inverted. Now, Andy rolled 2 and 2, or 3 and 1, whatever the combination was, because the invert was 4. So that means that we only invert the top 4. That's great news for a lot of the drivers that were up at the front. They won't have that much traffic to battle through at a racetrack that can be tricky to overtake. And there's your championship front runners right there. The other note is the weekend points as well, with how things have been running this weekend. Eric Kittil, first, and second, is leading. But again, that podium is going to be fun to watch battle out here when we get to race time.
Yeah, the track's gotten really, really hot today. There's been sun shining on it the entire time. Weather, the temperature has been up there as well. And so the grip isn't quite necessarily there, but it'll make for an interesting race here. And like you said, just 4 positions being swapped means we'll see some passing, I think, but it's not going to be to the degree that we've seen in others.
And this is how things stand right now in the championship points, 320 to 318. This is unbelievable this late in the year that Rosenberg and Kittil, with totally different builds, are separated by less than the difference of first and second place in one individual race. Just for reference, by the way, they have run 27 races for Rosenberg so far, 23 for Kittil. And here's a look at the weekend points of how things run. 72 points for Kittil and 70 for Andy Smedegaard. So for Andy, he needs to outperform Kittil to take another weekend trophy like he did at Lime Rock Park. So there's just so much going on. Look at Lena Chin, only 7 points away from Matan Rosenberg. If she can get past him, that could turn things over and maybe make Lena a podium finisher in GLTC.
Yeah, what a weekend she's having. Really keeping it clean and running really, really fast laps in traffic through there. That's been fantastic for her, and this is going to be a dogfight. It's very exciting.
So just got the lights on the safety car on. Renee Hines out there ready to split the field. And again, there's some tense moments, I'm sure, for some of the drivers in this field. Autobahn Country Club is a flat racetrack, 2.1 miles. It can feel confining at times, even though the track is pretty wide. It races narrow in some places, Mike. So with this invert, it's not very deep. What line would you like to be on for a race start? Or do you like drivers left to have a little bit more room, or do you want drivers right to have the preferred lane into turn 1?
What I think I've seen work well has been drivers left on this one. I like having the inside into 3, right? The inside into 3 lets you carry a little bit more speed and have the angle, and it also sets you up for 4. So as long as you can get some overlap, that's where I think the advantage comes in. And we know 3 is a little bit tricky. It's a little bit sketchy, and on the outside, you've got to have a lot of confidence to be able to carry the speed on the outside of 3 without making a mistake.
So for Matt Waldbaum, by the way, he's going to be the pole sitter after that invert. This year, he has had 16 starts. He hasn't won a race yet this year. 3 podiums, 9 top 5s, though. He has been in the conversation 3rd, 4th, 5th so many times, an average finish of 8th. But it's been a little while since he's been to victory lane. I'm going to go back and find the last time that he has won a race. But by virtue of the invert, this is where a lot of drivers make their money's worth, Mike, is when you get this opportunity, you have to take advantage of it and try not to get swallowed up by those front runners behind.
Yeah, and Matt's a good enough driver that he can take advantage of this. He's not going to be a pushover when it comes to getting around him. I don't think he's going to let anybody by easily, so it's going to be tough, and that'll make for something interesting. If Matan goes to make a move on Waldbaum, if he has that opportunity and isn't able to capitalize or finish the pass, that might be a critical mistake and allow Eric to get past him.
Matt Waldbaum's last race win came almost 2 years ago. It was at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca in race 2, the first time that we went there. I don't think he'll be going out to Laguna Seca, but 2024 came up short. Again, as far as race wins, had 27 starts, 18 top 10s, but just 3 top 5s. So it's been a better year for this ASM driver, and he chased a lot of issues with that car. They found that after it had been in an accident, the chassis was torqued, so they switched all the things over from his car to what was Andy Smedegard's number 212 Honda S2000. That's why the liveries have been blended together, sort of as an homage to the previous blue and yellow car. But once they had that car put together, they found that they had a broken shock. So they had that for a couple of rounds before they had sorted that out. And now it's finally in good condition and ready to go, and maybe pick him up a win for the first time since September of 2023. Let's have a look at our starting grid here for this one as we roll around for our pace lap and get everybody set for a 15-minute race in IBOC GRIDLIFE Touring Cup. Power to weight is the formula here. Everybody is in one class. You can do it any number of ways. Matt Waldbaum and Matan Rosenberg will start on the front row in row number 2. It's Eric Catil and Andy Smedegard in the 82 and 212. Starting in row 3, it's Lena Chin and Blake Korth in the 614 in that Porsche Cayman. Starting in row number 4, it's Ayrton Grimm in 7th and James Smith in 8th place in the 130 S2000. Then Eric Jensen and Joe Tulo start alongside each other in row number 5. Row 6, it's Zach Mortimer in the 369. Dakota Pionic rolls off in 12th place in the number 30. Then Jake Jornstad and Michael Pagano share row number 7. Starting in 15th place, it's Zach Lavoie. Again, happy birthday, Debbie Lavoie. He did a shout out to her a little earlier today. Piero Pucci starts in 16th, and Julio Crispin and Robbie Veerhout 17th and 18th. Before we get to 19th and 20th, Rory Lonergan and Louis Chatroop in row number 10. In row 11, it's Richard Sawicki and Ronald Till, followed by our last row of cars, which will be Matt Beck and Dai Wynn, who had a mechanical issue in the previous race, and bringing up the rear of the field, it will be Salil Shukla in the 715. Track conditions are hot, almost 90 degrees. Mike, how did it feel in Podium Sprint?
I'm still sweating. This is a mental game, right, as much as anything, and so your brain is firing. That's warming you up. The car itself, and just sitting in that paddock with no airflow is the thing that can really get you going, and whether the hot pits. That does lean on you. I know some of these folks have cool shirts, and those systems can help a lot to keep your mind at ease a little bit. But for those who don't, it can be a long wait.
It sure can. 15 minutes on the board. Again, these races are frantic, and the race starts have been pretty interesting. Race 1, we had a big scary moment on the backstretch. I think Tony Marchev is also fixed and repaired. He had an issue earlier that dropped him out of the front. But for Eric Catil, the goal is just beat that Falcon Corvette at any cost. Doesn't even matter where they finish. He's just got to beat that car, keep him from negating any of the points advantage. And certainly a win for Matan would set Eric Catil into a really big hole, especially with Matan headed to California next month, or at the tail end of this month, I should say, a couple weeks from now.
This kind of wheel-to-wheel racing isn't just about the physical capabilities as a driver that you've got. It's not just about the setup of the car, but there's a lot of mental game that's in play right now. There's a lot of stressors. There's a lot of poking and weaving that you can do to try and upset the driver in front of you, so I'll be interested to see if that plays out. Matt
Waldbaum has selected driver's right for the start. We'll see if your call of driver's left was the move. It'll be Matan Rosenberg up on the front row in the 484. Chevrolet Corvette. Here we go. IBOC GRIDLIFE Touring Cup Race 4 underway at Autobahn Country Club. GRIDLIFE Chicagoland. 3 wide in the back of the field into turn 1 though. Rosenberg on the outside. Waldbaum's going to clear, and here comes Catil for second place. Critical pass for him in that championship hunt.
Well, I was very wrong right off the start.
Well, I think Catil is stoked that you're wrong, because he's now second place and has Rosenberg behind him. 3 cars off the racetrack. Robbie Veerhout in the back, Ronald Till in the back, and Tony Marchev dodges and weaves. Everyone gets out of there okay now, but we head down to turn number 5, and now under fire is Rosenberg for third place, because that is the 212 of Andy Smedegard.
Man, what happened there? That's a huge gap in just a couple of corners. Is something hurt with Matan? He looks like he's nursing through there.
Yeah, it doesn't really look like he's got the speed on this opening lap for sure. Struggling a bit. Now Catil is all over the back of Matt Waldbaum. And Matt and Eric, again, I think they've got a friendship off the racetrack. Saw them chatting last night, but Eric Catil is not going to wait around. He would love to go 3 for 4 this weekend and make as big of a dent as possible in the championship points here heading into Laguna Seca.
Yeah, he poked that nose inside. He didn't really have overlap, but Matt gave him room anyways. That's the kind of racing we like to see. And it looks like Catil got a really good run out of 10 here.
Now down the backstretch, side by side, on the wrong side of the road if he wants this lead, but the track will come back to him here at the left at turn 12.
He's made this work.
The curb, and Catil, to your point, Mike, made it work, and he takes the lead.
Andy hunting now, friends, teammates. Andy sets up the car, builds the car. I know Matt does a lot of work too, but what do you do here? You let the boss man go?
I don't think you let him go, but I don't know how long you'll fight him or how long you can fight him for. Catil takes the lead and Smedegaard to second. Here's why this matters. Catil leads and Rosenberg fourth. That puts Eric Catil in the lead of the title race by 2 points.
Oh my goodness.
And Lena Chin back there in fifth. Look at Ayrton Grimm also lingering in the background.
Yeah, we're still tight from first all the way back to fifth for the most part here. Everybody's in the shot still.
Working their way through turns 5 and 6 now, swinging back around to the far side of the racetrack. Andy Smedegaard now chasing down Eric Catil. Andy was quicker than Eric in the previous race. I wonder if he's got a little bit of speed left to run down that 82.
Well, how does rewards weight play into this? I know that that's still a system in place. Are they matched in rewards weight? Is Eric carrying a little bit more? What are we looking at?
I think Eric will be a little bit more because you get 1 per win, but that's at the end of the weekend that will apply.
Oh, okay.
So Eric's carrying a bit more rewards weight than Andy. And Andy is closing in, isn't he?
Yeah, Andy's making a good run here out of 10. We don't see the back end of his car swinging out nearly as much, but man, is he deep on the brakes. He's been out braking all weekend long. We've seen it in turn 8. Just carries a whole lot more speed into the corner, and that gives him a lot of opportunity to close up in 11 here.
Across the stripe there. Car length and a half.
Look at him close up into 1 here as well. And he still seems to maintain pace through the corner, so he just seems really hooked up right now.
Navigating through turn 4, or turn 3 rather, and Smedegaard still closing in. There's the timing and scoring, was hoping for it. And as we navigate through turn 4, look at Smedegaard now, 3 car lengths between them and closing.
Oh, he just slung it around turn 5. Really had some good slip angle there for Eric Catil. 6 is a tricky one. See what kind of run they get out of here.
Oh, Andy dropped off the end of the curb there.
Now watch how he tightens up into turn 8 here, under the brakes. Look at how he closes that distance. Now you'd normally expect kind of that accordion effect, so he'd close up real tight under the brakes, but then maybe space out as Eric gets onto the throttle before Andy is able to. But for some reason, he's just able to stick to his rear bumper that way.
Coming up around turn number 10, and Matt Walbaum, a distant memory there in the mirror of those front 2. So here's the scenario: if Rosenberg were to catch Walbaum and grab 3rd place, it doesn't actually change the points at all. So as long as Catil's out front, he would walk away as the championship leader there. But I'll bet you Andy Smedegaard has got a real shot to unseat him here.
I don't think Andy cares about how Catil's championship points are going this weekend right now. I think he wants this win.
Here's the gap, half a second across the line. And Andy with the purple lap there, you see he's a little bit quicker.
Walbaum's putting on a pretty good spread to Rosenberg as well. I wonder if Rosenberg's just making sure that he brings the car home safe. Not these 2 in front, though. Just slinging it through turn 3, using all the track there.
Yeah, and Andy actually got left in the dust at turn 4 just a little bit. And I think Catil just digging a little deeper to find some speed.
His tires do seem to last longer throughout the race here as well, which is kind of counterintuitive to what I would expect. But so far throughout this weekend, he's come on really strong towards the end of the race. So if he can keep this gap, he might outlast him on tires.
Yeah, that's the other consideration. The GT86.2, as Andy calls it, is about 300 pounds heavier than Eric's car. Eric tried to go to a heavier setup with a little extra power at Mid-Ohio, but that didn't really work out for him, so he went back to the lighter formula. Seems like, you know, a lot of drivers felt like the middle of the rules as far as the weight was sort of the, you know, the anti-Goldilocks spot. You want to be on either end, either really heavy or really light. And down into turn 11. Look at the gain on the brakes for Andy. Oh, look at that big slide. He is charging.
They're both using way more inside curb on 11 than we've seen them throughout the weekend. So I wonder if that just means they're pushing, or if they've decided to try a new line, or if there's a little bit of lead follow happening there.
Yeah, again, maybe some target fixation. Look at the last lap delta, 1,000th between them last time around. 2/10 advantage to Catil that time in defense of Andy. Again, Andy not really caring about the long-term implications of what's going on the track right now. Catil is here for that championship trophy and the weekend trophy. And again, there's some drivers that could care less about the total of the points column at the end of the year, and there are others that's all that drives them. Catil, a 2020 champion in this series. The only two-time champ is Jeremy Swenson, who's not running with us any longer. And it will be either Matan Rosenberg or Eric Catil that will add themselves to that category this year when we finish up at Pittsburgh International Race Complex.
Pretty incredible to see returning veterans like that just able to stay on top of their game for that long. I know Catil he's been in the mix every year since 2019. He's been so close. I think one of those championships that Jeremy got, Catil was right there until that dreadful Road America situation.
Yeah, that was 2021. And in 2019, the first ever race at Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course for GLTC, Eric Catil was the race winner by about this much over Aaron Lichty.
Oh, so, man.
He's still this many years into competition, right up at the front, and Andy putting so much pressure on the back of the 82.
Andy's reminded him that the weekend is not over.
Well, it's not over until the checkered flag flies through turn 13 and 14 and coming across the start-finish line. What does Andy do now? Where do you find a little extra time? He's been really good on the brakes into turn 11, but hasn't been close enough to get overlap on him.
Yep, I think you keep pressuring in the brakes, and you're gonna hope that Eric makes an uncharacteristic mistake for him right now. Eric is really setting up for a different line than what we see Andy do, and as long as the rear end of that car can stay planted for Andy, he can keep making that pressure on the brakes. You know, if you're faster into the corner, you're generally a little bit slower out of the corner. So the approach there is definitely something about just creating pressure, not necessarily getting the better exit for right now.
Yeah, charging down into 6 and 7. Andy about 2.5 tenths quicker last time around the racetrack, looking deeper in the field here. Here's Tony Marchev driving up through the field. Julio Crispin ahead of him. Dakota Pionic behind him.
Dakota's doing an amazing job with that car this weekend.
He is. Again, a little smoke, I think, locking up that left rear tire again. No ABS in that car, and those front-wheel drive Hondas like to drag their rear tires. Again, you see it, and a little lateral slide there to boot.
I love Lou's car. That thing just stands out. It's beautiful to see. That E36 looks great on track.
Yeah, more yellow cars. That certainly helps a lot. I think that was Ty Wynn back there that was looking for a position on Zach Mortimer down into turn 6.
Uh-oh.
Someone was getting back in line there. That seemed mighty nice.
Yes, that was definitely a kind move.
Was that Crispin and Marchev that were trading spots there? Perhaps. But Matt Waldbaum hangs on to 3rd place over Rosenberg. Here's your leaders again. Across the stripe this time. Andy lost a little ground to Catil.
Yeah, sometimes it's just about picking your moments. You get up real close, you make them nervous, you show them that you're there, and then maybe you back off a little bit. Give yourself some space. Let the car cool a little bit, because you don't get as good a cooling when you're front, bumper to bumper like this. It's harder on the car. So if you can get up there, show them that you're there, and then back off a little bit, give them a sense of confidence, and then attack later on the next lap.
Let's take a moment to appreciate the battles that these two have been in, really the last 5 races, because this goes back to Lime Rock Park, where these two both passed Eric Magnuson on the outside of the uphill. That was a crazy move there. Catil came out on top of that fight. And 2 of the fights to start the weekend. Of course, Smedegaard logged another win in the category earlier today and is trying to do that one more time. It's just going to be a mistake from somebody that will seal the deal on this.
Yeah, he really makes a lot of time from turn 8 through patience and out of 10.
And look at how close they are, within hundredths every lap. And Andy, again, doesn't seem to get out of turn 10 as well. Then thundering down the backstretch here, look at him having a look at Catil, just trying to fade out of the rearview mirrors.
I'm still here. Catil, this is a big mental game. Oh, big slide again. He's using everything he can to stay on that back bumper through 11. But Catil to not be driving in the rearview mirror, when you've got somebody hounding you like this, that's a big mental game as he dips a wheel there, using it all.
One more lap. White flag is out. So they're going to have one last lap to do battle here. 0.027. Advantage for Catil over Smedegaard as far as their lap times last time around. They are matched so evenly, but Smedegaard will need just a little bit more.
I think the opportunity is going to come with the exit of turn 10. He closes the gap really well there. If he can get a good run out of 10 and be able to poke inside, get some overlap into 11, that's where I think this is going to happen.
And in the weekend points, this is going to probably seal the deal for Eric Catil to win on the weekend. and trudging through the far side of the course here. Andy Smedegaard trying to pick up everything he can. A little far back for me here. I think he'll have to get desperate if he wants to try to spook Catil. But they've raced so respectfully so far.
They really have. That's a big gap. Andy taking a little bit shallower line. Catil squaring off that corner a little bit more.
Oh, look at Andy gain there into 9.
Andy again a little bit shallower on entry. That might be why his exit isn't quite as strong out of 10.
Eric Catil in the hybrid racing EG is on a championship hunt. He is desperately trying to close the gap to the C5 Corvettes that have plagued him in his championship hunts for so long. And he throws it down into 11, all the way to the edge of the racetrack, giving it everything he can. Andy Smedegaard isn't going to do it, but Eric Catil is. 3 wins out of 4 races. He will retake the championship lead heading into the last 2 rounds of the season in 2025. And Eric Catil is back on top again.
What a phenomenal race. And my goodness, did they put a gap on Waldbaum and Rosenberg.
Yeah, and you see that gap represented there this weekend. 97 points for Catil, 91 for Andy, 68 for Matan Rosenberg, who finishes 4th in this one. Lita Chin, 60. Ayrton Grimm, top 5 on the weekend with 54 points. But for Eric Catil, doing everything he needs to do. There's Tony Marchev charging up through the grid. Joe Tulo is about to get a top 10, I think, in that number 43.
Unreal. That's awesome for him.
And he will across the line.
Great job.
Wow. Oh, that's
Piero.
Piero Pucci off at turn 13. Is there a little damage on that car? Flat tire, it looks like, maybe. Oh, there is some damage to that car.
Yeah, that left front looks a little wonky.
So looks like he'll limp it across the finish line here, down the order a little ways. But
overall, he had a great weekend. This is his first run out here, like in GLTC, right?
Yeah, it is, and he did a nice job there. Pending whatever happened down there at it's that left rear. Yeah, it looks like he got hit, I think.
Oh, that's a bummer.
Yeah. But checkered for Eric Catil, and let's have a look at the race results. Here at Autobahn Country Club, Eric Catil by 0.7 of a second and 3 for 4 this weekend. Mike didn't do the clean sweep, but this will help a lot.
Yeah, that's about as close as you can get. Lena Chin pulling in top 5. Awesome weekend for her.
Yeah, and Ayrton Grimm, best finish he's ever had in a weekend. Finally got that car running very, very well. Eric Jensen, top 10. Joe Tulo with, I think, his first ever scored top 10 here as well. Looking down the rest of the order, Tony Marchev from the back of the field to 11th. All in all, pretty clean looking race from what I could tell, other than that slip up at the start where everyone just sort of drove off the road.
Turn 3, man, I'm telling you.
It's tricky. They has a nickname for a reason. Die win, Matt Beck. We heard Michael Pagano had an issue. Engine shut off and wouldn't restart, so he finished down 23rd. Salil Shukla and Rory Lonergan down in 25th place. Wow, that was fun.
Unbelievable weekend.
And the paddock is beginning to clear out here because we're down to the last race of the weekend coming up in just a little while. We'll have last 2 races of the weekend, I should say. We've got Drift coming up next, and then the GRIDLIFE GT race after the Rush race. GT will be the last thing on the day. And before we step away from the GLTC segment here, let's have a look at the highlights from GRIDLIFE Touring Cup race number 4. Knowing that the invert would mix things up a little bit, Eric Catil's focus was to catch that 484 of Matan Rosenberg, but they both had to pass the 90 of Matt Waldbaum on the start of the race. Matt did just that, drove away from the 90 car, but it didn't take too long before Catil and Andy Smedegaard passed the ASM S2000. Jensen, Jake Dorenstad, Joe Tulo, Mike Pagano, Die Win, and others tracking through turn 13. Great battles all over the course, but it was once again the 82 and 212 that fought lap after lap. Smedegaard throwing the car at the curbs, trying everything he could to carry speed. But in the end, Eric Catil in the hybrid racing EG, event after event, just trudging away, clipping every point he can off of the margin for the 484. And Eric Catil wins Eibach GLTC Race 4. And before we head to a short break here, we'll have Drift coming up next, and it'll be the GRIDLIFE Rush Series Race 4, followed by GRIDLIFE GT. Wanted to make a note here. I got a message from one of my friends, Mackay Stevens, who is a current competitor in Pirelli GT4 America. And I know, or actually, sorry, not GT4 America anymore. He's running in GT World Challenge America this year, up in the GT3 category. And Mike, you're a sim racer, yes?
Yeah.
Well, he just sent me a message, and this is not an official notification of this, but there's a group that's working on an Assetto Corsa version of Blackhawk Farms for Assetto Corsa. And they've got an Indiegogo site for raising funds to do that. And I'll have the link in the YouTube chat is what I'll do with that.
Perfect. Count me in.
So that's really cool. And again, for those that are sim racers, having one of our local tracks represented, I think, is super cool. So we'll drop that link in the chat for you here in a couple of minutes' time. But take note of that and drift on track here shortly. Then Grid Life Rush Series Race 4, Grid Life GT will wrap things up.
Anything you can do, I can do better.
I'm faster than you. Yeah, well, I'm gnarlier than you. I get more sideways. I'm louder. Much louder. I get wilder than you. You sure about that, bro?
Harder.
Slicker.
Cooler. Tougher. Let's go.
So what you got?
Born on the track, bred on the mountains, raised on the podium, ready for anything and everything. Learn more about our entire line at falcontire.com.
The last sessions of the weekend for GRIDLIFE Chicagoland are coming up next. Welcome back to Autobahn Country Club's South Course. My name's Kyle Heyer, joined by Dana Basinski. 2 more races left on the day. The next up on the calendar is going to be the GRIDLIFE Rush Series. 13 cars here on the order this weekend, and Dana, so far it has been all Bryce Mersberger at the front of the field.
He has certainly been running away with the show. First place in all 3 races we've seen so far, with Jalen Batley close behind. And we've also seen some good progress from a couple other drivers as well.
Yeah, of course, this weekend has had a number of different position changes up inside the top 5, but the podium has been pretty consistent so far. And as the cars roll off on the pace lap here, should note that in the weekend title, none of these points are going to contribute towards the season championship. This is not a points round for the calendar year as far as the standings, but there still is trophies on the line, still are trophies on the line here in the weekend points. So that's something to factor in here. We'll look at our starting lineup here for this race as well. As we get into this field, we're going to be gridded by our points from the weekend so far. Bryce Mersberger, 3 wins on the weekend. Jalen Batley will start alongside him. Max Kraus will start in row number 2 alongside Jason Ayler. Nick Billingsley starts in 5th place. Matthew Novak to his outside in 6th place. Then it's Ayrton Grimm in the 121 and Mark Charnogorski in 8th place in the number 25. Kelsey Billingsley and Jared Anderson share row number 5, 9th and 10th for the 19 and 99. Peter Dale rolls off 11th, and Bill Dorrance will start in 12th. Bringing up the rear of the field will be John Howe in the number 17. There's your lineup for the race. And of course, we mentioned about the weekend points as well. It's going to be a big advantage to the 114 of Bryce Mersberger. And again, we mentioned that 3 wins on the weekend. Dana, that makes it pretty hard to lose the weekend title as far as those are concerned.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll be able to take a look at the weekend points here in just a moment, and we'll be able to see if there's even a mathematical possibility of that. But honestly, as long as Mersberger can keep it on the racetrack and finish in any decent spot, he's going to take the weekend home.
And there's a look at them there. Bryce Mersberger, 77 points to Batley at 66. Ayler with the number 74, tied with Nick Billingsley. So basically, whichever one finishes ahead of the other is going to come home with that 3rd place trophy. And don't count out Ayrton Grimm back there as well.
Yeah, really close between Ayler and Billingsley right there, tied at 45 points coming into the last race of the weekend. So that'll be a very interesting race to watch.
It will. So again, Ayler in the blue and white 74, the sort of black and white number 9. That is going to be your 3rd place runner in Nicholas Billingsley. But the aggression level's been high. Jalen Batley almost kept the lead last time when he took it away from Mersberger, but Bryce just found a little bit more pace, dug a little deeper to edge ahead and win his 3rd race of the weekend. What we learned, track's hot. Anything else that you'd try for Jalen Batley to win this race?
He wants it bad. You could tell by the last race. He actually got ahead of Mersberger and was able to keep it for just a short while, but Mersberger still got it back. So he's going to try everything he's got one more time.
Doubled up here at Autobahn Country Club. Unique facility located in Joliet, Illinois, just a couple miles away from Chicagoland Speedway. course, NASCAR announced they'll be back at the Oval there next summer instead of the downtown street course in Chicago, about 60 miles to the east. But today, our battle will happen on the South Course. Here we go, getting set to go racing at Autobahn Country Club. Bryce Mersberger and Jalen Batley, one more battle. Green flag, and we're underway. And storming towards one. Look at Max Krause with the 314 putting pressure on the race leader. And on the outside is the 256 of Matthew Novak. He was 3 wide for a moment here, and Grimm tried to find a way through but could not as they hustle their way through turn 2 and into turn 3. It's the 114 of Mersberger out in front.
Mersberger is going to try to run away with it and build a gap as quick as he can, but already Batley has been able to break away from Krause behind as well.
And there's Ayrton Grimm in the number 121 up the inside of Matthew Novak, or at least trying to get there as well. So remember that Ayler and Billingsley, whichever one of those drivers finishes ahead of the other, will grab that podium, provided that there's no funny business as far as where they finish. I imagine they'll be inside that top 5 as they are right now. But Jalen Batley trying to keep Mersberger honest on the far side of the racetrack there. About 10 car lengths between them as they head to turn 8.
Yeah, Batley's going to have to try to do everything he can to try to mitigate that gap. It's already grown to about 5 rush lengths or so coming out of turn 10.
Americans use anything but the metric system, Dana.
Yep.
Rush lengths.
I almost said car lengths, but that doesn't work.
Yeah, correct. Up the backstretch and into turn 11. Batley's been so much deeper on the binders down here. Trusts his car maybe a hair more on the brakes, but has been unable to hold the lead over Mersberger for more than just a couple of minutes. Completing the first lap here. And again, those weekend points that we talked about, shifting and shuffling as positions change there. So Mersberger leads with the best lap of the race so far. Ayler over Novak. Billingsley slips to 6th. And just like that, there's a 2-position delta between them now. Ayrton Grimm and Charlie Nagorski fighting for 7th place. And for Bryce, 102 points. That's very solid. That would be all 4 race wins plus 2 from qualifying. And you can win up to 103 in a weekend with 4 races where you win the race and then 3 points from winning pole. But it was Batley that started first in race 1.
Yeah, absolutely. Qualifying didn't quite go Mersberger's way. Almost had a perfect weekend if he can pull off the race number 4 win as well.
There's John Howe at the back of the field there trying to keep pace with Peter Dale that's just up the road, but all the front runners are pretty much on top of each other, heading back around towards turn 11, and Batley's not keeping pace with Mersberger this time, is he?
Not quite. Krause there in the background in the red and white is starting to eye up Batley there. He's looking like he's gaining some time, actually.
Yeah, so Mersberger flows into turn 11. There's Batley in the 88. That 314 of Krause is the red and white car in 3rd. So impressed with Bryce this weekend and his consistency and his patience. And anytime he lost the lead to Batley, he just throttled up and dug deeper and found a little extra cornering speed to get back around him.
Yeah, actually 2 different moments in 2 different races. It was a little over-under action from Mersberger that was able to retain the lead.
Look how comfortable he looks, just carving the apexes here. Battle for 4th there with Ayler and the 256 of Matthew Novak. That's the green and yellow car at the back of the field, the back of the shot, I should say.
Yeah, if Novak is able to get around Ayler, or at least get next to him and slow him down a little bit, that brings the battle back to Billingsley.
Yeah, you're right about that. So again, it would still be Billingsley on the offense. But if they swap positions and Novak passes Ayler, it'll only be 1 point between Ayler and Billingsley for that weekend title. Those trophies matter a lot. These drivers spend a lot of time, energy, and dollars to be here, come all the way across the country. And I'm sure some of these drivers will probably be headed out to WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca pretty soon. But there's a look. Look at the last lap for Novak. Half a second quicker than Ayler in the 74.
Wow, he's certainly catching up quickly. He's going to have possibly be able to get close enough to have a look here coming into turn 11. Not quite. Both going to go into it pretty evenly.
A little better on the brakes for the green car. Look at them just carve that. So much slip angle to drive these things. They have to be so fun to dance on the limit like that.
Yeah, we should try to get some, huh?
You and I should race.
Let's go.
Again, these things start at around $45,000 for the GRIDLIFE Rush SR from Rush Auto Works. And they have a 1,000cc motorcycle engine, GSX motorcycle engine, and they rev up to 11,000 RPM. They make about 150 horsepower, Dana, but that's enough for some really solid lap times in the low 130s. 131.5 would put you really high up the order in track battle time attack if you were to run one of those there.
Absolutely. Even in GLGT, we see lap times in the 29s, which are what we're seeing from these Rush cars. Even with 150 horsepower, they move pretty good.
Simplify and add lightness.
That's right.
And look at the bottom of the screen there, Novak in the green car, just hounding the 74. Now it's come down to braking duels here. Autobahn Country Club races pretty well, the South Course in particular. But the real advantage you have is going into turn 11 at the end of this long back straight. We've seen Jalen Batley take advantage of it, see if Novak can get the nose in there and have a run. But you don't have enough of a straightaway to really draft up, do you?
Not really worth anything in the draft, but you can position your car somewhere where you believe you can make the driver in front of you take a defensive position and possibly slow him up or throw him offline.
Again, Novak charging the apex at 11, looks up the inside at 12, but there's really nowhere to go. And Nick Billingsley licking his lips there in trail in that number 9 car. Watching these two fight might bring them right back into his clutches, as you pointed out a couple laps ago.
Yeah, Novak is all over Ayla right now. It's actually spread a little bit now on this lap, but still only half a second separates the two cars.
Look at the slide that Ayler's got. And running out to the edge of the curbing, Billingsley a little closer. Ayrton Grimm had a really solid weekend in GLTC. I think ended up 5th in the weekend there. His best showing in IBOC GLTC. And, you know, it's been a little ironic because he's typically been a little better on the Rush Series side than GLTC. Was just starting to get reliability in the NC MX-5 race car. But this weekend it's been the other way around. The Miata, a little bit better race pace than his Rush Series car does at the moment. And he's been fighting an uphill battle against Billingsley, Novak, Ayler, and more.
That's got to be really difficult to run two completely different cars. Honestly, the Rush I can't imagine is anywhere similar to an NC MX-5 GLTC build.
You know, the funny thing is NC Miata would typically be considered the lightweight performance option in a racing series. Then, of course, you have a car like this, which is probably makes that MX-5 feel like a Lincoln.
Yeah, they're pretty different. Charnogorski's actually right on Grimm right now. He's going to have a look on the outside here.
Yeah, and he's going to drive in there much deeper on the brakes. Goes a long way around, and I don't know that there's much Grimm can do about it other than throttle up, and he'll have side-by-side position with Charnogorski into the final corner, and there it is. Sweeps on through, and Grimm will hang on to it for now, but they gave up a lot of time to those ahead of him. Ayler feeling pressure from Novak, went defensive for a bit onto the front straightaway, but moved back to the racing line. Every time you run that tighter line into the corner, you're compromising your exit.
Absolutely, and Novak's still right on Ayler there, but not really able to get anywhere around him or next to him to get the job done.
Bouncing over the bumps on the entrance to turn 5. And at some point, it's like bending a paperclip back and forth. You're just going to put fatigue in to Jason Ayler there in the 74. How much does that bother you, Dana, as a race car driver, to have someone just in your mirror constantly poking their nose in? How much of a distraction is that for you?
It's certainly a distraction. I mean, every driver will do it when they're trying to pass. You're going to be filling their mirrors. You're going to be switching sides. You know, maybe make a last-minute move just to like throw them off guard into the brake zone and see if they leave a spot open. Sometimes you can trick them, even if you have no overlap whatsoever. You can make them leave the lane open.
And now it's a 3-horse race for 4th place. Ayler, Novak, and then right in the behind there, that is Nick Billingsley. Remember that Billingsley, if he finishes ahead of the 74, he'll end up with the podium, and he gets by Matthew Novak down there into turn 11.
One more car to make the pass and get onto the weekend podium. Then he's got to get Ayler. Ayler might have been holding up Novak there just a little bit. Maybe that slowed them both up.
And here comes Billingsley. A little bit better that time through across the stripe there. You see the position swap, the 9 car up to 5th. I'm not sure if Ayler and Billingsley are aware of their weekend standing. Again, a lot of times as drivers, you're just trying to get the best result you can. You let the points take care of themselves. But if they had a chance to take a look at the live points before they jumped in the race, then maybe that is in the back of your mind that that position is worth a trophy.
I would expect them that they would have at least looked at the point standing so far coming into it. I know I do. You know, you can just look at the drivers around you in the points and just know that I gotta, if I'm gonna defend from anybody, I'm gonna defend especially hard from this person in particular, so I can maybe make it on the podium.
What does that look like, defending here, Dana, in a last race of a weekend? What are you allowed to do versus what are you not allowed to do?
In the GRIDLIFE series, you're not allowed to block, so any reactionary moves to the car behind you would be considered blocking. So if you're trying to defend and there's a car right behind you able to make a pass any moment, you have to pick your lane ahead of time before the car behind you does. So you may be picking the inside line, forcing the guy to make the long way work, which, you know, normally outside pass is far more difficult. So he's going to be picking the inside line a lot, defending mid-track, stuff like that.
I have a note here. I know we still have some laps left to go, but Jalen Batley almost matching Bryce Mersberger's lap times. About 0.3 off this time through, but a 29.8 for Mersberger. He's down to the 29s at race pace. That's very impressive to me. Most of the field's been in the mid to high 30s most of the weekend.
That would be why he is in the lead.
That is how the math works.
Yes.
Generally, the faster you go, the further up the field you are. Look at this battle for 5th. Billingsley, Novak, Grimm, Trunagorski. This is getting spicy here, all behind Ayler, who hopes to keep it in the rearview mirrors for now.
Absolutely, yeah. So if you are Ayler right now, your mirror is full of a lot of cars. One mistake could lose you about 3 or 4 positions here. So you're going to try to be extra perfect. And if you're Billingsley, you want to be on the offense. You don't want to be worrying about the cars behind you. You want to focus on the one guy in front of you to try to get that position. But now you have to also look at the mirrors. You're racing both ends.
That's like a 4-horse race for 4th place at the moment. All the while, Mersberger continues to dispatch Jalen Batley. Hear the splitter dragging on the ground there. Must have that thing low to the ground. Tire pressure's pretty low. Sometimes you'll scrape splitters and under trays and things when the tires are low pressure at the start of the event. And as the race goes on, you'll build heat, build pressure, and there's that gap between Ayler and Billingsley. 1 point between them. I don't think we've had any position swaps as of late, but if we see any on the last lap, that will change the trophy earners if Ayler and Billingsley swap positions.
Absolutely. There's Mersberger running away with it with almost a 4-second gap right now. At this point, Batley is closer to Kraus, falling in behind Kraus than he is to catching Mersberger with about 2 minutes left.
Yeah, look, there's a look there. 0.454 between their times last time around. Mersberger again incredibly consistent in the 129.8 range, and Batley at the 130.3. And now the 74, maybe a little bit of pressure from Mick Billingsley and no longer from Matthew Novak. So separate the Gazelle from the rest of the herd here, Dana, and get ready to pounce and take a bite.
Yeah, absolutely. Novak actually has cooled off a little bit from being able to make a move on Billingsley. So Billingsley's able to focus ahead, try to run down Ayler just a little bit more without worrying about defending at all.
So Mersberger puts John Howe a lap down. And they should be coming to the white flag this time through, I would imagine.
The lap traffic of Dan Howe could make a very interesting scenario depending on where they catch him, if that battle for 5th catches him.
Yeah. So through the woods here on the backside of the course, Bryce Mersberger with 55 seconds left in the race comes out of the final corner. And I do not see a white flag this time, so they'll get 2 laps to go. And that will let that 5th place battle, 4th place battle play out a little further, Dana.
Absolutely. That's Billingsley wants that. He does not want the white flag at this point. Not quite close enough to do anything with it. So you got to try to make a few more laps and just run down as much pace as possible.
And there's that big scrum with Ayrton Grimm at the tail of it here and Ayler at the front. Billingsley trying to track down that 74. Mark Charnogorski past Grimm, past Novak, and moving towards the top 5.
Charnogorski is all but caught up to Billingsley now, and Billingsley does not want to defend. He just wants to be able to catch up to Ayler.
Scrambling down into turn 6 and 7 right here. Swinging back around. Time is out. That means we'll get the white flag very soon. Look at that battle, just that cluster of cars. so close together, but Merzberger is in his own zip code.
What a great weekend for Merzberger.
You know, it's just great, I think, also to point out the level of competition in this series. Because, you know, Merzberger has been competitive this year in the Rush Series. He is down in 11th place in the standings. But just to go through some of his finishes, he started racing with us at Midwest Fest as we're going to get the white flag. This will be the last lap around. Merzberger finishes at Midwest as he was new to the championship, 18th, 29th, 17th, and 10th. So at the end of his first race weekend, he was in the top 10. Then at Road America, 3rd, 2nd, 6th. And then at Lime Rock Park, it was a 25th, 7th, 5th, and 5th. So he picked up and learned so quickly after that opening round at Midwest Festival. But just for reference, I mean, he has just been dominant this weekend. And he'll be a real threat if he chooses to race with us at Laguna Seca or at Pit Race at the end of the year.
Next race he does, he's going to be in a real good mindset from this dominant weekend. And look at this battle continue to heat up. It's actually the closest it's been, it looks like, between Billingsley and Ayler for that final podium spot. How about half a lap to go to decide that?
Yeah, and Charnogorski, ooh, big bunny hop for the 256 of Novak. That puts Grimm on his tail.
Grimm looked on the outside there for just a moment, decided not to do it, tries to get it down later in the lap.
They've got still a sector or so to sort out the rest of their battles for 4th place. 3rd in the weekend hangs in the balance if Ayler gets back there before Billingsley. He will hoist the 3rd place trophy. For Bryce Merzberger, a weekend that started with a win looks like it's going to end exactly that way. It's not often in any series that you see a driver sweep a weekend. In Rush, though, this year, all but 2 weekends have been swept. Every weekend sweep has been Ryan Leach, except for the weekend at GRIDLIFE Chicagoland. Bryce Merzberger wins all 4 races at Autobahn Country Club. And the last handful of positions changing hands here. Jalen Batley comes home in 2nd place. For 3rd, it'll be Max Kraus, his best finish of the weekend. And for 4th place, Ayler's going to hang on to it, and with 61 points, 1 over Nick Billingsley, will earn the weekend podium. Wow. By 1 point.
Fantastic. I think Grimm got a spot there on the last lap as well. I don't know that it changed points for the weekend.
It would have. I think he was 7th. I think we saw, yeah, it would have gained him a point, I think. So 7th place, that's worth 13 points here on the weekend, but he probably was scored in 7th if they had swapped positions a couple of times already. So that'll do it for the GRIDLIFE Rush Series. We'll have a look at our results. And for the 4th time, it's Bryce Merzberger, Jalen Batley, Max Kraus, Jason Ayler, and Nick Billingsley. Eric Grimm, Charnogorski, Matthew Novak, they had a great battle. The 256, the big loser, though, at the end of all that. Dana just dropped down a couple positions and couldn't quite withstand the pressure from behind.
Yeah, sometimes that happens when you're battling hard with a bunch of cars in one little group.
Peter Dale, Bill Dorrance, and John Howe bring up the rear of the field. Dana, final thoughts on this one?
Final thoughts, fantastic weekend for Merzberger. That's exactly the weekend that you want coming into it. Complete dominance. Batley, fantastic qualifying run, but just couldn't quite get around him during the races. I'm sure he's going to take this weekend and learn from it.
Let's have a look here at our highlights for the GRIDLIFE Rush Series, race number 4. And Bryce Merzberger intended to go off and hold off Jalen Batley, someone who's been hounding him all weekend long in the braking zones. At the start of the race, packed up and paired up by their points so far this weekend. Jalen Batley just could not quite keep pace with the 114 car. But in behind, this was the battle that dominated the show. Ayler versus Novak early on. They traded some positions early, but it was advantage Ayler in the 74 for most of the race. Then the 256 started dropping back. Nick Billingsley was trying to chase the 74 to earn his spot in 3rd in the weekend. He couldn't do it. But at the end of the race weekend, 4 for 4 for Bryce Merzberger. Picks them all up at Autobahn Country Club. GRIDLIFE Rush Series Race 4 complete.
modify our cars, we do it to feel a greater connection, more responsive feel between ourselves and the road.
Every lap, every race, every bit of paint traded for every hard-fought place. Every checkered flag and trophy raised. Every ounce of dirt, sweat, and gears. They're all jammed inside every can of NOS Energy. Go ahead, open up a can.
All right, there's one more race on the weekend at GRIDLIFE Chicagoland. I don't know that it was Adam Jabay that said you win some, you lose some, you wreck some, but that sounds like a Dale Earnhardt quote to me. GRIDLIFE GT is on track here, the last race of the weekend at Autobahn Country Club here for GRIDLIFE Chicagoland. Kyle Heyer joined by Dana Basinski once again. Dana, this series has been a lot of fun to watch. We're going to turn the field over a little bit with a slight invert here for this race, but I'm excited to see what's in store for us here in this one.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be a really good action-packed race.
Yeah, Colin King up on the front row alongside the Viking Performance Corvette of Colin King. It'll be Clark Camburn and Eric Magnuson in row number 2. Adam Ulrich and David Calzada will start in row 3. Jordan Wisely and Eric Pilipczyk will start in row number 4. And in row 5, Matt Cater in the 109 ran all of his brake pads out in the last race. He's gotten them set up for this race alongside Alex Peitz, and Hans Horpedal got his number 77 fixed up after a mechanical issue in the last race. Here's a look at your weekend points as they run. Going to be spicy for the win here, I think. Is that correct? That feels wrong, doesn't it? I don't think that we're missing the 330 on this list because he's not. He wasn't in the points before, so that would have been, let's see, a second and 2 wins, I think.
He got 2 wins and a third or fourth in the first race of the weekend when it was rainy.
Actually missing 2 cars on that, so my mistake there. So apologies to my graphics out for that one. I was all excited to show you weekend points, but the way they work, I don't have the cars that are new this weekend on those graphics. So my issues there. But this is going to be fun between Colin King up there in the front and Chris DeLucia. But the car that we're watching, I think, is in 3rd place there. That should be Clark Camburn behind the wheel of the Ginetta here in race 4, Dana.
Has DeLucia won a race before?
I don't think so.
King has won a race at Road America, starting on the front. Next to him, DeLucia, no wins. Clark Camburn and Ginetta, no wins. And Magnuson with wins. So there's 2 out of the 4 cars in the front 2 rows are hungry for that first win.
Yeah, we'll check before we get the green flag here. Again, the story behind the weekend has mostly been Magnuson versus that Ginetta. That's really been the topic. And I'll tell you, the Gorelius-driven BMW M2CS Racing was a pretty solid runner as well in that rain race. But I don't see him on the grid for this last one, unfortunately. So up at the front, it's Colin King and Chris DeLucia. 15 minutes on the board in GRIDLIFE GT, 8.9 pounds per horsepower in its debut season. What a great mix of cars. It's time to go to battle one more time at Autobahn Country Club. Corvette versus M3 on the front row. Here we go. Green flag. And look at Camburn trying to sneak up the inside there at DeLucia. He'll get there. This is critical here. Little slip there, but DeLucia leaves him some space. And Eric Magnuson watching all this. Look at this, the 7 car as well. Jordan Wisely to the inside of Adam Ulrich. He wants a spot, jumps the curb for it.
Wow, really tight there between DeLucia and Camber in there. Camber's going to look up in the inside, going turn 4, another 2 wide. Not quite.
He tried it into 4 there, Dana, but that's tough math. And he's got to hold that M3 behind him. They've struggled to beat that car on the straights, but now with it behind them, maybe they can hold it off.
Yeah, that'll be really interesting. We've not seen this quite yet with the Ginetta in front of the M3. If you're the Ginetta right now of Camber, you want to get around DeLucia as fast as possible.
Yeah, and he had a couple opportunities and took a few swings and misses. There's the door open from Magnuson on Camburn, but he's not quite close enough to make it work. The Ginetta's much better through this section of the racetrack. You see it gain ground here, but all the while it's letting Colin King pull away, and King's been mighty fast on the straights as well. So maybe that advantage for Camburn if he might be able to get by DeLucia, but that 21 out front will be hard too.
Absolutely. The 21 of King does not quite have the same raw pace as the cars behind him, but he does have open air right now, which is huge advantage. He has to be inch perfect.
Oh, Camburn off at turn 11 and outbraked. Something didn't look right there. He just could not get stopped. And will give up a bunch of spots there. He'll get back on course. Their yellow was waving, but that will let the 330 of Magnuson through. DeLucia clings to second place here.
Just one mistake like that changes the whole order of the race. Now King's still out front, and Magnuson does not have to contend with that Ginetta for third.
Yeah, and that car it looks like it was really on the back foot there going into turn 11. Here's a look at your min-max speeds there into turn 1. Colin King, 124 miles an hour, quicker than Magnuson. And we haven't seen the 21 out ahead of the 330 either. This will be fun.
Yeah, Magnuson's going to have to figure out a way around DeLucia first, and DeLucia honestly has quite a bit of gap left to Magnuson yet.
Jordan Wisely kicking up some dust. And see if the Ginetta recovered. Camburn down in 10th place. Let's see if he came to pit lane, if he came to clear off the grill from grass or something of the sort, but it just didn't look like it stopped. Wonder if he got brake pad knocked back or something there too. Cameron's a pretty experienced driver, is the owner of the car, spends a lot of time in it. I'd be surprised if he just missed the braking point there, Dana.
I have to wonder, because that car is usually ran in an endurance setting, if the pads require more heat than necessary, or more heat than they had. I mean, in a sprint race setting, you really don't need a crazy brake pad, but on lap number 1 of a sprint race, you might not have the brakes you expect like you do in an endurance race.
No, that's really the first really hard braking application on this lap, really the only real hard braking application. So hopefully everything's all right, but we continue racing for now. Colin King out front. He has been a race winner in GLGT so far.
Magnuson starting to close the gap here now to DeLucia. So they go into turn 1. DeLucia's now going to start to have to take a look in his mirrors just a little more often. The gap is shrinking lap by lap.
And for Colin King, I think Camburn is still out there on the racetrack, though, did get by. Here's a look at turn 4 minimum speeds. And DeLucia, fastest of those on the track right now by 6 miles an hour last time. So that's much, much better for that BMW over Colin King in the 21. And even Magnuson, 77 miles an hour. But they're going to be battling with each other for some time, and that's good news for Colin King, who's going to keep that 40 at bay as long as he and the 330 are battling. But look at the purple stripe on the timing and scoring. That tells me Magnuson is going to be a little faster at the moment.
Absolutely. He is on the hunt right now. He sees these two cars. He knows he can catch them. He's got 10 minutes left to do it. You would want to pick off one by one, really, but if it looks like DeLucia might catch up to King first, he might be able to get a 2 for 1.
Yeah, and DeLucia, really good run there through turn 10. Trying to close this gap down. I don't think he's got the torque that Corvette has. And how many times have we said that in 2025?
That's the first.
And DeLucia taking a bunch of curb. Magnuson doing the same. Now, what does Clark Camburn have for Pilipchik, Wisely, and the others to maybe try to salvage a decent result out of this? Again, he's not going to be in the weekend points. This is the co-driving split strategy there.
Will be interesting to see how far back he can come up.
Ulrich 4th, Horpedal 5th. And this time across the stripe, we'll see who's got some time left. Braking force-wise, Colin King still out braking Magnuson, 1.45 Gs. That's been sort of consistently the story this weekend with Colin King. Better on the brakes than the 330. That will come in handy later if that gold car gets a little closer to the front.
This data must be from the last race. We don't have Calzada.
No, so what it does is it pulls the most recent session, which usually is the current one. But for those that are not on track, it will still pull their data from that. So for all the cars that are on track, data is accurate and up to date.
Gotcha.
And again, DeLucia was a little closer to Colin King last time by.
I'm surprised we don't see much difference in them. King did pull a bit of a gap, but Magnussen hasn't really made much ground up on DeLucia yet. I thought that this ground would be shrinking much faster than it is, but King is doing a great job staying out front.
And how much does this tell you that track position is important? I mean, let's look like Magnussen and perhaps that 78 Camber Performance Engineering Ginetta were by far the best cars here this weekend in dry conditions, but you switch the order up and all of a sudden it's clear that everyone's running pretty similar pace, and track position where you are on the road often has a bigger impact on your overall pace.
Yeah, Magnussen's definitely making up some ground here on DeLucia. Not quite close enough to make a move just yet. A few more perfect corners, he might be there.
That's whoop it all up to 4th place in the 77. Adam Ulrich drops behind him. And then Clark Camber passed Jordan Wisely that time around. Here's a look at the cornering force. This is peak G's. And Magnussen, of the cars that are on the road, that time matching DeLucia, but both critically just a hair better than Colin King, but very close together, within 0.02 of a G.
Yeah, I gotta say I'm impressed. King has still held the fastest lap of the race.
And he's won 2 races this year, both coming at Road America, where he finished on the podium all 4 times there, 3rd, 2nd, 1st, and 1st. That was his first event, and he was not at Lime Rock Park. This is only the 2nd time we've seen him out.
Watching the Viking Corvette lead the field is not an unfamiliar sight.
It's not. Think back to 2021 with Jeremy Swenson, rather 2021 through 2023. Swenson winning 2 championships. Here's Eric Magnussen alongside DeLucia.
There it is.
And he blows right by him. I wonder if DeLucia, I thought he might have had an issue, but looks like he just got out dragged. They're going to race each other down into turn 11. But Magnussen up to 2nd place. That's not what Colin King wanted to see.
No, that's right. Now he's going to have a whole different object in the mirror, and he's going to have to try to run away from an equally powerful V8.
And the gap is 1.6. It's 1.9 now, but with 7 minutes to go, plenty of time for Magnussen to find a little extra spice. Now that old M3, when compared to the Ginetta, was slower at the end of the race, but maybe things will be in Magnussen's favor compared to Colin King. I haven't really followed King that closely at the end to know what that car is capable of at the very end.
Yeah, I think that was mostly tire dependent. I don't know what tires the Ginetta was on, and I don't know what tires the Corvette is on either, but I suppose we will see. They could both fall off, and it would make for some interesting racing.
Also note the purple-white. Clark Camber just ran the best lap of the race. And that's unfortunate because you take that braking mistake out of it. This car, I think, would have had the pace to potentially win the race. And we've seen that all weekend long. They've come up just short, but 14 seconds back and really no chance for a reset with a yellow. I think that'll be a frustrating way to end their weekend. But they were really stoked about this opportunity, and we're giving GRIDLIFE a try this weekend, and we hope to see them back, Dana, in that 78 Camber Performance Engineering Ginetta.
Would love to see a Ginetta back here.
Yeah, of course, with a bunch of different racing series where that car can fit in, to have them choose GRIDLIFE in the long run would be a lot of fun, and that goes for everyone that's here giving this a try. Pilipchik, other drivers like Valdes Gorilius, who won the 2nd race of the weekend in the rain. Just really cool to see new names and faces give this a go with a new series. Magnussen just went fastest of the race, though, and he's 1.1 back from Colin King. This is going to be a nightmare for the driver of the 21 now.
He made up nearly an entire second on that single lap. He is definitely on it right now. He sees King making all these small little mistakes. It's actually, when you're following a car at some distance, you can be just a little bit more perfect than them. It's almost a rabbit to chase.
Magnussen knows how to chase down and make wins happen. He won his first race in GRIDLIFE competition at Midwest Festival in June. Went on to win a couple of races that weekend, and then followed up with a win at Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course. But look at the last lap delta between these two, 0.8 of a second. As you pointed out, that is a big, big difference.
Yeah, if you're King right now, you are trying to run exactly your line, be as perfect as possible. You know there's not that much time left in the race. If you're able to hold them off, you have to be perfect.
using a little more racetrack. Look at Eric Magnuson, little flat slide there in that 330. Should note also that Camburn made up. He's now only 13.8 seconds back. He was more than 14 seconds behind, so he's actually gained time on the leader overall, but again, just too little too late for the 78.
I wouldn't be surprised to see another fast lap out of Camburn now. He's in a bit of clean air with 5 seconds to go. We'll see if he can take back the fastest lap, but won't have enough time to catch the front of the field.
Magnuson, that time a 1:30.465, but look at that, 7 thousandths between them on their lap times last time around.
It's exactly what you need to do if you're King. You cannot let him be making up time every single lap.
Yeah, he responded to the pressure from Eric Magnuson. Have a look at min-max speeds. Let's compare those two, the 330 and the 21. Half a mile an hour difference between those two. And 5 miles an hour up on Horpedal and Delucia. So you can really see where those big V8 cars are making up the power. At least Hans Horpedal's also got a V8, but his wasn't making nearly as much power as it should have been. That was a discovery he made last night. And by the looks of it, better min speed than those other two, though.
Yeah, absolutely.
Looks like Magnuson closing in even more. Keep an eye on Camburn and Horpedal as well. That could be a battle for fourth. Still 4.5 seconds between them, but I don't think we're quite done yet. Should be 2 laps to go.
Very interested to see the gap here as they cross the line. Break deep for Magnuson there. Really nice job trying to make up any few feet that he can in the distance to catch King.
To turn 13, and there is a white flag in the air. This will be it, last lap, and Eric Magnuson's chase has got to pick up. Across the stripe now, it's under a second, 0.861. Colin King a little sideways there into turn 1, wiggling and wobbling, feeling the pressure, watching that gold M3 get bigger and bigger. And the M3 battleship closing in on the Viking Corvette out front. Camburn again picks up the best lap of the race. He'll be kicking himself for that lap 1 issue. Closing in on Horpedal in the 77.
Yeah, I've been expecting that just a little bit. It finally happened now as he catches up to Horpedal here. But here we have Magnuson trying to reel in King any way he can. He knows he's faster. He sees him catching him. But he knows he only has half a lap left to do it.
Give Colin King a lot of credit here. Again, it was a bit of a battle of lap times there. King early on setting the fastest lap, and Magnuson responding 0.3 better. Wouldn't do it if he did that exact same lap again. He needs a mistake from Colin King, and while Colin has put the car on the edge, I haven't really seen a mistake per se. Bottom of the screen, bottom left, I see Camburn closing in on Hans Horpedal. I don't think he'll have enough time. Needs another lap. That's been his story all weekend long, hasn't it? The 78. One final time here in the braking zone at 11, Dana.
Absolutely. Magnuson knows that he's not going to have any time to make it up at this point. He's just waiting for a mistake, but he's running out of corners.
Last 2 corners, Colin King went to victory lane at Road America in the last 2 races of the weekend. The race 4 invert. And the advantage out front, Colin King defends from Eric Magnuson and wins GRIDLIFE GT race 4. Magnuson second place, couldn't catch him in time. And Chris DeLucia comes home in 3rd place. Hans Horpedal, I think, is going to hang on to 4th. Clark Camburn right behind him by half a second. Just needed another lap. And you see the fist out the window there. Job well done. Eric Magnuson knows how hard you have to drive to outrun him at the end of a race like that.
Yeah, great job by King and Magnuson alike, just both putting on some fantastic laps for that race.
And great sportsmanship between those drivers as well.
Yeah.
Everyone involved this weekend. Incident free, full course yellow free also.
Yeah, every race. I think the only contact that we had was 2 wings touching yesterday.
You're right. I think that happened twice, but it was both with Eric Magnuson's car. That wing is real big, and he's got it taped back together, so I wouldn't even call that one a casualty. But for Colin King, his 3rd win in his GRIDLIFE GT career, coming off the heels of 2 at Road America. And we'll have a look at our race results here to finish out the weekend. That was our last race of the day, the last race of the weekend. Colin King goes out on top. Magnuson second, then Chris DeLucia, Hans Horpedal, and Clark Camburn. Man, the race that could have been for the 78. Fastest car on the track, but just not enough time. That's been the story for a car, and driver combo that is used to endurance racing that machine. These 15-minute sprints happen in a hurry.
Yeah, absolutely. It just goes to show one mistake can change the entire course of the race.
Yeah, Adam Ulrich 6th, Jordan Wisely 7th. We'll see them out in California in a couple of weeks at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca. Eric Pilipchik 8th, Matt Cater 9th, Alex Pites looks like he had some issues down in 10th place. And before we sign off, let's have a look at our GridLife GT highlights from race number 4. And again, the final race of the weekend for GridLife GT with the field invert put Colin King and Chris DeLucia on the front row on the start. Clark Camber trying to sneak up the inside of the BMW. He needed to clear him then, but on defense he threw it into the grass and crossed over to 2nd place to DeLucia and 3rd place to Eric Magnuson. And that was the fight for most of the race, was the gold BMW trying to chase the gray BMW. All the while, Colin King ran away out front. Ben Magnuson made the pass for 2nd place and started to eat into the advantage of the Viking Performance Corvette. There just wasn't enough at the end of the day. And Colin King gets it done, wins his 3rd race in GridLife GT. There's the celebration. Great teamwork out there on the racetrack. Great camaraderie here at GridLife. And with that, the paddock already clearing out. You've seen it much more full than this at the point of the weekend. Dana, final thoughts on GridLife Chicagoland here at Autobahn Country Club.
We had some fantastic racing with the Rush SR series as well as GridLife GT, having multiple winners in GT and a great drive from Merzberger in Rush.
Yeah, excellent racing all around, and congratulations to our weekend winners. And let's have a look at our highlights from the entire weekend here to close out the show. Boy, it's been a fun one. Our 7th race weekend of 9 in 2025. And our closest to home, we're about to head to the furthest from home, all the way out in Salinas, California at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca. And in all of our championships, we saw some shakeups here, and it's always a challenge to build a program and bring it anywhere in the country, even if it's close to home. Eric Cattell 8 in to the advantage on Matan Rosenberg and takes the lead of the show, the Rush Series. Small field this weekend, but it was a blast to watch. Mike Jansen and Leonard Radcliffe put on a show in Falcon Club SC. That was the battle of some of the slowest cars out there, but some of the most fierce and intense action. Then this fight in GLTC, Eric Cattell and Andy Smedegaard just trading blows. Andy winning and spinning down there at turn 1 before Radcliffe charging forward in the podium sprint a little bit later in the day. Jackie Ding setting a new track record in track mod. Records falling in most of our categories here this weekend. And of course, Bryce Merzberger dominating in the GridLife Rush Series. 4 wins over Jalen Batley. At Autobahn Country Club, a home event for us here. But we're headed all the way to California, September 26th to 28th. We will see you there. Big thanks to our broadcast team, Project Prime. We'll see them out there as well in California in just a couple weeks. For tickets, more information, visit gridlifelaguna.com and make sure you're subscribed and ready to watch racing all the way out at one of North America's most historic tracks, tumbling down the corkscrew at our penultimate round of the season. We'll see you there.